Alice held her shaking hand as the elevator door opened. She was planning to go and bring her entourage to hide behind them like she always did, but her stupid brother talked her out of it. "Let's go," Mike told her. "Mother and father want to see you." Alice said as she followed her brother into the private floor, feeling as if she was some kind of goat getting dragged to be butchered. This place was a presidential luxurious suite meant to accommodate elite members of the family who were traveling in the city. It was now clearly being used by her family before the wedding to relax. Alice slowly entered the living room where everyone was waiting. Her father, mother, and a girl whom she guessed must be Lara, her baby sister whom she hadn't seen since she was a toddler. There is another little girl, but she was clearly a maid. "Alice!" Elena called as she ran to her daughter with tears in her eyes and hugged her. Although she was angry with her, she really missed her. Hi Mom," Alice said awkwardly as she hugged her mother back. "It's been a few years. And it was all her fault. Do you know how much I missed you?" Elena said as she slowly let go and then began checking her daughter who grew up to be a fine lady. "Sorry," Alice said awkwardly. "It's okay. Esteemed sister. I am happy to meet you," Lara said with a sweet smile as she looked in awe at her amazing big sister. "Hi, Lara. You have grown up a lot," Alice said with a smile as she looked at her little sister. She had to confess, Lara looked really pretty. She was wearing a white flowing dress, decorated with floral ornaments. It looked dashing on her. From the shade of Lara's hair, Alice could tell that her bloodline was very pure. Wait, why was she getting the strange feeling that she needed to prostrate herself in front of Lara? Alice checked again. There was nothing. She was definitely imagining things. "Alice. I am happy that you came to attend your brother's wedding," Theodore said, at last, making Alice forget her previous thoughts. He was secretly telling her that he was happy that she was here to support Victor in case Caspian came, but he couldn't say it openly in Elena's presence. "It is my duty as his big sister," Alice said. "How have you been all these years?" Elena asked. "I am doing fine. I am still a part of the family, you know. Father and Mike check on me all the time," she said as Mike nodded to his mother. I know. But I wanted to hear it from you," Elena said. I am fine," Alice said with a slight blush. She didn't know how to respond to her mother's love. She shut her heart a long time ago after feeling despair when even her own father couldn't help her reject Caspian's proposal. "Where's your boyfriend?" Elena suddenly asked, ruining the harmonious atmosphere. Alice froze. She wanted to refute having a boyfriend but hesitated when she noticed the anticipating look in her mother's and little sister's eyes. "Well, Alice hesitated again. Damn that stinky Victor. She really didn't want to disappoint her mother again like what happened a few years ago when she made a mistake and acted as a pervert on the family island. She caused her poor mother to collapse in shock. No. She couldn't let that hateful Victor manipulate her. The truth is, she hesitated again as she clenched her fist. Oh. Sis, you are here. It was Victor who suddenly entered the room and interrupted. "Your boyfriend is late, right?" he said casually as if he wasn't eavesdropping on their conversation. "Late?" Elena asked. "Yes," Victor said. No, Alice wanted to refute him. "What do you mean? Is he here?" Elena asked as she looked around. "Damn it. Not yet, he is on his way. He is a very busy man." Victor interrupted again. "I made sure to check his background after Alice told me about him, and I think Mother would like him," he added as Alice bit on her pearly teeth, wishing to whip her stupid brother to oblivion. Where was her whip again? Damn it. Mike made her leave it in the car. "Just a moment," Alice said as she grabbed Victor from his collar like a misbehaving cat. "I want to ask my dearest brother some things about the preparations," she said as she dragged him out to the balcony. Elena frowned but said nothing. Her family was filled with secrets and she didn't care. She just couldn't wait to meet her daughter's mysterious boyfriend. "What are you playing at?" Alice asked her stupid brother after she firmly closed the balcony door behind her, trapping Victor with no other option but to jump down if he wanted to escape. "I really got a guy for you, but that bastard hasn't appeared yet," he said innocently. "Who allowed you to do that?" She asked coldly. Look, you can scold me all you want, but do you really want to disappoint Mother? He said. Fuck you. Alice angrily. Don't you dare play this game with me. Well, the truth is, I was afraid that Caspian might try to harm you. So I found a perfect man for you. He comes from a big family. Victor was not technically lying. I never asked for help, she said coldly, her tone was a little warmer though. Sis. I don't want anything to happen to you. He was honest. Caspian is more dangerous than you think. No man can help me, she stated. But, he is handsome and rich. Stop with the nonsense. He belongs to a very powerful family. The more reason I don't need him. Families are made to stab you in the back. She said, revealing her wound. Victor was flustered. I shouldn't have come here, she said as she turned around and left the balcony. She didn't like getting forced into anything at all. Alice, is everything okay? Elena, who saw her daughter's disturbed face when she walked back in, asked. Nothing. I just need to use the ladies' room. She said as she walked toward the elevator. There is a bathroom here. Elena wanted to say, but Alice was already gone. Did you anger your sister? Elena asked Victor coldly as he walked inside a few minutes later. He was taking his time to check on things with the chicks and Dean, who were in full alert. Some random demonically possessed agents were found, and they were safely escorted into the second wedding venue. Just some disagreement, don't worry. Victor absent-mindedly told his mother as Mike glared at him. Victor, Theodore suddenly said, come with me. What? Victor asked, but like before, he was dragged out helplessly by his father. What did you give Lara? Theodore asked directly after closing the balcony's door, like his daughter did earlier. A lot of things? Victor asked. She had been living with me. Stop joking. Theodore ordered. He was not a fool, since yesterday, his daughter was like a new person. Elena didn't feel it, but he did. Ever since yesterday when Victor was in a hurry to kick them out of his house, he felt that something was wrong, and today, when he met Lara he felt it. When she twirled around in her new dress, he almost shit his pants. It was his bloodline reacting. Well, Victor hesitated. His plan to fool his father was a failure from the start. But he needed to try. Well, what? Theodore asked. Lara was training wrong all these years, Victor said. I didn't feel it before, but after my awakening I noticed it. Noticed what? Lara's bloodline was depleted. The same thing I suffered from. What do you mean? Theodore didn't understand. Do you remember how I was always feeble and almost failed my ceremony? Yeah. Well. The reason was that the family art was hurting me. Victor clarified, my bloodline, which was 100% pure, couldn't be purified anymore, so when I practiced the family art it caused my blood to burn. How did you know that? Oh. When you sent me to that boarding school in Roken City, I met a wandering doctor there, he took me as his student. Stop lying. You were under 24/7 surveillance there. My men were even monitoring your bowel movement. Oh, Victor didn't know that. Well. I can't tell you. But the thing about my depleted bloodline was true. Do you have proof? Theodore did ask about the source anymore, but he needed proof of the truth of what Victor told him. Lara is the proof. What do you mean? Victor hesitated as if he was making a very tough choice. Then he sighed as if he was resigned to his fate. I know what our originator's bloodline is, it's a dragon. Victor changed the subject. We already know it has a draconian origin. It is called an elder dragon, Victor said, making Theodore pause and wait for his son to continue. This was new. I found it by chance when I met. Stop lying. I can't tell you how I know, but what I told you about mine and Lara's bloodline was true. So I asked my alchemist to create a blood regeneration pill for Lara. I didn't want her to face a risky ceremony as I did. Victor said truthfully. You made her take it yesterday? Theodore was not swayed. Yes. And you saw the result today. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would be in trouble if I did. What do you mean? Speak. Okay. Fine. Victor sighed in the family vault a while ago. I found a treasure. Something that I should have given to the family, but I chose to keep it for Lara. What? Our ancestors Nicholas's diary, and within it, one of his scales and the recipe for the blood regeneration pill, Victor lied. What? Theodore asked. It was in an obscure corner. When we entered the vault, I may have used the opportunity to make out inside with cousin Rita. What? Even your cousin? Theodore was shocked again. His son was more of a pervert than he expected. Nah, they were all perverts. She is technically my third or fourth cousin. Victor explained. Theodore was about to strangle his son. Let me continue. Anyway. We bumped into a shelf by accident, and the diary that was hidden under it fell. I quickly hid it in my pants. Victor lied, the elder didn't see it. So that's how you know about the bloodline. Theodore exclaimed. I made sure to study it cover to cover after that. I couldn't have told you, you are a family elder after all. And under an oath. I will need that diary, Theodore said, looking down on the street below. Can you give me one more week to check it again? Where is it? Theodore turned to look at his son. In a secure location. Your pants? I am not that stupid. 1 week then. I want it on my desk after that. Theodore decided to compromise. I understand. But what desk? You have plenty. Don't try to be funny. Theodore scolded, this needed to be managed carefully. What happened to Lara last night then? Theodore asked softly as he looked through the balcony's door at Lara, who was asking her flustered mother what all the brides would do after the wedding. She exceeded my expectations. Although it was a slim chance, she upgraded her bloodline. I don't know what it is now, but it is definitely some supreme dragon. Victor said, she has gotten so strong that even a steel needle won't pierce her skin, and she has some very high regeneration. What? That's what I discovered when I tried to take a blood sample. Victor shrugged. I wanted to tell you after the wedding, but was worried about your reaction. It's fine. But don't keep secrets like that again. Theodore warned, do you have anything left from that scale? Yes. Victor said, taking out a jade box from his ring, and holding it as if it was a treasure. Theodore quickly took it and opened it, revealing half a scale inside. The air around it made him shiver. He nodded, then pocketed it. Now. The blood regeneration pill requires purified or ancestral blood. Where did you get it? Oh, so you know about that too. Speak. One of the pages had amazing colored purple blood on it. I figured it was the ancestors' blood, so I made the alchemist extract it and use it in the pill. I see. Theodore said, you used all the blood? There should be a trace left on the opposing page. I see. I will take care of this mess for you. Theodore told his son, totally unaware that Victor was only giving him scraps, don't tell anyone else about this. Theodore added. Thanks, father. I understand. Victor scratched his head with a silly smile, just as his phone rang. Oh, look, my girls are asking for me. I better go, he said before quickly escaping. Theodore sighed as he watched him go. Victor was really secretive and scheming. But as a father, he liked this. His son was becoming more and more dependable. Still. Something about what Victor told him felt wrong. It was a very logical explanation, but still. Something. He couldn't put his finger on it. No matter what, he better go to check on his daughter's new abilities before the wedding started. Alice cursed at her scheming brother for the 7th time as she walked inside the ladies' room to fix her makeup. She had been wandering aimlessly in the hotel for the last 15 minutes, not knowing what to do. Damn him. Like hell that would happen. Alice frowned as she heard whispers. 2 girls were talking inside one cubicle. I know. I couldn't tell them that I liked girls. They would truly flip. One girl said, making Alice frown as she was about to leave. So. What to do? I found this guy, an actor. I told him to act as my boyfriend for a while. Just so the rumors would go away. Alice froze as she squinted her eyes. Did they buy it? Totally. But now I need money to pay him. Can you give me some? Okay. But you have to try that with me. But. Stop touching me. You just said but. No, I didn't. You did. Ah. Stop. What if there is someone outside? Let them hear. Alice silently cursed, then walked out in disgust. What's wrong with this world? What should I do, she wondered, and that's when she heard it. The sound of a girl screaming like a bitch. Kaya. Sorry. Stop here, you piece of shit. Lulu cursed, don't even think of escaping after touching me like this. Fuck. Yulian cursed. Of all the bitches he knew, he had to bump into this one. I only bumped into you by mistake. He complained. Stop lying. You were obviously stalking me. Like I would believe you ever again. Lulu said hatefully. Not a chance. It's your fault for blocking the corridor. Yulian cursed, you are still the whore you were back then. Do you know that? Fuck you, bastard. She pointed at him and cursed. Lulu, do you know this guy? A woman who was standing behind Lulu asked as she held her. Yeah. I met him at a gathering. My friend wanted me to date him. Lulu said, thankfully, unlike that bitch Margaret, I have standards. She said. What do you mean, sis? A young man, who seemed to be her brother, asked. At first, we met at a karaoke bar. He dared to boast that he was a millionaire. And I almost believed him, but he turned out to be a con man. She spat at him, he is poor. Dirt poor. He got to school on a scholarship, but he didn't have the bus fare, so he slept secretly in class after school and ate from the canteen's leftovers. Lulu said with disgust. What? The woman who seemed to be Lulu's mother asked in disgust as she stepped away as if Yulian might contaminate her with her poorness. Look at his suit, it is ripped from the inside, I bet he found it in the garbage and then sneaked inside here to eat. I have an invitation. He said coldly. Where is it? It is here. Yulian hesitated, then reached for his pocket, taking out the silver invitation. He knew if he refused to show it, this bitch would start screaming and attract unwanted attention. Look. Even his invitation is fake. Lulu said, taking out a golden invitation. This is also an invitation, Yulian said with a frown, he was not sure. But the guards outside did let him in after all. You can lie all you want in prison. Security. Lulu yelled, making Yulian sigh. Security. Her mother also began to yell as if she was competing with her daughter in being shameless. What's wrong here? A burly bald man in a security uniform quickly appeared. He had a Chick 11 tattoo on his knuckles. This guy has a fake invitation. He is a known beggar, I am sure he is here to make trouble. The burly man frowned and then looked at Yulian. Sir? Can I see your invitation? Yulian sighed, then took out the silver invitation card. He didn't want to leave before seeing Lily, who didn't appear yet. Could she really be one of the brides? Sir? This is a company-issued invitation. I need you to show me your company card. Oh, right. Yulian said as he searched his pockets. I lost it. I see. Sir, we will sort it out, you will have to come with me for a moment. But. This way please. Suit him right. Kick his ass. He must have stolen that invitation. Lulu screamed. Poor bastard, how dare he sneak into such a grand occasion? He must know his position. Totally. Not like us. Stop. A firm voice said, making the security guard who was grabbing Yulian stop and look back as a very domineering young woman with purple hair walked out of the ladies' room. This man is my boyfriend, she said, then looked at Yulian, who was completely, totally, absolutely, and 110% smitten. This girl was so his type. He couldn't even lift his eyes from her. Why are you stunned like that? She asked him angrily. Her angry look was hot. Totally, yeah. I do, he said. Do what? She frowned and asked. He didn't continue as he was interrupted. Security, take her with him. She must be his accomplice. Poor people have no place here. Lulu's mother screamed. She liked showing her imaginary power. Yeah, look at her dress. It doesn't have any brand logo. Definitely a fake. The boy said nothing, he was just entranced. The burly man looked at the purple-haired girl and then swallowed as if he was waiting for her to step on his head. Kick the troublemakers out, she said coldly. Understood, Lady Alice. The burly man said and flicked his finger, making 9 other burly men appear out of nowhere, then dragged the stunned snobbish woman and her 2 children out. It was as if they had been doing this all day. Wait, what? I have an invitation. They tried to yell and resist, but a quick strike to the back of their heads made them collapse to the ground, life status unknown. Yulian just watched in surprise. This girl seemed to be a big shot. Now. I don't care who you are and how you ended up here, the girl, Alice, turned to look at Yulian, inspecting him from head to toe. Why don't we do this? As for now, you will be my boyfriend, she said with a smile as if she had just got a great idea. Yulian didn't know how to respond. It is just an act. Don't try to be smug. My stupid brother wants to set me up with some idiot, and I am not going to do as he pleases, she explained, so for the next few hours, you will be my boyfriend. I will pay you $1 million afterward. He didn't have a reason to refuse as he decided to play along. What's the worst that could happen? Refuse and I will kill you, she repeated. I would never dare, he said as he shrugged. Then it is a deal. Oh, and reveal anything and I will also kill you. What is your name? She asked in an amused tone. This one was interesting. And it was just a one-day thing. She decided to have some fun. Yulian. Yulian? Shall I call you or Yulian? My name is Yulian, he clarified. Oh. Yulian what? Just Yulian for now. Like a stripper? She asked, raising one eyebrow. She looked stunning, especially in those glasses. Yulian didn't know how to answer that. Yes, he was only using his first name to hide his identity like a stripper would. But he couldn't say that. I am kidding with you, Alice chuckled as she noticed his flustered face. She liked toying with virgin men, and this one was definitely a virgin. Call me Alice, she said. Alice von Wies, she added proudly. Yulian nodded, he had long realized her identity. Follow me. Boyfriend, she said as she dragged him to the venue. You better behave and do as I tell you. Or else. Okay, he said, then looked back frowning. Did a girl just walk out of the men's toilet? There was nothing. It must have been his imagination. Victor walked out of the ladies' room 10 minutes later, accompanied by Theta. You did good. Victor said with a smile. This went according to plan. Mostly. Yulian meeting Lulu was a purely lucky coincidence. This incident had hastened things up, as he was planning for someone else to humiliate Yulian in the hall in front of Alice later. He definitely had to send Lulu and her family some flowers, and maybe also some money for the hospital bill as a thank you. I was so nervous that she might decide to check inside the cubicle. Theta said with a blush as she rubbed her butt. That would have never happened. My plan was perfect. What do you mean? My sister hates lesbians. Hate with a capital H. He explained. This was related to when one of her elder sisters in the sect tried to molest her when she was young. She wouldn't even think about checking the cubicle, Victor added. How did you know that she would go for that guy then? Theta asked curiously. This could have gone wrong in many ways. I was not 100% sure of that, but let me tell you a couple of things about your future sister-in-law. Victor said, making Theta blush a little. He promised to marry her when she grew up. But she couldn't wait. First, Alice doesn't like bullies. If she saw someone getting bullied for being weak, disabled, or poor, she would definitely help. He said. Oh. Theta nodded. Alice was nice. Secondly, she is really into hot guys, but she doesn't show it. Victor said. And that guy is extra handsome, he is just a little sloppy, and this can easily be fixed by some whipping. In many ways, Alice is like your big sister, Alpha. What do you mean? She is at Sundara. Victor said it clearly. She is cold on the outside, while hot and mushy on the inside, both also have big butts. Do you know how filthy your mouth is? A familiar voice cursed from behind them, interrupting his depraved explanation. It was Alpha who materialized out of thin air. She had been using the newly erected array to patrol the hotel. Yes. Victor said as he turned around to look at her. Oh, you are here. Just when I needed you, he added with a smile as if he wasn't just talking about her butt. What? She asked coldly. I remember we got some old empty parchment from your family's vault. Do you still have those? He asked. Yes. What for? I just want to forge some ancient diaries. Whatever, I will send them to the mansion, she said coldly. Luliana and Nova have arrived, they are waiting for you. The girls had already led them to the preparation room. Alpha went straight to the point. Oh. That's good, Victor said. How is the rounding up going? According to plan. 34 agents were identified. She said, and the scapegoat is still on the run. Perfect. He said, then turned to face Theta. He took out a pill from his ring and gave it to her. You know what to do. Everything depends on your performance, he said. Theta pouted a little, then nodded. Go then, and be careful. I will. She turned to go, then paused. Next time you want to slap my butt, just ask. The mischievous girl said with a blushed face before she ran away. She was subtly telling on him to Alpha. Victor chuckled and then looked back at Alpha. Oops. She was not smiling. Let's go. He said. She didn't move. If you are jealous, I can slap your butt too, you already tasted my technique, he clarified. Fuck you and your technique. She cursed at him. Parking her but as she started to follow him while remembering that night in the forest. The bastard didn't keep his hand at all. Lynn nervously stepped down following her mother down the black armored car that had just stopped at the hotel's underground parking lot. She was dressed in a very pretty colorful ceremonial wedding dress. The young master is waiting for you, this way please, a young woman wearing a black mask welcomed them. She was dressed in a black butler suit that made her look slim. Let's go, Amelia said, giving her daughter an inspecting look. She was against this ceremonial wedding shenanigans at first, but when she saw how amazing her daughter appeared in her dress, she changed her mind. Lynn looked simply stunning. Lynn nodded. They followed the girl upstairs through the VIP elevator, which stopped at the 11th floor, where the bride's preparation room was. Stepping in, they could hear a familiar voice, Victor. He was in a heated debate with a beautiful woman in the corridor. They were standing with an aggrieved blue-haired girl in a ceremonial dress like the one Lynn was wearing. She knew that this one was Nova von Astrom. This is our only way. If you back up now, I will make sure to inform von Rosen of what happened, he threatened. I will not fall alone. But don't worry. I am sure she will reach out to you after the wedding. You just tell her that everything is over after it. This is better for both of us. Fine, the woman said, then turned around and headed to the elevator. On the way, she gave Lynn an inspecting look, but said nothing. There was a hint of regret in her eyes, as if she wanted to see her daughter looking like that. Lynn. Victor smiled brightly as he looked at his newly arrived bride. Victor, she blushed as she looked down. Expecting him to say something. You look amazing, he said as he began to check her out, totally not caring for her mother who was glaring at him from the side. I am in love again, he said. Lynn blushed more as she began to twirl around, making sure he was inspecting every part of her. Enough of that. You will have all the time in the world to flirt around tonight. Amelia scolded, is everything ready here? She asked. Yeah, the brides are inside, putting on the finishing touches on their makeup. I tried to peek, but I was scolded. He said as he shrugged helplessly. Amelia sighed. Why the hell did she approve of such madness? Of course, she didn't, but she was forced by this damn Victor who first switched the wedding to a double wedding and convinced her family. Then he made the double wedding a mass wedding after making sure that no one could back up. This guy might be a pervert, but he was as smart as his father. What's next? Will he marry the entire country? Thankfully he didn't have the time for that. Now. You two go join the girls, ask Margaret if you need anything. Victor told the girls as he spanked the nervous Nova's ass. Ah. You better behave. As usual, you are the only one I can count on, he told her. She nodded with a heavy blush. Why don't we leave the girls to socialize and get down to meet the attendants, he told Amelia. Amelia nodded, her task to make sure Lynn arrived was done. After today, she belonged to Victor, all for the family. Lynn, remember what we talked about, she said, giving her daughter one last look. Ah, I know, Lynn said as she bit her lip. Why didn't he spank her too? Let's go then, my future son-in-law. Amelia, totally unaware of her daughter's thoughts, told Victor as she extended her hand to him. She needed to play her part. Victor quickly smiled like a pervert, then held his mother-in-law's hand and dragged her downstairs to socialize, not forgetting to give the girls behind a wink before he left. By the time Victor and Amelia reached the wedding venue, it was packed full as most of the invitees had already arrived and were busy socializing. It was not every day that many of these important people from different industries got to meet. This showed how extensive Theodore's business was. Young Master Victor. Someone called, making Victor, who just entered the hall, frown, then turned to face the old man with a thin white mustache who was talking to him. We meet again, young master. Congratulations on your wedding. Yeah. We met before? Victor asked. Young master, I am Olaf, the family butler, the man said as he watched Victor frown as if he was trying hard to remember. We met in your mansion a couple of months ago when I was tasked with giving you your ceremony awards, he added awkwardly as Amelia looked at him with inspecting eyes. She knew him and didn't like him one bit. Olaf. The butler, right. Victor stuck his palms as he finally remembered. Sorry, I was so engrossed with the rewards back then that I totally forgot about you, he said, totally insulting the old man. Victor didn't like this man, because he was treated like shit by him in his previous life, and he held a grudge. I see, Olaf didn't let his annoyance show. Victor was an elite heir after all. What can I do for you? Victor asked with a sweet smile. The one he used when he wanted to screw someone. I am here to convey the patriarch's and the family's congratulations, Olaf said. In other words, he was here to keep an eye on Victor. Okay. Anything else? Victor said, rubbing his fingers for money. The family's present for the wedding had already been issued. Olaf said. He was wondering why the patriarch and mistress and were spoiling this brat. It will be presented by your father after the ceremony. Oh, good. Perfect, Victor licked his lips. Now, I will not keep you. Olaf said, congratulations Dame Amelia, he bowed to Amelia and then quickly withdrew. Did you really forget about him? Amelia asked as she watched Olaf go and find a seat. This man was not a low-ranking or easy individual to look down on. He was the main butler of the entire von Weiss family after all, representing their patriarch. About who? Victor asked. No one, she sighed, wondering if her daughter would be fine with this shameless guy. I will leave you to your ex, she said as she took the chance to withdraw her hand from his slimy hold and then run away. She needed to go talk to her family representative, her Aunt Martha, who began to sample the sweets. Victor chuckled. This woman was not that bad, but she was born into the wrong family, one he was destined to erase. Now, where to go, he wondered as he had some time before the ceremony officially started. Looking to the side he saw a familiar face, Archie, who was sitting alone on a side table. Although he was the new heir to the prince's position after his cousin Troy disappeared, this was not fully official yet. Victor quickly began heading toward him slowly, taking his time to greet all the people at the tables in his way, not forgetting to compliment all the women on their dresses after giving them an inspecting look. Young Master Victor. Are you ready for your wedding night? A man who was already drunk asked. I have been born ready. Victor said casually as he greeted the man. Young Master. Can you marry my daughter too? I will reserve a spot for her for any future weddings, but I am already booked for the next few years. Young Master, can you stop looking at my wife's butt? Oh. I thought she was your daughter, sorry. Victor said, making the old woman chuckle as she hit her husband. Young Master. Can you give me a role in one of your movies? A fat movie star who was invited by Mira asked. Of course. Victor looked at Steven Silberberg, who was at her table, and said, give her a role in our secret project. Understood, young master, the director replied with excitement. This was the biggest project in his career. It took Victor 10 minutes to reach his destination. Archie. He hugged the reluctant young man tightly. Young Master Victor, Archie greeted him warily. Congratulations on your wedding. Yeah. Thanks. Why isn't your grandfather, Prince Armand, here? The prince was very busy, so he had to decline your invitation. Though he also sent his congratulations, Archie said nervously. He didn't want to be seen at my wedding, it seemed, Victor chuckled. Archie just nodded with a sigh. He had no comment. Victor's reputation was not good at all, and many of his grandfather's assistants advised that he should not be associated with him. "Where is my cousin Marley?" Victor asked. "Isn't she sitting with you?" "She was taken somewhere by the waitresses after someone spilled a drink on her dress," Archie said, looking back, expecting her to return at any moment. "Perfect," Victor said. "Now listen. I have a mission for you." Victor said seriously. "What?" Archie asked nervously. He already signed a contract with Victor and couldn't disobey him. "Look. Do you see that pretty girl with short hair? The slim one who is biting her fingernail," Victor said, pointing to Officer Leah, who was sitting next to her father and mother and looking around nervously as if she didn't want to be there. "Yes. Is she pretty?" "Kinda." "Good. Her name is Leah, and your mission is to woo her and then marry her," Victor said. "What? Lower your voice," Victor scolded as he looked around, making sure no one was listening. "Yes. I can't. I will never leave or cheat on Marley. This is an order," Victor said coldly, "and I am not asking you to leave that slut, Marley. Don't call her a slut. Whatever, you are not leaving her. I will never cheat on her." "Idiot. Marrying another woman is not cheating. Not if your first wife knows. You will soon be officially the heir to the principality. Under the noble law, you can also marry many wives and concubines as I did," Victor whispered like a devil. But..." Archie began to frown. He had to tell the truth. Although he liked Marley a lot, he was tempted. Many men would, although most would never dare. Little did he know that he was being affected by some very nasty libido-increasing effect. "You don't have a choice. If you refuse, I would have to finish you off. You knew that when you accepted to work for me." Archie hesitated. "But, Marley..." "Yes, Marley will surely make trouble. But you just have to say that it was an order from your family and that you will be kicked out if you don't do it. Will that convince her? If you told her that you will have to work as a truck driver to support her if you were to be kicked out, she would beg you to marry Leah." I don't believe you. Marley is not that kind of a girl." Archie defended his sly girlfriend. "Whatever. Now follow me to meet your new bride," Victor said, then quickly dragged the reluctant Archie toward Lee's table. Again, he had to greet a lot of people along the way, but he arrived at his destination quickly. "Captain Harold, Lady Nicole, Officer Leah." Victor greeted them as he approached their table. "I am really happy that you were able to come to my humble wedding," he said with a smile. "Oh. Young Master Victor. How could we not come? It is a great honor," Harold said as he began to flatter Victor, making both his wife and daughter sigh. "Congratulations on your wedding," Nicole told Victor after her husband finished his barrage of compliments. Then she glared at her daughter, who didn't want them to come. "Congratulations," Leah said reluctantly. If Victor tried to do anything to her mother, she was ready to arrest him on the spot, no matter what. His crime was being too handsome. "Thanks," Victor said as he scratched the back of his head as if he was embraced. "Oh. I almost forgot, let me introduce you," he said, grabbing Archie and dragging him forward. "This is Archie Wyron. I was just describing Officer Lee's heroic acts to him the other day, and he told me that he really wanted to meet her." "Oh." Nicole smiled subtly as she looked at the nervous Archie, who kept looking back, afraid that Marley would return at any moment. "Archie. This is Leah. Leah, this is Archie," Victor said as he pushed poor Archie into the chair right next to Leah. "I think the two of you will make a very suitable couple," he said. "What do you mean, young master?" Harold asked. He didn't like this Archie, he was too wimpy. "Archie here is the new crown prince, the heir to the principality," Victor said. "After Prince Troy's unfortunate incident, he will take his place." "What?" the family of three all exclaimed as they looked at the embarrassed Archie in a new light. "Yes, the news had not been announced yet," Archie said as he scratched his face with his finger. He was not yet used to all this. "I thought that someone righteous like Officer Leah would be a good match for young Master Archie. So I took the liberty to introduce the two of you." "I meant nothing else," Victor said embarrassingly. "I hope you forgive me," he said like a gentleman. "It is okay," Nicole said. "I think it is good for Leah to meet someone like young Master Archie too," she said. As long as her daughter gave up on Victor, even a beggar was okay. Let alone a prince. Yeah. I think Mr. Archie is a fine young man, Harold said, totally changing his opinion. Having his daughter marry Archie is a sure way to success, both for her and him. But. Leah, who was not expecting anything like this, wanted to object, but suddenly squealed. What? Archie asked with a frown. Nothing, Leah said. Her mother had just pinched her under the table. Damn it. Leah silently cursed. Well, she would just have to endure this day with this wimpy guy. As long as Victor stayed away from her mother she was fine. She no longer had any feelings for him. He was a pervert, a huge big pervert that should rot in prison. Young master, Victor. When will the ceremony start? She had to ask. She just wanted this day to end. In a while. The priest is a little late, you see, Victor said, then paused and looked at the door as Lily entered the hall with an arrogant old man. She was guiding him toward a side room, behind the stage. Looks like they are already here. I will just have to go adjust a few things if you excuse me, he said, then quickly retreated. Apply a 30% libido effect on Leah, and release Marley after, let's see. 15 minutes. Let Lee's sense of challenge flare. Victor whispered to his hidden telecommunicator as he made his way toward Lily and the priest. Archie was the perfect candidate to both contain and protect Leah. Theodore would not really object to him. Mother. This is my boyfriend. Julien. Alice said as she dragged Julien toward a grand frontal table where her family was sitting. Julien, this is my father Theodore, and my mother Elena. Nice to meet you, Julien said nervously as he confronted his fake in-laws. He couldn't help but notice the others at the table. Next to Theodore, there was a pregnant woman. On the other side next to Elena, there was a very cute little girl that had purple hair with another girl to her side. Next to them, there was a young man who was in a deep conversation with a purple-haired young woman who also had a younger girl at her side. It was a big family. He thought, not knowing that this was just a tiny fraction of it. Julien? Theodore frowned. Sit down, he said as Elena began to inspect her daughter's new boyfriend. Alice quickly gave Julien one of the last 2 empty seats on the table as she took the last one herself. She was acting like a girlfriend, and this made her feel strange. It was not bad at all. So. Julien, what do you do for a living? Elena asked. I have. He works in my cosmetics company as a vice president. Alice said, I leave most of the work to him most of the time. He is very proficient in his job, she said. Oh, where did you study? Elena found a little. I studied business administration at the Wyron Princely Institution. He told the truth. He studied there on a scholarship for 3 years, but didn't get a degree as he was kicked out because some young master had a disagreement with him. That young master was on the list now. Oh. That's good. Theodore said. What about your family? They are separated. My father runs a little business in the mountains, he said nervously, also telling the truth in a way. His father runs the family mines. We all have our difficulties, Theodore said. He didn't mind his daughter marrying someone of lower status as long as she gave up on her weird hobbies. Can I call you brother-in-law? The little girl suddenly asked as she looked at him, making him give her an inspecting look. Her eyes were like an endless abyss. He looked away in a hurry. What just happened? Why did he just feel his blood boil when he looked her in the eye? Lara. Don't be rude. Elena scolded her daughter. Sorry, Lara said as she pinched the girl beside her. She was the one who asked her to say that. Now let me introduce you. Theodore said, this little one is Lara. The young man there is my son Mike, Alice's brother, and the one next to him is Iris, Alice's half-sister. Theodore said, ignoring the other 2 girls. Nice to meet you all, Julien said just as spotted someone moving from the side. It was none other than Lily dragging an old man. Oh. Lily finally brought the priest. Theodore said as he watched Victor quickly follow after them. I guess the wedding will start shortly. Yes, Julien said as he carefully inspected Lily. She was here. Will he have a chance to talk to her? What are you looking at? Alice stepped on his foot. She didn't know that she was feeling jealous. This was all new to her. Ouch. Oh. I was looking at that priest, isn't he too old to be running around? Yulian lied. Yeah. I heard Victor complain earlier that the old priest died yesterday. This was the only one on short call. Mike was the one who replied. I see, Yulian said just as a faint scream could be heard from the room behind the stage. I will never approve of such a depraved ritual. This is blasphemy, a faint voice could be heard making trouble. But. Shut up. This is. Bang. No. The sounds died down after that. Others in the venue couldn't hear it clearly, but the groom's family table was very close to the stage. That's what Theodore thought anyway. What just happened? The girl sitting next to Iris asked loudly. Did he kill him? She asked as she lifted her head from her half-eaten appetizer dish. Mia, shush. Don't spout nonsense. Iris told her as she also looked at the door behind the stage where Victor slowly walked out arrogantly. He was wiping something from his hand with a handkerchief. It was blood. F***ck. Victor cursed angrily as he made his way toward his parents' table while wiping the blood off his hand. What happened? Theodore asked as he scowled at his son. What was this brat scheming at now, he wondered. That bastard priest bit me. Victor complained as if it was not his fault. Bit you? Iris asked. Why would he do that? Elena asked with some concern. Are you injured? No. The blood is his. He was making trouble, so I punched him, Victor replied righteously. And? Theodore asked. He bit me. Victor said with an aggrieved tone. You already said that. Why did you punch him in the first place? Is he okay? Theodore asked as Elena grabbed the wine glass Lara was trying to secretly taste. The poor woman had no idea that wine was no longer harmful to the little girl. It was never harmful, the elder dragon's bloodline was already enough to combat the effect of alcohol. He is still kicking. I wanted to force him into the dragon costume, but he dared to refuse, Victor said as if the priest was the bad guy. So what's now? Mike asked as he secretly passed Elle another glass containing some wine to give to Lara. The little girl deserved a drink at her brother's wedding. Everything will be fine. As an old man, he needs to change his old views, so it will take another 15 minutes to convince him, Victor said. Lily is already on it. He added mysteriously. How is that exactly? Yulian asked nervously as some very dirty thoughts crossed his mind. He could imagine his poor sister giving that old man a no. Just forcing some strong wine down his throat and performing some hypnosis. Any old man will start to act sensible after some. Who the fuck are you? Victor suddenly paused and asked, pointing at Yulian before looking at Alice and then back at Yulian. He is my boyfriend. Alice said proudly, grabbing Yulian's arm as she rested her head on his shoulder. Making the poor young man completely forget every other thought in his mind. Your boyfriend? Since when? Didn't you tell me that you investigated her boyfriend? Elena turned and asked Victor, who was standing behind her with a frown. Lara used the opportunity to taste the wine. She spat at moments later. It was not to her liking. Victor hesitated as Alice slid her finger across her neck, threatening him. He swallowed. Oh, so it's that one. I never saw his photo. Victor said slowly, as if he was a bad liar. I see, Elena was not convinced. Nice to meet you at last. Victor turned and said to Yulian nervously as he grabbed the wine glass Elle handed him from behind Elena's back after tasting it. She seemed to have liked it as she drank the whole thing and was now drowsy. Nice to meet you too. Congratulations on your wedding. Yulian replied. Thanks, Victor said as he inspected Yulian. Why don't we see the brides? Where are they? Alice asked. They will appear at the ritual. This is for the atmosphere. Victor explained. Oh. Victor. Did you greet your grandfather and grandmother? Elena suddenly asked. Not yet. Why? Why would someone need a reason to greet his grandparents? Go see them before the ceremony starts. She scolded, pointing at a nearby table. Victor sighed and made his way toward the table occupied by his maternal grandparents and their not-so-successful offspring. Hi, Grandpa. Grandma. Uncles. Aunt, cousins, Victor said awkwardly as he greeted his grandfather Calvin and his grandmother Willow. He also nodded to his aunt, uncles, and cousins who buried their heads into their extravagant dishes. "I am really happy that you came," he said. "Oh. Victor," Willow said as she grabbed Victor and kissed his face. He was now her favorite grandson. "You look really handsome. Just like your grandfather did at his wedding." "Thanks," Victor said as he secretly cursed at the opportunistic old woman. "Victor. I want to talk to you about some of the news I got," Calvin suddenly said. "Is it urgent?" "Nah, it's about some info I got about an upcoming event. I thought you would like it." "Then I will contact you about next week," Victor, who knew what this was about, said. "You know," Victor smiled lewdly, making his uncles and cousin look away in envy. I know, Calvin chuckled. He wished he could also marry these many wives. Nah, Willow was more than enough for him. After Lily gave her that pill, they were having a honeymoon every night. No one needed to know that, especially Victor, who could read it all over his grandfather's smirking face. "Victor." The man at the door took my phone. "Can you get it back?" Willow suddenly said. She wanted to make a video call to her friends and brag. "Sorry Grandma, all phones are forbidden for security reasons. If you want a photo to show to your friends, just gesture to any of the girls carrying cameras to the side. They will be more than happy to take your photos, and we will send them to you a week later after reviewing them," Victor explained, pointing to some girls who were standing next to the hall's walls like prostitutes with cameras. "Oh. Good, she nodded with a smile. Victor really understood her. "What a good grandson." Victor sighed and then paused. As his communicator beeped. "What?" he asked as he moved away from his grandparents' table. Someone wearing a mask had just entered the hotel. "He fits the profile you gave us on Caspian. And Ian is about to go crazy telling me that he is a demon." "Where is he?" Victor asked. He had just walked in with an old man using a golden invitation. "Its ID indicates that it is one of those we sent to the Players' Council. Shall we guide him to the main or secondary venue?" "The main one. He is one of the main actors today," Victor said as he closed his eyes and focused on the array. He was using it to have a parametric view of the entire hotel. Inside the elevator, he could see him. A young man was standing arrogantly, with a servant behind him. This guy was that of Caspian without a doubt. "There is something else." "What?" "Caspian presented 3 cheap incense sticks as his wedding present," Alpha said coldly, knowing what this represented. "Noted. Just follow the plan and tell Ian to calm down," Victor said as he squeezed his fist, then quickly moved toward Liliana, who was sitting with her family and a blue-haired man. "The Von Astrom representative. Victor, right? Congratulations on the wedding," the Von Astrom representative said casually to Victor, who stood behind Liliana. "Thanks," Victor said. He knew that this man looked at him with disdain, but he didn't care. "Please enjoy the feast," he added with a lazy smile, then nodded to Sirius, Nova's father, and Atlas, his son. They were sitting there with white faces, afraid that their scheme might be discovered. Their standing in the family was on the edge. If news of Nova's escape were to be known, they would surely be punished severely. "Lady Liliana," Victor said as he bowed closer toward Lilian's ear. "Caspian is here. He will enter this venue at any moment. Don't reveal a thing. He will probably wait for the ceremony to begin before acting," Victor whispered, making the woman tense all of a sudden. "I understand," she said nervously. Victor nodded, then retreated as a bead of sweat dropped from the nape of his neck. There was a beautiful tan-skinned woman with black flowing hair there, sitting next to Liliana. A woman he didn't notice at all from afar, because she was wearing an artifact that made her seem unimportant. Name, Mirage Trusun. Level, 130. Class, Fate Priestess, SSS. Abnormal conditions. Greater blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel Odin of you. Unaffected by others' fate influence. Slave of the Fate Lord. Authority, 15. Strength, 339. Agility, 355. Intelligence, 377. Luck, 35. Charm, 55. Order, 1107. Skills. Fate Eyes, SSS. Fate Trace, SSS. Misfortune fate, SSS. Happiness fate, SSS. Order steal, SSS. Cooking, A. Sword arts, A. Spear arts, A. Needle arts, A. Staff arts, A. Dancing, A. Tea ceremony, A. Singing, B. Trapping, B. Pain tolerance, B. Fire tolerance, C. Poison tolerance, C. Disguise, C. Poison brewing, D. Healing, E. Sewing, E. Cleaning, E. Eavesdropping, F. Equipment. Anonymous ring, SS. Soul locker hairpin, SS. Greater storage ring, S. Protection talisman, S. Fate sect elder token, S. Ethereal armor, A. Bloodline. Fate status. Fate's power, A. Summary, A+++. Defined fate, serve the Fate Lord. Destiny list, null. At last, the Fate sect agent appeared. This was definitely the one who spied on his fate that day. This is Gloria Flick, reporting from the front of the White Hotel. Outside the hotel, many news trucks stopped between the fans and the protesters, with their eyes on the hotel. Many reporters were lined up, looking with envy at the violet carpet where some of the late invitees were tickling in. As our viewers saw, the priest had just arrived. It was Master Oppenheimer, the head of the United Temple in Vane City. Gloria began to read the report that her assistant prepared. He is 91 years old this year. I want to remind all of our viewers who are sending us some inquiries, to use only polite language as this is a live feed, and that we have many underage viewers. That young man who walked in earlier was hot. Screw you. Suck my. I like weddings. I really like your Gloria. OMG, that groom is so hot. Doesn't he look like that granny's boy? They are clearly different people. Window cleaner tour, now, for $50. I want to be his bride too. Now, we have some questions about the identity of the groom. He is Victor White, the heir of the White conglomerate and the son of the famous businessman and philanthropist Theodore White, Gloria said as she tried hard to accommodate the live chat feed. Victor's sleazy photo was presented on the screen seconds later. Wow, he is so hot. Volcano. The oligarchs are scamming you. Wake up, people. I want to carry his babies. I am not into purple-dyed hair. He is a natural. He is a pervert. Wake up, people. I am Theodore White and I want to give you all free crypto coins. White dog coins to save the planet. Doubles in value every year. Stop being blind, people. They are trying to control the world. I bet there are some really big shots inside. I bet your mother is a whore. How did you know that? Why aren't you filming the wedding? What are your 3 sizes, Gloria? Let the monarchs die. Long lives democracy. Hi. Now, I want to apologize that we couldn't film from the inside as promised, as it was strictly forbidden to bring in cameras. Gloria said, then began to read the feed again. As you can see, the streets are filled with protesters. Let me go around and ask. Gloria began to slowly move around. Excuse me. Why are you protesting? She asked one woman. That bastard is doing something against nature. Polygamy is a sin. It makes me sick. Yeah. A man should always marry one woman. How can a man love more than one? Another said. Bastards. I should have been one of the brides, another said. As you see, my dear viewers, polygamy is still a very controversial topic. For polygamy for a harem. No, don't listen to those idiots. I prefer monogamy. I can't love more than one woman. No one can. I can. You disgust me. Creep. Don't you love your mother too? Idiot. Hi. Loser. Your mother. How do you buy white coins? Shut up F***CKER. It is a scam. Why the cursing? I didn't mean you. How does this thing work? Mira is getting married at last. I really want to see that. Me too. I don't. No, my Mira. Why didn't you sneak a camera in? Now. Please be careful of some scammers in the chat. And please stop with these pointless arguments. Gloria said as she read, of course, we tried to send in a hidden cam inside, but it was busted along with the carrier's nuts, she said as she moved to another side, squeezing between the crowds with difficulty. Excuse me, sir. What do you think about his wedding? She asked a young man standing solemnly to the side. He seemed like a decent man. I am trying to get in. I am the groom, you see. My name is Victor White. He said with tears in his eyes. The jealousy had turned him mad. I want to marry my Mira. He screamed as he grabbed the microphone and then jumped at the camera. I am Victor. Give me my wifeis. It took Gloria 3 whole minutes to grab her mic back as a few police officers came and dragged the madman away moments later. Sorry about that, she said, as you can see. Some people can't handle such occasions. I hope that young man turns up okay. Damn, those be *************. Yeah. They were well hidden. Above. Is that Gloria really your type? Nah, but those be *****************. Hashtag me too. Whitecoin is on the Dingo Bingo trading platform. Call hashtag. Yeah. Look at those boobs. I bet you she is not wearing a bra. Definitely. Send a drone. Yeah, she can't afford one. A drone? And yes, we tried to send a drone, but it was grabbed by a security eagle. Now it is broadcasting footage from the insides of a toilet, Gloria said with a blush as she adjusted the blouse under her jacket to hide her breasts. That man pulled at it earlier, making it come loose. She should have worn a bra. She hoped no one saw anything. But she was in for a big surprise when she reviewed the footage later that night. Lame. Show US footage from the drone. Yeah. They must be hiding something. Show US, you're be ******** again. We can't show you that. She yelled just as she heard a beeping from the back. Look. Some new grand convoy is approaching. She said in excitement as the cameraman tilted the camera back, showing a fleet of golden-colored cars stopped to the side and an army of bodyguards dressed in bronze suits flooded out and began to push away the reporters. Gloria barely managed to step to the side as a grand custom-made armored Golden Bull SUV car stopped surrounded by armed bodyguards. An assistant quickly ran to the car's doors and opened them while bowing. From the inside, an unknown old man wearing a face mask walked out followed by a pretty young woman and a young man who was pushing a wheelchair in front of him. In the wheelchair, there was a girl who was wearing a simple blue dress and simple blue strapped shoes. She had silky gray hair, styled into a bun. Her face was hidden by a thick black pair of shades, but Gloria, who was close by, could tell she was a beauty. She could also spot some tears falling from the girl's delicate chin. Victor decided to act casually and wait until Caspian reached the venue. He quickly found his cousin Zoe, who was with some other guys from the academy, and went to greet them while keeping his eyes on the door. Hi, guys. Victor said casually as he inspected the girls' dresses. They looked nice and youthful. Hi, Victor. Congrats. Zoe said awkwardly. She was feeling a little strange seeing him here in a white suit. He looked very handsome. Very manly. What are you thinking, Zoe? He is your cousin. Well, not a direct cousin. No. But. Congratulations, young master, Victor. Tonight will be tough on you. Another classmate said. Not noticing Zoe's blush. Nah. I can take 10 more. Victor said. Hope you recovered after the school trip, he added, changing the subject. Thankfully we survived, another girl said with a blush. We were the lucky ones. Too bad Arnie and Kalila didn't make it. Yeah. Teacher Isabella didn't want to come here, another student said. She said it is not appropriate for her to celebrate a wedding after such a tragedy. No one except for Victor knew that it was Tom's idea for Isabella not to come. He brainwashed her by telling her it was not appropriate. He didn't want her to see him in action. Yeah. She is still feeling it was her fault. I feel sorry for her, another guy said. Young Master Victor, suddenly one of them spoke. It was Elma. Thanks for your help that day, she meant about Mr. Toby, but she didn't say it clearly in front of her friends. Toby also didn't come here in consideration of that. It's okay. We are friends after all. Victor replied, totally ignoring a couple of sneaky vermin who sneaked behind him in a hurry, escaping toward the hell's door after seeing him. The couple of vermin was a fat man and a slutty woman. They were none other than Nadia, Margaret's slut friend and her sugar daddy CEO. When the CEO realized that Victor, the groom, was the one whom he had put a hit on yesterday, he almost had a heart attack. He decided to escape this place ASAP with Nadia and was destined to be killed after he enjoyed her one last night. That's why he didn't break up with her yet. It was all her fault for agitating him against Victor. Now hopefully, he would be able to cancel that order before the news went out. As soon as they left the hall and sighed in relief as they turned a couple of corners, they bumped into a handsome guy wearing a simple martial arts suit and a face mask. He seemed to have just left the elevator. The bump didn't hurt the young man at all as he didn't move an inch, but it made Nadia and her sugar daddy who were in a hurry fall to the ground. Hey! Watch it, dumbass. Do you know how much my dress cost? Nadia began to scream like a bitch. Young man. Be careful where you walk or I will sue you, the CEO angrily scolded as he stood up after affirming that the young man didn't seem to be anyone important. The old man behind him didn't look important either, with his worn-out shoes and gray traditional garb. The young man looked at them and then smiled behind his face mask. You better watch out too, he said to the fat CEO in a strange tone, then walked past them with the old man heading toward the hall. The couple felt a little disoriented for a second, but there was nothing a second later. If they were not in a hurry, they would have cursed at the young man more, but they didn't have time for that. They quickly made their way to the elevator and took it to the main hall. There they almost bumped into an old man who was accompanying a young woman and a young man dragging a wheelchaired girl. Without apologizing and totally ignoring them, the couple ran to the reception desk where he got their phones back. Is there a back door here? The CEO asked the receptionist. Yes. Go straight through that door and turn left, it should be straight ahead, the receptionist said with a frown after secretly notifying the security department in case those two did something wrong. Let's go, the CEO said, then dragged Nadia and quickly headed in the direction the receptionist pointed at. Young man, the old man who was about to go into the elevator suddenly called for the CEO, be careful. You are cursed, he added. The CEO totally ignored him as he hurried with Nadia until they reached the back door. There, they exited the hotel as no one stopped them. They quickly found their car and drove out of the parking lot in a hurry as the CEO began to call the assassin he hired to cancel the hit. He didn't get to do that as a drunk truck driver hit his car and flattened it into a stone wall, sending the CEO and Nadia to the afterlife, or another world where they would be heroes, who knew? After leaving Zoe's table, Victor turned to the nearby table where Anna and Peter were sitting with their friends from high school. Most of them were invited by the twins and Margaret. And they were totally bewildered by the lavish atmosphere here. Young Master Victor. Did you see Tom? Anna asked after congratulating Victor. No. Is he here? Yeah, I saw him at the door. Then he is probably in the ladies' room. Yeah, he would like it there, Peter chuckled. Peter, that's rude. Sarah said. She didn't dare to scold Victor, but Peter was her childhood friend. Victor is telling the truth. Peter said, Tom has changed a lot lately, he is becoming more, Peter didn't find the right word. He is just revealing his true nature. Victor said. Exactly. In short, he is a pervert. Peter said. What do you mean? Georgie asked. He is dating the 5 girls in our class and the teacher at the same time. Peter said bitterly. He was still suffering from jealousy after Tom took the opportunity to sleep with a few girls in the dungeon. One of them was someone Peter was trying hard to court. Although Tom apologized late telling Peter that he didn't know, Peter still felt humiliated. It was obvious he was after that girl, but Tom only saw what he wanted. Nothing ruins friendships like trouble over women. Especially with a guy like Tom who likes to take them all. What? Everyone at the table exclaimed. It's true. Victor said casually, then squinted his eyes and waited for Caspian to come in. What was taking him so long? Could he be coming from the other door? Victor thought as he looked around. That's when Victor noticed a strange capped man sitting in the back with other invitees, but was not talking to anyone. Amon. Level, 139. Class, Master Inquisitor, SS. Authority, 13. Strength, 380. Agility, 355. Intelligence, 404. Luck, 43. Charm, 39. Order, 77. Skills. Truth Sword, SS. Truth Appraisal, SS. Shining Truth, S. Sword Arts, A. Spear Art, A. Strategic Mind, A. Poison Dart, A. Survival, A. Endurance, A. Torture, A. Poison Resistance, A. Corrosion Resistance, B. Tea-making Art, B. Brewing Poisons, B. Acting, C. Alchemy, D. Dagger Arts, D. Spying, D. Staff Arts, E. Shogi, E. Piano, F. Kissing, F. Equipment. Anonymosity Cap, SS. Illusion Talisman, A. Defense Talisman, A. Hidden Storage Ring, B. Storage Ring, D. Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. Summary, D. Defined Fate, killed by boss for raping his sister. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. *T. Who the fuck was this one? And where did he come from? Wait. There was something under his sleeve, he was pointing it around the room with a camera? That's impossible, all recording devices were being jammed using the family's advanced technology. Was it a gun or an artifact? Victor excused himself under the pretext of needing to greet other guests, then began to move toward James Trove, who was sitting on the other side. Victor was trying to get a clear view of what was in that man's hand. It was not a weapon. Zelator's communication mirror number 2711. *T. This one was a dark chamber agent? Should he finish him? Probably not. This man was an inquisitor, so he was not here to make trouble, but to investigate him and the girls. Those guys were probably planning to target him next. So he better not give them a reason to be wary. He just needed to act carefully and ignore this guy for now. Victor soon reached James Trove's table. Principal. I am happy you made it. Victor said to the principal, who was carefully inspecting Yulian from the back absent-mindedly. Victor. I didn't see you there, he chuckled, congratulations. Thanks. Victor said as the guy whom he was waiting for walked past the gate. Not only he, but also James and Amon both looked back as if they were mice, and a snake had just entered their burrow. He was here at last. Caspian Drake. Level, 102. Class, Crown Shaman, SS. Abnormal status. Blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel in awe of you and follow your commands. Authority, 13. Strength, 300. Agility, 288. Intelligence, 279. Luck, 27. Charm, 47. Order, 109. Skills. True Branding, SSS. Cursed Resurrection, SSS. Curse Slave, SS, 37 of 43. Dark Curse, S. Dark Curtain, S. Indestructible Shield, S, 3/3. Heal, A. Lying, A. Fireball, A. Summoning, A. Wind Slash, A. Sword Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Charm Resistance, A. Shamanic Ritual, A. Knife Arts, B. Array Arts, B. Dance, B. Fist Arts, B. Calculations, B. Insta-Death Resistance, C. Fire Resistance, C. Shock Resistance, C. Frost Resistance, C. Cannibalism, C. Cooking, C. Minor Appraisal, D. Piano, D. Painting, E. Survival, F. Bloodline. Equipment. Higher Storage Ring, AAA. Hidden Armor, A. Protection Talisman, A. Heavenly Sect First Disciple Token, A. Fate Status. Fate's Power, SS+. Summary, Scion. Defined Fate, rule the world. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. What the hell is wrong here? What is, Scion? Victor frowned and then quickly clicked on the destiny list. Fate SS+. Destiny list. Birth Fate, Kill Demons S. Fate Lord /04877110 Set Rule the World SSS. Fate Lord /04877110 Set, Scion? Greatness is your destiny SSS. Self-set, Cleanse the World SS. Self-set, Form A, Similar to Me, Army SS. Self-set, Inherit the Heavenly Sect SS. Self-set, Kill My Enemies SS. Self-set, Fill the World with My Seed SS. Victor frowned. The bastard was here at last. This meant a lot of things, and Victor discovered some very disturbing news. Caspian already knows that Nova is fake. How couldn't he? As he also has that Fate Lord blessing, like that woman Mirage who was obviously Liliana's friend. They were definitely together. Nova never had a chance, she was being manipulated from the start. *T. Victor silently cursed. Was his plan jeopardized? No. This can still be salvaged. But the real troublesome thing was now this Fate Lord's blessing. First Mirage and then Caspian. Victor didn't expect to begin dealing with Lords so early after returning. Those shouldn't have been a problem until after the reckoning. Victor didn't expect that they had already begun their plan this early. Lords are troublesome. Victor only knew so little about them after begging Yulian to tell him. He only described them as very strong otherworldly beings who control different worlds from behind the scenes and use their agents to do their bidding. They can usually create science or hire them, but there are some constraints and conditions attached that Victor had no idea about. No one knows what their real objectives are, as they usually don't interfere directly with worldly matters. Their agents always appear when they are least expected. In fact, after the reckoning, science without a lord are just headless flies that can be dodged if you stay out of their way. Science following a lord are a real pain in the ass as they usually have access to an entire network of agents who follow their lord. That's why Victor dodged Rain and Tulip before. He was not ready to take those on despite having the strength to stand a fight. *T, he cursed again. Things began to fit in, but still. One thing didn't. If Caspian was meant to rule the world, then what about Lily's fate? There was a conflict here. No. Shit. Are you okay, young master? James asked. Hell no. Victor said, excuse me. Victor said to the principal, who was also disturbed by Caspian's appearance, then walked away. It just occurred to him. He realized it all. The Fate sect was probably never after him like he thought. But after Lily all along. It made sense. They already had their guy, and she was a nuisance. They must have known about her and were the original cause of her demise. Saving her must have triggered some chain reaction that alerted them. The misfortune curse must be them trying to fish her out. They must already know that the disturbance in Fate was in Vane City. Victor frowned as he analyzed things further. Ignoring the attendees who congratulated him as he made his way to the side of the hall. He had one question. Why did Caspian fail in his past life, despite his amazing fate? Was his fate changed or was he defeated by someone else? No. The Fate sect was against Caspian at that time. The Fate Lord must have discovered that he was a demon and turned against him. That made sense. And this provided a good way to kill Caspian. Still, there was no evidence of Caspian being a demon, and it was very hard to prove. He had killed Demon's fate after all, but it was weaker than his own fate so he could ignore it probably, or was it to kill enemy demons? Demons clearly have a way of hiding their fate, but it was not clear how they were doing it. He should probably monitor Poe more closely. Or eat him and get his memories. Victor made up his mind as he watched the old man walk behind Sebastian and ask an assistant to help him find a table in the back because he couldn't walk. Trimon Yang. Level, 179. Class, Wood Wizard. Authority, 17. Abnormal status. Curse Slave, SS, Caspian Drake. Strength, 361. Agility, 452. Intelligence, 612. Luck, 0. Charm, 10. Order, 0. Skills. Wood Control, S. Wood Turning, S. Cage, A. Woodpike, A. Water ball, A. Survival, A. Carving, A. Healing, B. Staff arts, B. Fire resistance, B. Talisman making, B. Dancing, C. Shock resistance, C. Sword arts, D. Poison resistance, D. Cooking, E. Cleaning, E. Poison making, F. Insta-death resistance, F. Equipment. Great Wizard Staff, A. Protection Talisman, B. Storage Ring, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, F. Summary, F. Defined Fate, Master Slave, Curse Slave Effect. Just another insect. Victor. Code Red. Alpha's voice suddenly sounded in Victor's ear. What? Caspian entered the restroom, then stayed there for a while before leaving. We couldn't monitor him as our array was jammed. Alpha said. I sent a girl there to check on it, but she never returned. I used my eye to inspect the place, but there was nothing, only the girl collapsed on the floor. I will go there immediately. Victor hesitated for a second, then said as he began to walk. There is something else. Alpha said. What? Victor asked as he left the hall through a side door. A group from the von Geldstadt family is here. They have the wheelchaired girl you told me about. Victor frowned. Delay them. There is no need. They wanted to meet you before the wedding, so I sent them to the reception room on the 11th floor. Perfect. Understood, he said as soon as he reached the restroom. Harvey must not know that Caspian is here to make trouble. Or he would be having other thoughts. Victor took a deep breath, then quickly cast an SSS protection talisman on himself and stepped into the restroom. You have been cursed. Plague, SS. Curse failed due to authority restrictions. Victor saw a light that tried to hit him shatter as he looked around. There was a girl who collapsed to the side with signs of rot on her skin. She was cursed, but thankfully she was still alive. Victor knelt beside her and quickly activated a dispelling talisman, then placed it on her. Curse cleared. Victor sighed in relief, then dragged her to the side before looking at the roof where a strange-looking blood array was painted and then disguised using a talisman. It didn't stop his vision. *T. Cursing, he took out a bottle of concentrated soul wine, put a drop of green goo in it, then shook it a little before he began to splash it on the blood. This was the fastest way to safely clean this *T, as Victor was sure it would make more trouble after clearing it with water or alcohol. It was the norm to put traps within arrays. There was a hissing sound and the sound of screaming, then there was nothing. Extra effective. The 9x9 minor plage curse array was damaged. 81 sealed minor plague demons were eradicated. Plus 810,000 EXP. Plus 81 order points. *T, this was close. If someone tried to clean the sealing circle, those demons would have escaped. This guy Caspian was really being arrogant. Was he so sure of his father's power that he was not afraid of von Weiss's retaliation if something went wrong? No. They must have known that the von Weiss family was about to collapse. They wanted them to make trouble so that a war could be fought. *T. Victor cursed for the 1000th time. Alpha. Send someone to clean this place. Your girl is alive, but quarantine her for a few days, he said as he adjusted his suit. In a while. The cleansing on the second venue had already begun and I can't spare any girls. As expected, those guys are total nutcases. They are brainwashed death soldiers aiming to kill as many VIPs as possible. I see. Then clean them up and watch out for flesh bombs. No need to take prisoners, he said as he walked out to face his new bride. Alice frowned as she felt something cold creep up her spine. She looked back and their eyes met. She couldn't have mistaken him for any other guy. He was finally here, Caspian Drake. He was looking at her. She involuntarily looked back and held Julian's hand. She was looking for support. Are you okay? Julian, who felt something strange, asked. Nothing, she said, letting go of his hand in a hurry. What's going on here? Elena suddenly asked. What do you mean? Theodore asked as he helped Luna to some refreshments. Ever since that handsome guy entered the hall, you, Mike, and Alice started acting nervously, even Victor escaped the hall like a sneaky cat. Who is this guy? She asked. Oh. Well. He is Alice's old fiancé, Mike finally said. Alice refused his proposal in public and humiliated him. I see. What? Elena asked. She had no idea that her daughter was engaged to begin with. It's a complicated story. Now I have Julian. So don't care about him, Alice said. Oh, Elena frowned and looked at Theodore for an explanation. He just ignored her. She sighed. Feeling her husband's reluctance to talk, she decided to stop asking for now and interrogate him later tonight in bed. She knew which buttons to press to make him talk. Victor quickly headed to the reception room where a group was waiting for him. It was none other than Gary, who was accompanied by his girlfriend April and a girl in a wheelchair. To the side of them, there was an old man with a mask who was relaxing on a sofa and sipping the quality coffee the girls prepared for him. Young Master Victor. Gary greeted quickly when Victor walked in. Gary, you are here. I am happy to see you again, Victor said and then turned to face the old man. Master Harvey. Victor greeted, it's an honor to host you here at my humble wedding. Victor said to the von Gledstadt family patriarch as he bowed elegantly. Victor. It's nice to meet you again. Harvey said as April nodded to Victor. She couldn't act out of order as Harvey was here. She really wanted to thank him though. That scroll he gave Gary to make her a player was very precious. One must know, the family would have never accepted her as a wife for Gary if she was not a player. I heard you wanted to meet me before the wedding, Victor said. Yes, let me introduce you. Harvey said in an amused tone as he put his hand on the wheelchaired girl's shoulder. This is my great-granddaughter Elise. She is Gary's cousin and the girl we promised you, he said casually as he squinted his eyes as the girl shook a little and bowed her head nervously. She couldn't see it, but she felt Victor's burning gaze on her body, inspecting every nook and cranny. Salivating all over her tender skin. No. The pervert was going to rape her. Victor, who was doing none of what the blind girl imagined, acted shocked as he looked at Elise then at Harvey then at the girl again before returning to Harvey. We agreed on Valerie. No, we didn't. Harvey corrected him coldly. We did. I clearly told you I wanted Valerie. And I clearly scammed you to take Elise. But. We signed a contract. Harvey said as Gary looked at Victor with a sense of awe. He had never seen someone barter with his great-grandfather like this before. Oh. You got a point there. Fine. But you said nothing about her being in a wheelchair. Victor complained, making sure to not reveal that he knew that she was blind too. You didn't ask. Harvey said. A deal is a deal, he said, totally not caring for the little girl's feelings. Fine. We will see about that later. Victor said, why don't we head to the wedding hall? The main event is about to start, and being the groom, I can't be late, he said. Of course. Harvey said as he stood up, since Elise is already yours, why don't you drive her there and get to know her? Harvey said. Oh, Victor hesitated, then grabbed Elise's wheelchair's handle and began to push the shaking girl by himself. Oh. She vibrates, he said, secretly telling Harvey that the girl is not accepting him. Yes. Harvey nodded as they walked toward the elevator, the best quality goods, he played along as he put his hand on Elise's shoulder calming her. Exactly what you asked for, he added, reminding Victor of their deal. I see, Victor said. But it was clear that he was not amused. Elise, remember our conversation, Harvey secretly told Elise as they walked. She nodded in dismay. Totally unaware that this was meant to be the best day of her life. Ah, she suddenly yelped, making Harvey frown and look at her. Victor had seemingly bumped her chair with a door. Sorry about that, he said quickly. The rest of their journey was a little awkward, as no one spoke as they walked. Harvey sighed. Although Elise was being wronged. But staying with Victor was way better for her. He long knew that her position in the family was not safe, but he was too sick to intervene earlier, leading her to end up in a very screwed-up situation. For now, she had a few missions to achieve while she was with Victor. To spy on him and secure an inheritor with the von Weiss bloodline, and find out where the hell he got the awakening scroll Gary used on April from. That foolish grandson of his tried to hide it, but Harvey was 100 years older and 1,000 times smarter. Harvey had a hunch that Victor was not a simple guy at all, and his hunch was never wrong. Victor would never truly hurt Elise, he might abuse her a little, but she was already used to that. It would also make the girl hate Victor and work harder to finish him off. And when she returns to the family, she would have a better standing, having proven herself. On the other hand, if Victor treated her well, it was even better. The girl would get a loving family at last, and maybe she would get to have a few peaceful years before the von Weiss family's inevitable demise. He would be able to extract her then, with all the secrets she got. It is a good deal no matter what, though the stupid girl didn't know it. Victor, who was aware of Harvey's stupid thoughts, sighed as he inspected the girl. Elise, von Geldstadt, / abnormal status. Ongoing awakening ritual, 13.1%. STR 5. In 27. Luck 5. Charm 23. Bloodline. Fate status. Fate's power, A. Summary, A+. Defined fate, not defined. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor secretly smiled. This was all according to what he read in the reports about her. Elise was the daughter of Gary's late aunt who died whilst giving birth to her, without clarifying the identity of her father. So naturally everyone in Elise's family looked down on her, especially when they examined her mother's files and by chance found out that her father was in fact a descendant from an old long-destroyed family that was enemies with the von Geldstadts. He married her mother in order to infiltrate the family and steal their artifact, but his plan failed and had to leave when his wife discovered the truth. The poor girl Elise was bullied for all her childhood until she reached 7 years old. The age at which all the von Geldstadt attempted their ceremony to become merchants by solving a riddle or doing a mission that the awakening artifact presented. At that time, the family was against her, but Harvey insisted on making her attempt the ceremony like everyone else. So, she attempted it, but someone seemingly secretly manipulated the awakening ritual, making it offer an impossible task for poor Elise. After one day and night of trying, the poor girl was blasted away from the artifact, sealing her destiny as a failure. She hasn't been able to see or walk ever since. Harvey, feeling sorry for her, secretly took her to some other minor families to try their artifacts after paying a great price. Although she might only be able to awaken as a semi-player, this was enough to protect her. But to his shock, no other artifact would work on her. So she was labeled as a cripple and as a useless heir ever since. No one could tell the truth that she wasn't useless, she just hadn't finished her task from her first awakening yet. That's why no other artifact world worked on her. It was only later that she would be able to fully awaken. Maybe with the help of some scion. But Victor was not sure, as this was not mentioned. Victor was very glad that he just got his hands on this treasure. One must know, the harder the task, the greater the reward, as his father told him on his awakening day. Victor really wanted to laugh like a maniac, but was interrupted. Young Master Victor, why don't you add Elise to your roster of wives for this wedding? Harvey asked casually. Possible, but not today, as that would present a problem. Victor shook his head. You see, I am doing the 8 Kingdoms ceremony. Oh. The one with the dragon priest? Something like that. It has been a long time since I heard of the ceremony. I thought people had long abandoned such traditions. Harvey said with a nod as Gary and April looked at each other. They never heard of that. They wanted to ask, but decided not to. Master Harvey is very knowledgeable. Victor said as he squinted his eyes. Yes. When you live for a long time you see a lot, he said just as they finally entered the hall. Master Harvey, the ceremony is about to begin. I need to prepare, Victor said. Good. Leave Elise with me for now. I will send her to you when the wedding ends. Harvey said as Victor bowed and left. Grandpa, let's get a seat. Gary said as he held Elise's chair, "'Cause Victor is not bad," he told her. Yes, he helped me marry Gary. April said. She was feeling very sorry for the little girl, but as a newly admitted wife, she didn't have a voice in the family at all. Elise bit her lip absent-mindedly. Harvey sighed as he was quickly guided to a table in the front where he sat down with his grandsons, under the curious eyes of the other attendees who didn't recognize him. Someone did though. Master Harvey. It's an honor to meet you. It was Theodore who quickly made his way to greet Harvey. I thank you for attending my son's humble wedding, he said. It's okay, now don't make a ruckus and let me enjoy the show, Harvey said, signaling that he didn't want his identity to be shown. Is this the girl? Theodore asked, looking at April. This is my wife April. This is my cousin Elise, Gary clarified, pointing to Elise, who was a little absent-minded. Oh. I see. Theodore nodded. Please enjoy the feast, he said as he retreated with a frown to his chair where his wife began to ask him about this mysterious guest. He didn't reply. Harvey chuckled as he gave the other attendees a fleeting look, then he paused and gasped at one table in the back. He almost stood up in shock. Why was Caspian here? Caspian was the fiancé of his granddaughter Valkyrie, so although he didn't meet him officially yet, he knew a lot about him and was looking forward to him becoming his grandson-in-law. Something is not right, Harvey said as he began to inspect the attendees in a hurry. What's wrong, Grandpa? Gary asked as he helped his cousin with a bowl of soup. I don't know yet, but I may have made a mistake. Harvey began to have some other thoughts. Caspian was not sitting in the front, which meant that he didn't officially declare his identity. Why was he here? What mistake? Gary asked. We will see, Harvey answered mysteriously. If Caspian were to be Victor's enemy, it would be troublesome. *T. While her grandfather was having an existential crisis, Elise was too, for a totally different reason. She was utterly shocked. Since last week, she was in despair after she knew that her great-grandfather, one of the few who didn't bully her in the family, had sold her off to be married. If the groom was any normal guy, she would have just sighed and wondered about her fate, but the groom was none other than Victor von Weiss. The ultimate pervert. Ever since she was young, she heard her relatives scold their children not to be like him. He raped a maid when he was just 11 and broke every family rule and norm. She heard about him a couple of months ago, when her slut elder cousin Charlotte got humiliated at a party. The pervert wanted to touch her indecently in front of his fiancée. How depraved can someone get? She also heard from the others about what he did at the auction her cousin Gary hosted last month. About how he was so obscene and vulgar that many high-class girls almost had to be re-educated. Some of them were beyond redemption after gaining the forbidden knowledge about the existence of vibrating eggs. Now, she was chosen to be the wife of this pervert who was about to marry 8 wives in one wedding. Most of her cousins have been secretly mocking her ever since the news broke in the family, telling her to be ready to serve not only Victor but also his men. They told her that he would throw her to his dogs when he got finished with her. And that dogs were the only grooms she deserved. So, despite her grandfather explaining to her the benefits of marrying Victor and telling her how Victor was only fooling the public with his pervert act, she was not convinced. She was really scared of what this guy might do to her when they arrived here today. She almost wet herself when he held her chair earlier, but it all changed when she heard his charming voice whispering secretly to her. Don't worry. From the beginning I didn't want your cousin Valerie, but you. I will marry you today. I have a way to help you take back all you have lost and make you a full player. But we can't tell anyone that, so you better be obedient and enjoy a little show first, he said. She felt strange, not understanding what he meant. Don't let anyone know that I am talking to you now. It will be too boring being here without seeing, so I will use my power to let you see. Don't be surprised, he said as the world around her turned bright. She could see. Not with her eyes though, she quickly realized that. It was her mind that was able to watch what was going on around her. She was shocked. They never told Victor she was blind. She was supposed to tell him when she arrived at his mansion. Did he truly know about her? Can he heal her? Don't say a thing. I am using my disguise ability with the hotel's formation to grant you a 360 vision. He said as they reached the hall. I will also give you some advice. Keep your eyes on the handsome gold-haired masked guy who was frowning in the back and the blue-haired woman hiding her face behind the third column on the left. They are the stars of the next show, he said casually as they entered the venue. Now, the wedding will start, he added as he went away. Master Amon, being an agent of the Dark Chamber who had seen a lot, had to confess, this wedding was really amusing. He didn't expect these turns. Being a Master Inquisitor allowed him to watch things others didn't after all. He was sent here to appraise Victor and his results were not different from their data. Victor was a merchant. The only difference from their data was that his level was a little higher than expected than someone his age should have. But other than that, he was a pervert as stated by his very impressive repertoire of skills. It was not easy to get all of those at his age, considering that he couldn't touch a woman until his ceremony. Victor von Weiss. Level, 35. Class, Supreme Merchant, AAA. Authority, 13. Strength, 96. Agility, 92. Intelligence, 106. Luck, 44. Charm, 45. Order, 25. Skills. System Store Access, A, Level 1. Player Market Access, A, Level 0. Sword Art, A. Acting, A. Spear Art, B. Charm, B. Spanking, C. Whip Arts, C. Lovemaking, C. Kissing, C. Dancing, D. Scheming, D. Bedroom Arts, D. Pain Resistance, D. Inciting Touch, D. Explore, E. Poison Resistance, E. Basic Shield, E. Increase Sensitivity, E. Piano, F. Minor Appraisal, F. Cry on My Chest Babe, F. Amon nodded as he quickly sent the info he got to his boss, who was also busy watching the show. Victor had just entered the hall with Harvey von Geldstadt and then headed toward the stage. It was about to start. He's a little too scheming, Amon said. Yes. But, I would have suspected that something was wrong if he wasn't. No need to kill him, he heard a sound from the mirror. Yes. He is perfect for our plan, another female voice said. He has too many enemies though, another said. Would that guy be able to survive this? We didn't finalize our choice yet. But our agent will babysit him for the first few months, so he should be okay, the first one said. We just have to make sure to secretly neutralize the real one first. There will be a chance for that in a month or two. Maybe after the tournament, the woman said. Yes. That's if he survived today. Amon commented to himself as he watched the show unfold. Margaret sighed as she looked at the other girls around her, especially that Nova who sat in her dress to the side looking at the mirror absent-mindedly. She would be a fool if she didn't realize what was going on by now. Do you think the young master's plan would work? Mina asked as she put the final touches on her sister's makeup and then put an ivory delicately decorated mask on her face. It hid most of it, with only large openings for her two sharp eyes and mouth. She looked both pretty and mysterious. Definitely. Mana said. Do you know what his plan is, to begin with? Margaret asked as she checked herself in the mirror one last time. No. But we trust him. What if his plan was to sell us all during the wedding? What if this was all an auction in disguise? Margaret asked as she turned around. Her crimson hair crowned her mask, making her look domineering. Then we will only need to resign ourselves to our fates. Mana said. Stop spouting nonsense. Arya said. She was very nervous. Totally not sure she ended up marrying Victor. She could freshly remember scolding him like his older sister a few months ago. He told her that she would want him, but she didn't believe it. I am just saying, we don't know. Margaret said as she looked at Lynn who was looking back at her. What? Nothing, Lynn said with a sigh. She didn't like Margaret at all. She made her feel threatened. What's taking Victor so long? Mira suddenly asked as she helped the nervous Monica put on a hairpin. They were both nervous, but Mira as an actress knew how to hide it well. Who knows? Margaret said, he is probably out there scamming some little girl. She said. True, all the girls nodded. That was a fact about Victor. He would always manage to find some little girl and scam her, no matter where he was or what he was doing. You are really amazing, do you know that? Someone said. It was Victor who walked backstage. I was really scamming a little girl. She would be joining you later. What? The girls were stunned as he began to change his clothes in front of them. Don't look stunned. Now be prepared. Where is Ruby? Here, young master. The little girl said as she walked from the side with a somewhat revealing priestess dress. Do you remember everything? He asked as he quickly put on his ceremonial suit. Perfectly. She said with a nod, secretly checking his body. Why couldn't she be a bride too? Damn it. He better keeps his promise to marry her with Theta when they get old enough. Are you all ready? Did you put on the talismans I gave you? He asked the girls. Yes, the girls replied. Good. Go on then. Let's start. He told Ruby as Lynn ran to his side and began to help him button his shirt. It was time to scan the world. Outside, the wedding hall suddenly turned dark. The attendants were startled and began to look around in the dim light. That's when the screens that had been projecting a clear sky on the roof slowly transformed to display black clouds with bolts of lightning striking across them with a thundering sound rocking the hall. On the dark stage, a spotlight suddenly appeared, revealing a short girl wearing a sexy priestess dress. She moved in a theatrical manner and stood right in the center of the stage. A long time ago. She began to speak in a melodic voice, signifying the beginning of the ceremony as the venue quieted down. When the world was divided into 8 warring kingdoms. The fighting was endless and the blood of the innocent painted the earth brown and the seas red. She said as screens on the sides began to display artistic renderings of the tale. They were commissioned prior to the wedding by the world's top artists. Victor planned to sell them right after the wedding in an auction. Margaret was right about there being an auction after all. Then, a hero arose from the ashes. The girl said as she moved to the side. Another spotlight appeared on stage, revealing Victor, who walked up with a smug smile. He was wearing an extravagant gilded white night suit that fitted him a little too well. On his face was a decorative mask that only covered his eyes. He looked amazing. Many of the women in the crowd began to fan themselves. Elise just watched in shock. She had thousands of thoughts in her mind and no answers. Lara, Elle, and Mia were absolutely taken. They couldn't lift their eyes off Victor. His dashing looks were totally lethal for little girls. The hero, knowing that he needed to unify the world, needed to prove his strength. He had to go to the darkest mountain and defeat the evil dragon that terrified the world. The priestess who moved to the side added in a loud voice. I said, the dragon. She called again as an empty spotlight appeared on the edge of the stage, from which a wobbly dragon made his way up with the assistance of a girl wearing a veil. She helped the drunk priest, who was wearing a black dragon grab and a dragon skull mask, sit down on his jade throne, then backed away. The attendants looked at each other as Theodore slapped his own face. Damn, that Victor. The priest was obviously drunk. He was even barfing. Julian and James Trove, on the other hand, sighed in relief as the girl in the veil was Lily. She was not a bride. After a grand battle that shook the heavens. The priestess said as thunder sounded around the hall again. The hero defeated the dragon. She yelled in a heroic voice as Victor took a ceremonial sword from his back and gently smacked the dragon skull mask on the priest's head. The dozy priest just looked up. Stop it, he said as he dozed off again. There was a slight sound of giggles in the audience, but it quickly died down when Elena smacked the 2 little girls' heads. Elise almost burst out laughing too, but the darkness and the shade she wore hid her face well. Unlike Theodore, who sighed, the attendants were a little shocked. The priest clearly wasn't doing this willingly. Regardless, no one cared. They were here for their benefit and to have fun. Oh dragon! If you do not want to die, bear witness to the unification of the kingdom and use your sacred art to hold a grand wedding for me. Victor said in a grand voice. If SHHH, the priest, dragon, said as some drool fell from his mouth. He will. The girl translated on her own, making many of the attendants frown while others smiled in amusement. The next moment, the lights gradually turned on, revealing a totally revamped stage with all kinds of golden carvings and arrays engraved on the ground. The screens were now displaying golden clouds. Not only on the roof. The entire hall walls turned out to be made out of screens that no one noticed. They began to project images of the skies, making the attendants feel as if they were in a floating temple. There was even some golden fog going around the hall, making the entire place look ethereal. Not bad, Julian said. Alice nodded. She was also amazed. Too bad she couldn't enjoy the show while knowing that Caspian was glaring at her from the back. I am sure you two will hold a bigger wedding when it is your time. Elena said. After having some time with Julian, she found him to be a very educated and polite young man. Alice, hearing her mother, couldn't help but blush and then frown a little. Never mind that. She decided to focus on the present. The priestess girl, who was now standing next to the dragon, began to speak again after making sure that the attendants finished looking around. She was a little amazed too when she saw this place for the first time in the rehearsals. To unify the kingdoms. The hero decided to marry 1 princess from each. 8 in total. And let the dragon bear witness to it as a priest, forming the 8 souls contract so that the bond can never be broken, she said as she bowed, then stepped down, and 8 girls in colorful wedding dresses and white masks stepped onto the stage with a golden fog around them. Each one of them had a unique air around her that made her stand alone. They were holding each other's hands and looked dashing despite the customs that covered all of their bodies with only their hair and parts of their faces showing. Oh brides! Let us build a new world of peace together. Victor yelled, let the wedding beggy. Stop this farce, a voice sounded coldly, stopping the priestess girl who was holding a big horn and preparing to blow in it in her tracks. Everyone looked to the back where Caspian stood from his seat and removed his mask, making those who recognized him sigh in shock as he made his way slowly toward the stage. Totally ignoring Alice on purpose. Many got very nervous at this time, especially Liliana, Alice, and Theodore, who looked at Victor waiting for him to start his plan. The attendees watched as Caspian walked slowly from his seat until he stood right under the stage. Everyone frowned. Many didn't know who Caspian was, but for those few who did, like Harvey, Liliana, and Theodore, this was a huge trouble. On the other hand, one little girl closed her nose. It was Caspian smelled like her Uncle Black's tea after he threw it in the fermentation barrel. No, that thing smelled better. Can I help you, young Master Caspian? Victor asked as he gestured to the tense Alice to calm down. He was publicly revealing that he already recognized Caspian but didn't show him any respect on purpose. Since when was one of the hero's brides a fake? Caspian asked while keeping his cool, as if Victor was just a junior and everything was going according to his plan. They are all genuine, Victor said arrogantly as he pinched Monica's butt, making her yelp. Tasted and certified. And what does this have to do with you? He asked, making those who knew what was going on wonder whether Victor was just being courageous or was he a complete fool for facing Caspian. Caspian paused. Did he mean tested? Never mind that. It has everything when it is about her. Caspian said coldly, throwing a fork that he got from one of the tables at the blue-haired girl. The fork hit the ivory mask on her face in its center in a flash, breaking it in perfect halves to reveal the delicate face of Nova von Astrom. Nova? Liliana asked in shock. This was not the girl she brought with her, but the genuine Nova. Didn't you tell me she escaped? Mirage whispered in a hurry. She did. Liliana said. Young Master Caspian. What is the meaning of this? I am now young Master Victor's woman. Nova said as she stepped forward heroically. Please show some respect, she added according to the script prepared by Victor. Caspian frowned. He knew she was fake, but this one was very lifelike. He looked back at Mirage and at Liliana. They were both shocked. It was clear she was different from the one they saw in the morning. He quickly activated his appraisal skill again, just to be sure. Name, Alex Donner. Class, Thunder Warrior. She was a fake all right. Young Master Caspian. It is rude to steal a bride away from her wedding, Victor said coldly. Still following the script. Who the hell said I am here to take her? Caspian started realizing Victor's stupid plan. She is not the real Nova. Caspian said with a sigh. Dealing with stupid people is troublesome. She is an imposter. Her name is Alex, he said, revealing that he already knew the truth. The brides gasped as they looked at Nova. They have been wondering about her since the morning. She turned out to be Alex in disguise. And you are not the real young Master Caspian, but an imposter demon who eats babies at midnight. Victor suddenly said, playing hard and making Caspian's heart almost skip a beat before Victor corrected himself. See. Everyone can spout baseless accusations. Fuck. I have almost been played. Caspian cursed inwardly. He almost thought that Victor knew that he was a demon. And he didn't eat babies. So Victor was clearly spouting nonsense. But this Victor really knew how to talk nonsense. And fake or not, what does this have to do with you? Victor added. I can marry whomever I want. Nova had made a promise to me. She is my fiancée, Caspian said, revealing a pink envelope in his hand. She asked me to come to save her, but I was too late, so she escaped, he added. Lies. Nova would never say that. She loves me. Victor said, go ahead and ask her. She never escaped, she is right here. This one is a fake. Caspian yelled, feeling a little suffocated. Victor was not playing by the book. If you think she is fake, why are you here then? Victor asked again, making Caspian almost jump on him and cut his head. I am here to clear my beloved name. Lies. Victor screamed. We will see. Imposter, this is your last chance. Caspian decided to finish this farce as he turned to Alex. You reveal yourself or I would. I am the real Nova. Young Master Victor is 3 times the man you are. She spouted randomly, causing not only the attendants to gasp but also Caspian to squint his eyes coldly and Victor to almost break character and smack his face. He should have told her not to anger Caspian a lot. Damn, you Alex. Even in this situation, she was being a jinx. Are you sure about that? Caspian asked in a very cold voice. He didn't like to be compared with other men. I am, Alex said heroically. I see. Then, Caspian said as he moved his hand in the air, revealing a talisman that shone with a bright light. Moments later, all the unawakened attendees collapsed sleeping. This was the Players' Council standard issue talisman to subdue non-players in case of emergency. Everyone collapsed on their tables, and the maids to the side collapsed to the ground. Monica and Mira, who seemingly collapsed, were quickly held by Margaret and the twins. Julian collapsed on Alice's breasts, making her slap him away. What is the meaning of this? Theodore stood up after he laid his wives softly in their chairs, then asked angrily. This was a challenge to the von Weiss family now, by using powers in their territory. Just watch. Caspian said without care, activating another talisman and totally ignoring Theodore as if he was a bug. Nothing happened. Caspian frowned. Wasn't this supposed to be an A-rank disguise revealing talisman? Was it expired? He tried another one. An S-ranked one. Nothing happened. Young Master. Are you now convinced? Victor asked the frowning Caspian. Nova is real. And she loves me. Only me. Caspian silently cursed. That nasty Victor was using some other method. He was considering attacking the fake Nova and finishing this when a voice sounded. No. She is fake, someone suddenly said. It was a very familiar voice. And I never liked you. Everyone, including Caspian and his assistant, looked to the back where a pretty girl in a blue sparkly dress walked from behind a column while removing her face mask. She was none other than Nova von Astrom. Liliana almost stood up as she looked at her daughter. Why was she here? Was she the real thing this time? Let them come. Linda cried in a loud voice as she burnt 2 strands of hair, one purple and one black. Both of them were something she acquired for a long time and kept secret. Black smoke arose from the hair strands as she threw them in a goblet of black blood, making it burn in black flames that went out with a human-like scream moments later. The ritual finished. What are you doing? A voice asked from behind, startling the sh*t out of her. What, Bill, didn't you go meet a friend? She asked as she turned and looked back. Bill was standing there. When did he arrive? Nope. You are cursing Victor and that girl Lynn, right? He said he was watching from the start, but Linda didn't notice him. He was not a fool to trust her completely as he was monitoring her. Sorry. She said as tears fell from her eyes. I couldn't handle the idea of those two enjoying their time and scamming my mother as we hid away. She began to cry. Don't cry, he said softly. I am not angry, he said with a smile. What did you curse them with? He asked. I summoned a succubus and an incubus. I will let them curse Victor and Lynn with unquenchable love, she said. So that they can love each other to death, he asked with an amused tone. No. They will not die, but dispelling this will be hard, she quickly lied. That was truly her goal. And even if this was dispelled, their reputation would be ruined after they start doing it on the wedding stage in front of everyone. Sorry, I will dispel it immediately, she said. By the time she removes it, the harm would have already been done. And Victor and Lynn would separate forever, as the shadow left by this curse can't truly be removed as it touched the soul. The moment they see each other, their bodies will start to go into heat. Even in public. So they would only be able to indulge forever, ruining their bodies. Or if they were to be forcefully separated, they would yearn for each other but never be able to touch. They would live in agony and not touch any other person ever. It was a perfect curse. Why are you apologizing? And why would you dispel it? You did good, he said. What? Isn't Victor your cousin? She didn't expect Bill, who put his family above everything else, to approve of what she just did. This didn't make sense. He is my great cousin. But that only would be true if he didn't have that filthy blood. What filthy blood? Linda asked again. She didn't get this. Nothing. Don't concern yourself with this trivial matter. Now that you are finished with this, let's go quench our own love, he said. He was in a good mood. But the baby, Linda blushed. Her pregnancy was confirmed. All she needed was to give birth, and no one would be able to separate her from Bill and her magnificent future. I will be careful, and he will enjoy it too. Harvey had to say it. He was very nervous. He had never been this nervous for a long time, but today he was. As Caspian and Victor battered at each other, he got the entire image. Victor was trying to cuckold Caspian. Yes. Was he a fool? Harvey wondered. No. Victor was not a fool. Harvey squinted his eyes. What was this brat playing at? The girl stood there looking coldly at everyone. Nova? Caspian asked in shock as he looked at the girl who looked stubbornly at him. There was a 10% chance that she might appear here, but he didn't expect it like this. He quickly appraised her. Name, Nova von Astrom. Class, fire starter. She was the real one. Why was she here? Didn't Mirage fail to locate her? Many attendees began to whisper to each other, not sure what to make out of this. Theodore glared at his son, not sure if this was a part of his supposed perfect plan or not. She is fake. Security. Victor screamed while pointing at Nova as if he was troubled, but no security personnel answered. They were all seemingly unconscious. The brides on the stage began to look at each other, wondering what was happening there. Victor didn't inform them of everything. They were supposed to just play along, but now they were not sure if this girl was the real one or not. She is a fake. The Nova on stage claimed. Totally ignoring the attendees' inspecting gazes. No. I am the real one, the new Nova calmly said, and proving this is extra easy, she added as she took out a strange talisman and then threw it in the air. A sudden burst of light drowned everything in the hall. Look at the truth, the new Nova said, gesturing toward the stage. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the Nova on stage began to slowly turn into a man. A very handsome and feminine man, but nevertheless a man. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssssss. The crowd hissed in shock. Even Lara, who was faking being unconscious, was shocked. Wasn't this Alex? Why was he here? Alex. What are you doing here? Why are you acting as Nova? Victor pointed to Alex and asked in shock as if he had no idea what was going on. Totally shameless. But subjectively, he was avoiding a lot of trouble by announcing that he knew nothing of this. You told me to? Alex was quite clear that there was no need to lie here. Victor almost kicked her ass. Alex Donner. I knew that name was familiar. Caspian said, the last surviving member of the infamous Thunder sect. I remember seeing you once in a tournament back then, he added, making Victor pause and frown. *T. He didn't expect Alex to be identified this quickly. She never told him she met Caspian before. Damn her. The plan needed to be readjusted. He quickly notified everyone to switch to scenario 51/A. It was not perfect, but it was the best option. On the other side, the attendees began to look at Alex in shock. Was this Alex? The one on the council's wanted list with a very big award, as he might hold the key to knowing what truly happened regarding the Mantis incident. Olaf, the family butler, like others, looked at Alex and then glared at Victor and Theodore for not reporting this. They totally ignored him. Alex? Is it true? Victor asked as he had no idea. Please don't be mad, young master. Yes. I am the heir to the Thunder sect. Alex nodded. She was aware that she must not let the world know that Victor knew about her. I just wanted a shelter, so I decided to use you. I didn't mean you or your family any harm, she said as she tried hard to remember the script Victor gave her last night to study on the road. I don't care about that. I just want to know how you turned into Nova. Can I do that too? Victor asked in a perverted tone, totally stunning the listeners. That's what he cared about? Well, they wanted to know too. Alex didn't know how to answer that. It was a body-changing pill. Nova, who was watching the show, said coldly, clarifying, the rare talisman I used reversed the effect of all temporary body modification in this hall, she said to Caspian, explaining why his talisman didn't work. I see, Caspian nodded. This made perfect sense. Oh, Victor opened his eyes wide. Body changing? Where did you get it? Do you have more? He asked the flustered Alex as if he had no idea. You gave it to him. Don't think that I don't know that you stole some sanitary napkins from my house and used the blood on them to ask an alchemist to make them. Nova said, he wanted to marry me even if only in the name to humiliate us. Oh, all the attendants looked at Victor like he was a pervert. Especially Nova's family. Stole what? When? How? Lies, these are baseless accusations. Victor yelled as he secretly gave a series of instructions to Alex and Ian to start the plan. I am an honest man, he added, but no one believed him. Regardless, Caspian said, giving Victor a cold glare. This will have to be investigated by. Caspian began to talk, but before he could continue, Alex jumped on him with a golden spear. Caspian was totally unprepared for this sudden attack as Alex was very fast and she attacked from an impossible angle. The attendees gasped in shock as the golden spear hit right in the center of Caspian's forehead where it was stopped in its tracks by a reverberating light. Alex, stop. Victor yelled a little too late, but Alex didn't listen to him and struck at Caspian again. But the latter was prepared this time as a golden shield formed in his hand, which he used to defend against the attack. The sound of metal hitting metal rang in the hall as sparks flew in the air. Trimon! Caspian yelled for his man. How dare you ruin my plans? Alex yelled angrily as she struck again. This time, however, she was aiming at Nova. *T. Trimon, take care of Nova. Caspian yelled, changing his plan, he had to defend her. Nova was essential to his demonic array. His momentary hesitation was a big mistake, as it left him wide open. The spear that was going to be deflected by Trimon wasn't there anymore as it was now aiming at the gap in Caspian's defense. It struck like a shadow and hit again right in the middle of his forehead. Caspian cursed as he was pushed back, then paused as a sound of shattering could be around him. Caspian gasped. His indestructible shield that had 3 charges was shattered in 2. This meant that Alex was hitting him at the exact same spot. What kind of proficiency was this? This guy was dangerous. For the first time since entering the hall, Caspian was scared. Really scared. And he didn't like this at all. You shall die. Caspian yelled as a jade-decorated sword appeared in his hand. From the sheen of its blade, it was clear that it was very sharp. Stop this now. Theodore yelled. This situation was very delicate. He wanted to intervene. Stop. This is not our fight, Olaf stopped him. Theodore silently cursed and decided to let these two fight it and only intervene if the situation got out of hand. Caspian, totally ignoring everyone else, attacked Alex without delay, intending to subdue her, but again after 3 strokes, he realized that he was totally outmatched. Many in the hall noticed this too. It was not like Alex was better than him at fighting, but his strikes were not connecting with her as she was very slippery and her spear was moving all over the place at impossible angles that were hard to defend against. It was as if he was fighting an illusion. Looser. Is this really the famous Caspian? I can't understand what's so good about him. Victor suddenly began to spout nonsense. Caspian really wanted to curse back at him, but a sudden feeling of forbidding danger stopped him. Alex had used the slight distraction to attack again. Caspian quickly used his sword to deflect the spear, but the damn thing disappeared right after it touched his sword and spread right in front of his head. *T. Boss, watch out. Trimon, who was now protecting Nova, warned, but it was too late. Caspian clenched his jaw. Using all of his strength he swung his already extended sword at a nearby column, to use the recoil to push his head back to the side slightly and managed to barely parry the attack at the last moment. T. The spear tracked a red stroke of blood on Caspian's handsome face, making everyone in the hall gasp. This was a big insult, especially for someone arrogant like Caspian who prided himself as the heir of the biggest sect. The Heavenly Sect. The kid is dead, Trimon said. No one has humiliated Caspian like this before and left in one piece. Nova just squinted her eyes and watched with a smirk. You filthy monkey, Caspian's eyes turned red with anger as he touched the gushing wound on his face. He was very furious. He was about to move again using his supreme martial arts, but paused when he felt it. The feeling of burning. It was like his soul was getting ripped away from his body. He knew this feeling, someone was trying to banish him. *T. What? Where is he? Who was doing this? Looking around with his appraisal, Caspian realized that it was none other than the golden spear in Alex's hands. The spear was some kind of a blessed artifact. When it injured him, its power must have activated. Divi's blessed spear, can detect demons on touch. Can banish naughty demons. You are a demon. Alex suddenly said as she looked at the spear and then at Caspian in shock. You filthy demon die, she attacked again with hatred this time as if he was the one who killed her father. Caspian gasped. *T. Without thinking, he knew what to do. This bastard and his spear needed to disappear forever no matter what or his entire plan would be ruined. Caspian quickly activated his life-saving treasure, the SSS-ranked artifact, the Gate of Doom. He took it from his ring in a split second and aimed it at Alex without thinking. It was a tiny red oak wood box that once opened released a flash of a black light that evaporated everything in its path. Boom. A huge explosion shook the hotel, as a hole was opened in its side. Watch out. A bomb. Justice is served at last. Polygamists should die. Arrest them. They must be culprits. The people below the hotel began to flee in chaos as the explosion from above made some debris fall. Nothing major though. Breaking news. A sudden explosion broke the white hotel, Gloria said as she got shoved by the people who ran around her. She was not running, this was her chance, we have reports of. She paused as the cameraman gestured for her to stop, then looked at his camera. What now? She scolded. Strange. We don't have a signal, the cameraman said as he looked toward their van. It was not there. What's wrong? Gloria asked. Where is our van? The cameraman asked as the people around him began to calm down and look up. The van? Gloria asked as she looked around searching for the damn van while sweating. It was not there. Could it have been stolen? She wondered as began to panic. She had begged the editor for this chance for the entirety of last week. But he kept telling her that it might be dangerous. If something were to happen to the channel's high-tech broadcasting van, she would have to literally sell her body to pay for it. It's there, suddenly the camera said, making Gloria notice the van. She quickly ran toward it to discover that it had been completely ransacked. The recordings were all gone. The smoke slowly cleared from the hall as most players stood up and began to look around. Most of them were veteran players, and a little explosion didn't really faze them. Only noobs like Archie, Gary, and April were scared. No, Archie was no longer in the hall. Harvey and Amon, on the other hand, were part of the few who didn't move at all. They remained relaxed in their seats from the start, watching the show. Alex, who was standing proudly in the center of the hall before, was no more. Only the broken shaft of her spear and some dregs of the wedding dress she was wearing remained. Behind her, the mark of the destruction ray was left. A black streak of soot dug through the marble tiles and reached the walls in the back, which had a new big hole as a decoration. Thankfully, no one else was hurt, as Alex was standing in a safe spot, and there was no one behind him. Just the stage was a little damaged. The old priest was the closest one to the destruction ray, but he was lucky that he was already unconscious, or he would have completely lost his mind at the sight of death passing a few inches to his right. Caspian slowly closed the box, with a bead of sweat going down his eyebrow. He really overreacted there. That banishment effect was not enough to hurt him, but when Alex suddenly said that he was a demon, and with everything happening around bewildering him, he lost his cool. Thankfully that hateful blessed spear was destroyed. *T. Caspian looked around at the wary attendees. They were not shocked about the death of a man. Unlike their still unconscious friends, they were players, they didn't care about the lives of a few men. But the escalation of events was really beyond their comprehension. Hopefully, no one would believe Alex's claim that he was a demon. They probably already forgot about it. Caspian convinced himself. Victor at the stage was gaping in shock with his brides, who were gasping in total disbelief. They were wondering if this was all part of Victor's plan. Other than them, there was only one little girl who was also shocked, but for the right reasons. Alex was dead. She couldn't believe it. Lara's eyes were filled with tears, but moments later a whisper in her ear made her open her eyes wide and look at her shameless esteemed brother. Alive? Really? What show? She asked herself. Alex. Victor shouted in grief as he ran to where Alex was before, then pointed at Caspian. How dare you? I was supposed to start with him tonight, he said as fell to his knees and held Alex's remains. Everything paused at that moment as everyone looked at Victor, trying to process what he just said. Did they just hear that correctly? It was all your fault. Ruining my good day. Ruining my wedding. Victor said. Caspian glared at Victor and pondered finishing this pervert off. But a moment later, he was shocked as Victor, who was kneeling, suddenly attacked him out of nowhere with a dagger aimed at his heart. Victor, no. Theodore scolded, but it was too late. Victor had already jumped at Caspian, who was about to launch a deadly attack again. Nothing happened. Victor was stopped at the last moment as Mike and Alice appeared out of nowhere and constrained him. Let me go. Victor screamed as if he was in pain. Shut up. Mike scolded as he tried to subdue Victor by rendering him unconscious, but kept failing as his brothers moved like a slippery eel. Alex was my brothel's buddy. Victor yelled, we banged tons of girls together. I need to avenge him, he added as he tried to escape his brother's grasp. Theodore, who was still being obstructed by Olaf, paused after hearing his shameless son's words, then silently cursed. Thankfully Elena was already unconscious and couldn't hear any of his perverted rumblings. On the other hand, Lara, who was still feigning being unconscious, wondered what a brothel buddy was. She would ask her mother later. I think you should leave. Alice didn't care about the ruckus behind her as coldly faced Caspian. She was resting her hands on her long sword that she took out from her ring seconds ago. Still as rude and spicy as ever. Fine, take care of your idiot brother and tell him to stop with his stupid act. No one is being fooled. Caspian said after a sigh. He knew that he should leave. Although the von Weiss family was now on the brink of destruction, they still had enough juice to hurt him if he stepped too far. He didn't want to anger his cheap father too. He turned around and slowly approached Nova. I came to save you, he said with a proud smile as if he didn't just kill another human being and ruin a wedding. I always knew you would, Nova said with a blush while cursing inwardly. This was beyond his plan. Yes, this Nova was not a she, but a he. He was none other than Tom, who was implementing the system's crazy scheme. After entering the hotel this morning, he quickly headed to the restroom, where he used the body-changing pills he stole from Victor's mansion on himself. After that, the system helped him hide his tracks as he sneaked into the wedding hall and waited for the right time to implement his plan to reveal Victor's scheme and get rid of Caspian if he showed up. He was hoping that the real Nova would show up, but the system was right, and she didn't. Caspian appeared. So Tom just watched him face Victor with a smug smile, but what he didn't expect was that Caspian failed miserably to uncover Victor's scheme. Victor kept manipulating him like a child. Tom wanted the men whom he hired to start causing trouble at that moment, but failed their mission by default as they all collapsed after Caspian activated his talisman. This really forced Tom to reveal himself and intervene with the help of a talisman that he stole from Victor's study. The scheme was revealed and Victor was humiliated. That's what should have happened, but the fight that followed was not in Tom's plan. He didn't expect Alex to act so rashly. It was not a bad development though. Tom wouldn't mind it if Alex got rid of Caspian and made Victor take all the blame. But this didn't work. Caspian had more aces than he anticipated. Tom was confident when he showed up first, but at the moment he was a little hesitant. He was not sure that he would be able to kill Caspian and escape safely. This guy was stronger than he looked, and that guy Trimon who was standing next to him was not an easy opponent. That left only the system's backup plan. And oh, he couldn't do it. The whimsical system is not trying to be whimsical here. It really advises you to stick to the backup plan. Caspian is more powerful than anticipated. No, we will stick with the original plan. Tom said to the system as Caspian approached him. I really missed you. Caspian, who was now right in front of Tom, said as he extended his hand. Tom hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and decided to accept Caspian's hand. It was all for Nova. Me too. Tom said as he watched Caspian slowly move his face closer, intending to kiss him. Tom squinted his eyes, this was his chance. He quickly activated the smoke bombs. He planned to hold on to Caspian as the smoke filled the room, then in the darkness, he would secretly stab him with his poison dagger, finishing him off. After that, he would scream and act in distress as if Victor was the one who did it, ruining him and his family forever. According to the system, once Caspian was dead, it would be able to locate Nova. This plan was perfect. Killing two birds with one stone. Bombs activate. Tom activated the bombs just as Caspian's lips approached him. Nothing happened. What? He tried again, but still, nothing happened. What was going on? Where are the men? Why weren't the smoke bombs working? Tom was in total shock as Caspian's tender lips touched his. They tasted like mint. Tom cursed inwardly as he decided to risk it all. He took out the dagger from his ring and in one swift move he plunged it into Caspian's stomach, or that was what was supposed to happen, but nothing happened as Tom couldn't move at all. Why? What happened? The system had to stop you for your own good. You have no cover. Even if Caspian was hurt, Triman who is behind you will attack you. Nova is most likely heading to the heavenly sect. If you kill Caspian now, Nova will surely die a horrifying death. Wait until you are alone with him and then try to kill him. You can also follow him to the heavenly sect and steal his supreme treasure according to the backup plan. The system suddenly clarified. Tom was in shock as he read that message. Yes, he acted rashly, the system was right. That's when Tom felt Caspian's tongue enter his mouth, reminding him of his situation. Tom quickly regained control of his body and pushed Caspian away. Caspian frowned. Not now. Not in front of all of these people. Tom said with a blush that he didn't know about as he considered his options. Oh, Caspian chuckled as he grabbed Tom, hugging him from the back. Nova was always a shy girl. Then let's go somewhere private, he said to Tom as he liked his lips. He was in the mood for some action. But. Nova. Stop. Liliana suddenly said. She had been standing up for a while now, but her daughter never spared her a glance. She is Nova's mother. Act as a spoiled brat in love. Do exactly as I tell you, or Caspian would suspect you. The system warned as he began to display a series of subtitles for Tom to use. Sorry, Mom. But I love him. Tom hesitated then told Lilian, I will send you an invitation to my wedding so that you will be able to braid my hair as you promised, she added, making Liliana pause and then frown. She never promised that and Nova never really braided her hair. Was this a coded massage? What did it mean? Take me away, my knight in shining armor. Tom told Caspian following the system's prompt with disgust. Stop. Liliana shouted again, but one look from Triman, who was walking behind Caspian like his shadow, made the woman shut up. Tears began to well in her eyes. Let's go. Caspian said as he dragged Tom away, not forgetting to give Victor who was biting his lip while looking at him hatefully stage one last look. How is the loser now? He asked as he moved away. Caspian really enjoyed the feeling of taking another man's bride. Maybe he should do it more. Remembering something he stopped and looked back at Alice who kept her glare at him all this time. Don't think that I forgot about you. See you at the tournament, he said as he turned and walked out, giving the collapsed Julian a glare on his way out. No one stopped him. No one dared. Alice bit her lip but didn't respond, feeling a little relieved as she saw him step out through the door without an incident. This was really close. Many had similar feelings to Harvey, Theodore, and Olaf. They all sighed in relief. Mirage also was thankful Caspian got what he wanted and avoided a direct confrontation with Victor. She no longer needed to be careful of him now, and she could focus on her second mission and search for the origin of the disturbance by analyzing everyone's fate. This was going to be tiresome, but if the one with the true ruler's fate was not found, her lord's plan would be a mess. Sitting beside Mirage, Lilian had some very grave look in her eyes. She was the only one truly aggravated by what happened. Liliana. This is better, no one can hurt her now. Sirius said with a smile. He couldn't understand why his wife hated Caspian. Now no one in the family can annoy them. Even the Von Astrom representative who was being arrogant all day long was now looking at Sirius with awe. Shut up. Lillian cursed at her husband as she looked hatefully at Victor, then paused when she heard an old voice tell her a few sentences. Don't let it show. That Nova was a fake too. Mirage is a traitor. She was the one who told Caspian that the Nova here was fake. They are working together. What? Who are you, and how do you know that? Liliana whispered as she looked around. Call us Fragrant Shadow. Nova is in our good hands. She is being very stubborn, but she suffered no harm. We will contact you later with instructions. The voice faded. Frowning, Liliana looked around, but no one was suspicious. No. Everyone was suspicious. She quickly grabbed her bag and left the hall. Her family quickly followed. No one stopped them or asked them why. They were no longer needed here. Victor carefully observed and relished through the array as the troublesome two scions left. Some things had to be improvised, but all went according to plan. He made some tough choices here, as he could have found a way to eliminate Caspian, but for the greater picture, he chose not to. On the contrary, he got what he wanted. Although Alex revealed that Caspian was a demon, this meant nothing, as it was a baseless accusation. But questions would be asked, and Caspian would be forced to slow down his plan to avoid suspicion. Victor smiled as he stored the drop of blood he got in his ring. It was taken by Alex when she injured Caspian. This was the element for his next step. Caspian didn't know it, but he was in Victor's grasp ever since he entered the hall. Victor in fact had more than 10 other cards. Some were used like the libido effect of the Edict Shard was working subtly on Caspian. It was very effective, making him leave without making more trouble. He was in a hurry to bang Nova after all. Some were left untouched, like the array surrounding the stage. If Caspian decided to play it a little harder, he would have surely suffered a lot. Victor originally planned to kill Caspian secretly by using Tom after they left, but his plan changed when he discovered his fate to rule the world and his connection to the Fate sect. A new plan was formulated at that moment. Poor Tom now had to suffer a little as killing Caspian was out of the picture. The system would find some stupid reason to stop him from doing it. Tom would have to leave for now, heading toward the Heavenly Sect where he would not find Nova, not for a while at least. So he would have to stay there and maybe learn some martial arts. This was not bad for him at all. The transformation pills Victor gave him should suffice for him for a year or two. There was a question of whether he would be able to fend Caspian for that long and protect his virginity through. Who knows? This was not Victor's problem. No matter what, the bullet called Nova had been averted for now. He should probably start preparing a role for her for his new plan. Victor chuckled and was about to go talk to his father about resuming the wedding when suddenly he felt a sense of danger. A black thread was forming against him. No, Lin was getting affected too. Victor had no idea what this was, but he knew it would be bad. The feeling of dread was getting stronger. Victor instinctively knew what to do. He quickly used the opportunity that Caspian was still in the hotel to use his powers through the array. He disguised Tom and Caspian's player status, making them appear as if they were his and Lin's. It didn't work. This was not a system skill being applied. He tried to disguise their blood next. It worked this time, as in the next moment the black thread dissipated. It was a blood curse. Victor frowned. If Tom and Caspian got killed by this, it would be troublesome. But Victor doubted that would happen. Those two were scions after all. Young master, a curse had just been detected. The array could not stop it as it was 1 degree higher than its ability. Yin's voice came through the telecommunicator a second later. I know. Ignore it for now. Is the other venue finished? He said as sweat fell from his brow. Yeah, all targets had been neutralized. Good. Clean it up. We will now go into stage 2 of the plan, he said as he watched Caspian through Tom's eyes. They left the hotel and reached Caspian's SUV car. They were acting edgy for a second, but the moment the door closed, they jumped on each other. Victor had no way to describe what he saw next other than saying that it was very disgusting and that Tom was no longer reluctant to accept Caspian's love. Oh. Oh. What kind of curse was this? Victor had a clear idea about that. It was a succubus-incubus duel. But wasn't it too strong for its level? It was affecting science after all. No. Oops. It was his fault. The shard libido effect seemed to have doubled the curse power. But who was behind it? Victor also had an idea, because it had to be someone with access to both traces of him and Lynn, and that could only be Linda. Victor sighed. Sorry, Tom. You took this one for me, and I will repay you later. The hall was silent for the next 5 minutes after Caspian left. No one knew what would happen next until Victor spoke. Shall we continue? He asked as Mike let go of him. Continue your ass. Theodore scolded, don't you see how ruined the hall is? There is another hall 3 floors below. I did it first, but didn't like the decoration, so I switched to this one. That one would work too. Victor said. What? Then what about your dead friend? Who? Victor asked with a frown. Alex. Wasn't he your brothel pal? Brothel buddy, not pal. And no. I barely knew him. Sure, we only went to a brothel once, but the bastard took all the girls for himself. He even used those toys too. Enough. I got the idea. Theodore said. You sure want to continue? He asked to make sure. Exactly. It would be a waste to stop the wedding now, after everything. Victor said, begging his father. Please, please, please. I have been waiting for my wedding night for ages. Theodore frowned, the situation was a mess. No, it wasn't, he paused. He was upset earlier about the mess, but in a way, the current situation was not bad at all. His shameless son had magically managed to get rid of marrying the troublesome Nova without breaking the family rules. On the contrary, he bravely tried to stop Caspian. Theodore smiled as he looked at Olaf and then at his son. Fine, Theodore said, then looked at a table to the side. Master Harvey. Can you help me to wake everyone up? Theodore finally decided on what to do, so he looked at Harvey and asked. Harvey, who was also relieved nothing bad happened with Caspian, nodded and then threw a talisman up that shone with a worm-red light. Those things were very common in his auction business, to get rid of snoopy journalists. 1 minute later, the non-players' invitees began to wake up one by one and then look around with lost eyes, not knowing what just happened. They just looked in dismay as the brides retreated from the stage in a row. Was the wedding finished already? What the fuck happened? The attendees were quickly calmed down by the pretty maids who went straight back to business as soon as they woke up, serving the newly woken guests with cups of freshly brewed coffee. It was as if they were not asleep, to begin with. Sorry about that, everyone. One of the brides wanted to escape, so she threw a shock grenade, Theodore, who stood on the stage, said, pointing to the opening in the wall. No one was hurt, but most of you lost consciousness for a few minutes. Don't worry, it was not dangerous. Theodore added as the attendees looked at each other. What now? Elena, who was having a headache, asked. We will take a 30-minute break for the maids to check on anyone, then continue with the ceremony afterward. Theodore explained as he looked at Amelia. Yes, she nodded. During that Caspian fiasco, she wanted to help, but her aunt kicked her leg and ordered her to stay put. This was not their family's problem. Now that everything was solved, continuing the wedding is the only way to save face. And Len already had the parasite. Good, Theodore said, then turned back to the attendees. Now, you can take your time and sample our exquisite dishes as we get things prepared. The wedding will continue at another hall and the maids will guide you there afterward. The place was arranged. However, if you feel unwell, you are free to leave. We will arrange a ride for you. Theodore said finally. Some people were a little scared hearing him and wanted to leave. No one stopped them on their way out, but when they saw the gilded cakes and delicacies that began to be brought from the kitchens, they quickly returned to their seats and decided to stay. Those things were so rare that every dish would cost millions. They were not going to miss this no matter what. Yes. Other than the few real VIPs and some special guests. Most of the attendees were bootlickers or money worshippers. Those were the only ones who dared to risk their reputation and attend Victor's perverted wedding. What just happened? Where did that nosy guy go? Elena asked in a lost tone as Theodore returned to his seat. He left with Nova, Theodore said with a sigh. As he glanced at Elle and Lara, who were acting lost. What? That bride? Wasn't he saying that she was a fake? Luna asked. Nah. This was a scheme so that he could escape with her. Theodore explained as Lara looked at him with shock. Her esteemed father was lying with a straight face. Julian on the other hand wondered why his jaw hurt. Alice seemed to be distracted, so he looked around and noticed that James Trove was glaring at him. "I need to go to the bathroom, my lip is bleeding for some reason," he said. "Oh, go then," Alice said with a blush. It was her fault. She was feeling relieved that Caspian left and totally forgot about Julian. Julian sighed, then slowly left the hall and headed to the nearest restroom, but to his dismay, it was out of order. He quickly found the next nearest one. James, as expected, was waiting for him there. "Young Master Julian. What the F***ck are you doing here?" James asked as he activated an isolation talisman. "Just got out of prison and wanted to check on my little sis," Julian said. "I got a chance to sneak in here and I took it." "That's not the problem. What are you doing with that slut Alice?" "A slut? She doesn't seem like one," Julian said. "I am acting as her boyfriend. Her brother wanted to introduce her to some nasty guy and she didn't like that, so she paid me $1 million to act as her shield," he said proudly. "Oh. What?" James frowned. "Yeah. I guess I will be able to relax during the rest of my family test," Julian said. "Young Master. You know well that there is no free lunch in this world, right? I am paying for it with my handsomeness." "Young Master. If you excuse my vulgarness, but you are in deep sh*t. "What? Why do you say that?" "First, Alice is a pervert." "Really?" Julian smiled unknowingly. "Ah. Not in the way you think. I will tell you about her later," James said, not wanting Julian to reveal a thing here. "The most important thing is that by being with Alice, you have been marked by that man Caspian. He already put a curse on you." "What? A curse?" Julian asked. Although he wasn't a player, he had some knowledge about talismans and curses due to his education. "Yes. Caspian was rejected by Alice before and he held a grudge. Although he can't hurt her because he fears her master, it is easy for him to kill you," James said as he took a talisman from his pocket and put it on Julian's head. "What? Wasn't that guy just a madman?" Julian asked as the talisman began to smoke. That's what the von Weiss family wanted those idiots at the venue to believe. "This is a close call. Thankfully Caspian was only after one of the brides," James said as he watched the talisman turn black and fall to the ground seconds later. "Is the curse gone?" Julian asked. "I only locked 90% of it. That's the best I can do following the family rules," James said with a frown. "You will suffer some bad luck for the next few months, so you better stay low-key. When you finish your test, the family can easily remove the curse entirely." "Oh. Now let's go. Victor will need to replace the missing bride to complete the 8 brides ceremony, and hopefully, it will not be your sister," James said. "And what if he chose her?" "I have my ways to manage this. We just have to keep her away from the stage," James said. "Victor." Marley ran to her cousin as soon as she noticed him. He instructed the maid. "Have you seen Archie?" she asked him. "Your boyfriend?" "Yes. Some people saw you talk to him." "Yes, before the ceremony." "Wasn't he with you?" "No. Some stupid maid locked me in the ladies' room. When I managed to escape and return to the hall, he was gone." "Did you search the other tables?" "He may be courting some other girl," Victor asked with a frown. "Archie should have been with Officer Lee's family. He wouldn't dare to do that. And when the ceremony started, he was already nowhere to be found." "Oh. I will ask the hotel manager to check the security tapes. Just relax with your family," Victor said. "Okay," she nodded and left. Victor frowned after looking at his distressed cousin. Wasn't she supposed to be fighting with Leah over Archie now? "Where is Archie?" he asked Alpha through the telecommunicator. He totally forgot about him as the ceremony started. He had too many variables to keep track of, and Archie was not one of his priorities. "Oh, hoo. What? Well, let me phrase it like this. The shard that caused the libido effect is a little more effective than we expected." "Oh," Victor said. He didn't really get to thoroughly test it before deploying it. "Didn't you tell me that it is as strong as 1% concentrated red tulip aphrodisiac?" "It is. But what I didn't expect is that its effect is cumulative." It adds 1% per minute. Oh. Oh, hi. Victor finally understood why Caspian and Tom didn't show any sense of resistance. Victor initially told the girls to start applying the effect on him as soon as they entered the hall, to make them feel a little distracted. He didn't expect that they would have been holding it all this time. So. Archie. He took Leah and opened a room. Well, here goes the faithful guy. All men are cheaters. Alpha spat coldly. I am not a cheater. I do it openly, Victor clarified. Yeah, whatever suits your sick ego. She said, why did you order Ian to reduce the effect of her banishment skill at the last moment? Weren't you planning to make him reveal something about him being a demon? Not anymore. He didn't explain. I have some new data after appraising him, killing him now is very disadvantageous. I just need him to stay low-key for now, at least until the tournament. Whatever. We got something from when he was placing that plague array in the restroom. You may be interested. Didn't you tell me he used a blocking talisman? When cleaning the restroom, we found a damaged drone in one of the toilets. Some idiot tried to sneak it in but fell from him when he went in to do his business. Oh. Apparently, the water in the toilet shielded it from Caspian's talisman, maybe some elemental conflict. Anyway, it doesn't have a picture and just sounds. We had to steal its decoding device from a van outside. What's in it? Caspian was telling his servant Trimon to transfer the girls they got to a new warehouse, she said. They seem to have bought them from some black market trader. Oh. Go save them. You were planning to do that anyway. I am just letting you know, shall we release the audio? No. There would be no need for that. Victor said as he turned off the telecommunicator. He sighed and looked around the hall before quickly walking toward Harvey, who seemed to be expecting him to come. Master Harvey. I will need to add Elise to the wedding after all. Victor said, I need the brides to be 8, he added just as James and Julian walked back into the hall. They heard him, so they looked at each other and then nodded in relief. I am okay with it. Harvey said, do you have a dress for her? Yes. I have an extra. Victor said as he held Elise's wheelchair. Let's go, he said. She didn't reply. Elise was utterly and completely shocked. During the events earlier, she could see everything. She had no idea why she did it, but she acted as if she lost consciousness as Victor instructed her, and watched the show. Others could not see it, but she could. As Victor acted as a pervert, everything around him was a stage. Alex, the one everyone thought was fighting Caspian, was standing still most of the time, and only attacking when Victor gestured to him. When Alex was supposedly killed, he was simply dragged away by Victor moments before Caspian attacked. Even the attack itself was secretly manipulated to be aimed at an empty spot so that no one was hurt. The biggest surprise was that girl Nova. She was a man in disguise. And that guy Caspian was completely fooled, kissing her with passion. She was not stupid as she realized that Victor was showing her this to convince her of his ability. And she had to confess that she was convinced. Everyone in the hall fell for his schemes, including her smart-ass grandfather. How did he do it? She had no idea. But she had one more test for Victor. Why didn't you kill him? Elise suddenly asked as Victor dragged her out of the hall. This was the first thing she asked, making Victor smile. Like in his previous life, this girl was as smart as a fox and as curious as a kitten. Which one? That Caspian. Your fake bride was just toying with him all this time, and that other guy disguised as a woman was probably also yours. You had many chances. True, but why should I kill him? He seemed like a dangerous guy who knew how to hold a grudge. He had his eyes on your sister, and he would have probably killed you if he got a chance. You are correct. But it is not like he can hurt me in public. The same goes for me, Victor chuckled. I will not ruin my wedding for him. The wedding must go on. It is vital. You could do it behind the scenes. You seem to be proficient in that, she said, wondering if he made her get to see all of those on purpose to test her. I could have done that. Oh. Then that guy disguised as a woman. The one Caspian took away. Will he kill him now? She interrupted, she was clearly having fun. That was the plan. It would have been very hard though. Caspian has many hidden cards. Victor nodded. I plan to make him drag Caspian into an inescapable trap, then finish him off. Then. What made you change your mind? She asked. He, you would need to promise me a favor if you want to know that. Okay, she answered straight ahead. Aren't you going to ask me what is the favor I want? You will get what you want sooner or later, she said in her stoic voice. So. Why didn't you want to kill him? She asked. You see, I have this skill called appraisal. It is an SSS ranking. Oh. You saw something. What is it? What did you find out? She asked curiously. She was no longer whispering as a lady, but as a normal girl her age. It will be hard to explain it simply, but let me phrase it like this. That Caspian's position is very good. It would be a waste to just kill such a good piece. Position? Like in where he lives? No. Class? No. Politics? Also no. She paused. Like in chess? Exactly. She frowned. You plan to do a castling? She asked after a long pause. Victor was taking his time pushing her around. Both figuratively and literally. Yup. I just planned this scheme on the go, and it still has many things to iron out. Oh. That explains why you still sent that guy with him, she said. Yeah. He will be my eyes. When would your turn be? Very soon. I need to collect all the game rules first. I am not very familiar with this piece's movement patterns after all. There can't be any mistakes. I see. She went silent again, making Victor smile. She was completely snared. Elise von Geldstadt, the world's most amazing legendary strategist, was now in his hands. He didn't expect to get her this early after his return, but he didn't mind it. At least she still had her childish spirit. Not yet corrupted by the world. In Victor's past life, after Harvey died due to his poisoning, the new patriarch who hated Elise's mother kicked her out mercilessly, forcing her to live in the streets as a beggar for a few years. According to the recorders, she went through hell. Literally. She went off records after the brothel she was imprisoned in was burnt. Probably her doing. She only reappeared after the reckoning as an aide to one of the strongest scions at that time. With that guy, they formed an army of survivors who were able to grab many cities back from the monsters and demons who flooded the world, creating a de facto kingdom of players before any other power could stabilize the situation. Of course, no one knew about her role back then. Only after that idiot, Scion challenged the newly established imperial family were her true powers revealed. The Von Krone really suffered a lot at her hands. Half of the army was decimated before they paid a great price to recruit an army of scions who forcefully destroyed everything using brute force. Although she made them suffer a lot, in the end, no plans could stand in their way. After that, the scion who protected her lost an arm and a leg getting apprehended. As a scion, executing him was a very hard thing to do, so they chose to exile him to another world as they did to others before him. In exchange for sending him to a good world instead of hell, the demon's dimension, he revealed everything about her and her plans, blaming her for the loss of armies that the imperial family suffered and saying that he wanted to surrender from the start. She was quickly brought to the throne room after that, where the emperor, Lily's uncle, was enchanted by her beauty. He offered her to join the imperial family as a concubine and she accepted, probably knowing that she didn't have a choice. On her wedding night, she was poisoned to death by the queen who feared her. That's the official story, but according to what Yulian told him, after she was killed, her corpse mysteriously disappeared. Most likely she faked her death and escaped. After a year, the emperor was killed in a duel at the hands of his brother, Lily's father, who took his place as the emperor. Victor heard Yulian speculate that she had a hand behind this, but he had no proof. If Victor met her back then, he would have surely been manipulated and killed without knowing what happened. But right now, she was still a naive little girl, only a little smarter than others. That would leave your last rank unguarded, Elise suddenly said. She had been analyzing his plan. And without knowing everything about it, she found its major weak point. Not if others planned to do the same to me. Victor said, I just learned of this scheme a few minutes ago. I couldn't have hoped for a better chance. Oh. Oh, she just nodded as her little brain began to turn again. Still. It would be a risky move, she asked, still using chess terms. There would be a risk. But what if all my pawns were to be promoted? Oh, so that's why the mass wedding. It is to upgrade pawns to queens. Exactly. An amateur king would be screwed. Yup. A professional one would be too. That would need you to sacrifice a queen. Not if that queen is a slut. I will marry you, she suddenly said. But you better not lie to me or betray my trust, she added, making up her mind. Sorry, I will definitely lie. But I would never betray you, he said. You don't have a choice about marrying me anyway, he added. Who knows, she added as she lifted her hand holding a poison bottle. You would not have taken that, he said as he grabbed it. Like I said, who knows, she repeated with a smile. One had to say that some people fall in love with others at first sight. Elise was not like that. But after seeing Victor in action and having this conversation with him, for the first time in her life, she felt a strange feeling in her little heart. It was racing like a small pony. It was not really love, that's what she told herself. Elise had no concept of what love was anyway. But Victor was the first guy she met who could understand and respond to all her questions in a satisfying way without being an old fox like her grandfather. And she really liked that feeling of being with him. He made her feel safe. And, in a way, he was very handsome. Victor finished his brainwashing session by carefully pushing Elise into the waiting room where the brides were relaxing in their fluffy dresses while retouching their makeup. They were a little sulky because Victor was using their wedding as some kind of fly trap. But as soon as Victor walked through the door, they brightened up. That was for a second before noticing Elise. Who is this? Margaret asked immediately. The new bride, Victor said as the girls looked at him and then at Elise. They were curious. The one we got the extra dress for? Arya asked. Yup, Victor nodded. Isn't she a little too young to marry? Margaret asked, making the other girls take note of this very important fact. She is old enough, Victor replied. Elise nodded. Legally enough? I have the consent of her parents. Tell that to the cops. Margaret replied as she inspected Elise. Fresh and pretty. Just the way Victor liked them. She knew because she liked them that way too. I will if they dared to come. Help her put on her dress and get ready. You only have 15 minutes. And make sure to wear the masks and the prop I prepared. You call that thing a prop? It is whatever I call it to be. Not that I am not into this bondage play. But some of the girls here are shy, and do you know how much it weighs? It is pure gold. It has to be heavy. Think of it as a big necklace, he said then, turning to the priestess girl, Ruby. You did good earlier, I will be counting on you again. I might need to improvise a little, so play along. I understand. Ruby replied as she looked at Elise. She was not much older than her. Did you finish with Alex? Yes, he already took his new role. Ruby said, you should really find a manlier butler, he kept squeaking like a little girl as we shaved his head. He is the manliest I could find, for now, Victor said, you will get to like him if you spend some time with him and dig deep enough behind his stupid persona. Victor. About that Nova. Was she really that foolish guy? Margaret suddenly interrupted. Oh, so you realized. Victor wasn't really surprised, he already noticed that Margaret had some crazy intuition. He suspects it has something to do with her soul, but he was not sure. Of course I did, she said as the other girls frowned. They knew that Nova was a fake, but they didn't know her identity. Was he really a guy like Alex? Yes. It was him. Victor nodded. Holy sh*t. Then he and that arrogant idiot Caspian are. Already did. He took it like a man. Victor interrupted. HSSS. Really? In the butt? Or would the body-changing pill give him? She didn't continue as Victor got the idea. Who knows? You can ask him if he returned alive. Victor shrugged. Like I would ever do that. No. I probably would, Margaret nodded, she was really that curious. Who are you talking about? Mina asked curiously. As the other girls looked at Victor. Later. I will tell you privately tonight, Victor told them, making them blush. He didn't want to affect their mood or cause them to be absent-minded during the ceremony. That is for now, he added. Then get out, the girl can't change with you looking at her like a pervert. Margaret quickly said, pushing Victor out and then turning to Elise. She only had 15 minutes to interrogate her. Victor, who got the door shut in his face, chuckled and then turned around to face a very pretty girl. Lily, who was following him from the hall. "Is everything ready?" he asked. 124 corpses are being burnt now as offerings instead of the 11 originally planned, she nodded. "Thankfully, those guys came and offered themselves to us." "Yeah. The more we offer, the stronger the bond would be." "I didn't think that we would be this lucky to get all of those selfless people volunteering," he said, then looked at her. "Don't worry, you will be able to pull it off. Just relax and remember your lines," he said as he held her hand, realizing that she was a little bit tense. I understand." She nodded, biting her little lip. "Is that stupid priest still hanging on?" "Barely. Sorry, I was careless earlier, I didn't notice that he was planning to stab you." "Does your hand still hurt?" she said in a worried tone. "No, I already took a healing pill, and that curse is useless against me. It was my fault for not appraising him quicker. I didn't expect him to be so high level or to attack this quickly," Victor said. "He must have wanted to quickly subdue me, then order me around." "No, he wanted to really kill you after making you act a little on stage. The extra dose of soul wine made him spill much more than his morning breakfast," she said. "What did he say exactly?" Victor was surprised. "He is a sleeper agent for the von Zwei family. They wanted to kill everyone here, forcing the families to host a grand funeral afterward. There they planned to release the ultimate weapon to kill all of the important people who would attend. That's all he knew." "Oh. I didn't take that into consideration. This must be their backup plan because my grandmother's grand birthday party was cancelled." Lily didn't say a thing, she had no idea of what the original plan he was talking about was. "Why can't we just kill him?" she asked hatefully. "That bastard planned to kill her young master. Unforgivable. I need him alive for now." "Then at least allow me to cut his balls and feed them to him," she said. Her worldviews had gone very astray ever since she began serving Victor. It was definitely his effect. It could be Margaret's too, but that girl was not on friendly terms with Lily. "No. He wouldn't be able to walk for 3 days if you castrated him," Victor said. "This guy definitely holds a big position, I need him to walk out alive out of here with an intact body. He will be carrying a hot potato with him." "Hot potato?" she frowned. "Scalding hot. We'll tell you later, and don't worry about killing him, he will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Just keep him drunk for now, I want him to be as docile as a lamb." "Understood. Now go help the girls guide the guests to the other hall. And make sure to bump into Julian, I want him to feel relieved that you are not a bride." "I know what to do." James Trove 3 smiled and nodded to the polite maid who guided him as he sat at the table in the replacement hall with the other invitees. This hall was 2 times wider and 3 times more gilded than the previous one. It was as if this was the real wedding venue and the old one was just a mock-up. A stage for a lousy play. Not only he, but all the invitees were also looking around in shock at the walls and the ceiling. They were not filled with screens like the previous hall, on the contrary, this hall was more traditional yet more magnificent as everywhere you looked, was filled with all kinds of colorful roses and flowers of all kinds. Many of the girls who attended wished they had their phones to take some photos. They all wished for a wedding like this. The stage was 2 times grander, like a real dragon temple. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this temple was built using otherworldly materials. It had a unique and authentic atmosphere that was highlighted by the distinct smell of blood and bleach. Many of the guests didn't notice a thing, but he could tell that a massacre happened here minutes ago. Many people died a horrifying death. There was evidence everywhere, from the signs of furniture flipping on the marble ground to the well-concealed blade and bullet marks on the walls. They must have quickly sprayed paint over them with gold paint and then dusted some gold leaves around after that. It was nearly perfect, but old snakes and foxes like him could notice it easily. James already knew that someone wanted to attack the wedding as there were many reports about the von Zwei movements. That's one of the reasons he came here to protect Lily and extract her if needed. But he didn't expect the von Weiss family to be able to single out every one of the assailants and lead them to a separate hall from the beginning to finish them off cleanly. He sighed. Theodore was smarter and more shrewd than what is on the reports, or was this Alice's plan? It could also be Mike. He was not sure. The von Weiss family was not easy at all. Especially Anne and her offspring. They were smarter and stronger than all the others. No matter what, they managed to finish things cleanly, without anyone noticing. He felt it ever since he entered this place, the array that had been monitoring his every movement. Alice must have used one of the Heavenly Sect's exclusive arrays. James, like many others, didn't suspect Victor at all. Although the lad was as smart as a fox, he was too young to weave such a scheme that saved the wedding from a disaster and was able to fend Caspian off easily and avoid a bullet. James finally understood why it was a mass wedding. If it were to be just a double wedding like his men reported were originally planned, losing a bride to Caspian would make Theodore and Victor lose a lot of faces, but in doing it a mass wedding with 8 brides, losing one bride meant nothing much. She could easily be replaced and no one would ask too many questions. James sighed and looked at Julian. He was in a deep conversation with Alice about free wrestling. He dabbled in it to earn some money a year ago, so he had a unique perspective that Alice seemed to find entertaining. Hopefully, nothing would happen between them. It is not that Alice didn't have enough background, but the problem was her reputation. Julian's mother was very particular about such things. Being a princess from a hidden power and all. A slight cough alerted him. It was the same fake priestess girl from before. She stood on the stage and was preparing to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may return to your seats, we will start shortly. Sorry for the disturbance, she said. Being a trained prostitute, she didn't really feel shy. The attendees who were having random conversations and sampling the delicacies quickly quieted down and looked at her. First of all, I have an important announcement. Because of the situation earlier, we were missing one bride, she said, so Nova Astra who ran away will be replaced by Elise von Geldstadt. Oh. James nodded. He guessed right. He didn't expect that the old fogey Harvey was also in on this. The other attendants also began to nod. Another bride? Elena frowned. Did you approve of this? She asked her husband who was sitting at her side pampering his other wife. Yes. I had nothing to do with arranging it though. It was an agreement between the girl's grandfather and Victor, he said as he looked smugly at Olaf who was, as expected, having a nervous breakdown. Theodore had realized earlier that Olaf was not an ally, especially after he stopped him from helping Victor earlier. From the desperate look in his eyes now, it was easy to tell that Olaf didn't expect Victor to marry a von Geldstadt bride. He seemingly didn't like it at all. Theodore had an idea now that Olaf must be working for the other branches of the family. They must have been aware of Nova's problem and probably hid it from his mother and on purpose. Thankfully, Olaf couldn't say a thing to ruin the wedding now as Harvey was sitting in the hall, and if he dared to anger the patriarch of the von Geldstadt family, his position as a main butler would be lost. Even the one behind him would probably not be able to help him. Now, the priestess said as she moved around the stage elegantly. Due to the constant delays, and our young master's need to reach the wedding chamber before his medications kick in, we will quicken things up a little. What medications? Lara asked. No one answered as no one knew for sure, but in a way, what medications does one take on his wedding day? I think it is some kind of electrical. Noah Recti, L, who had been a little drowsy on wine for a while now, began to speak, but a smack on her little head stopped her. It was from Mike who realized what she wanted to say. It is not time for that, he scolded as he looked at the stage. After the ceremony, we will move on to the dance immediately. Finishing that, the groom will leave with the brides to their bridal chamber, leaving you to enjoy the entertaining evening program we prepared, the priestess said as Lily slowly stepped onto the stage with a wobbly priest in her hands. He was wearing a black garb with his dragon bone mask falling all over his face. She just threw him on the dragon throne like a bag of dirt, then retreated as if in a hurry. Wasn't he wearing a white robe earlier? One keen-eyed girl called Mia asked. Due to the grenade explosion earlier, the priest wetted his pants, so he had to change, a mindful maid clarified, making sure that all the attendees heard her, especially Mirage who squinted her eyes at the priest and then gasped. Oh. Mia nodded as Iris smacked the back of her head so that she could stop being a smartass and making trouble. Since this morning, she planned to expose Victor for the villain he really was and had been failing miserably. How can she investigate Victor if she couldn't even lift her mouth from the delicious dishes on the table? She would probably become a little piglet by the end of the day. The priestess cleared her throat as she looked at the watch in her hand. Let the wedding begin. She shouted as the venue grew dark with only some of the flowers, which kept giving off a fluorescent light. Would they repeat that stupid ritual from before? Some smartass asked. Don't be rude, his father smacked his head. Everyone held their breath and waited in the pitch-black hall, then the sound of a horn could be heard followed by a series of harp tones that gave the hall an ethereal feel. Many small flames suddenly lit around the hall, illuminating it with a very dim gray light while leaving the stage in total darkness. That was until a bright spotlight suddenly shone there and the brides entered walking in line. Something was different this time though. It took the attendees a few minutes to make it out due to the illumination. The 8 brides who were in different long dresses and unique masks were all chained in a long delicate golden chain that hung between anthems and went from their wrists to their ankles. They were being dragged by a bald man wearing black garb and a wooden mask on his face that made him look domineering. It was as if he was an executioner. It was as if the girls were some war trophies being brought to be married against their will. The attendees gasped. Especially Theodore and his family. They had no idea what Victor was doing. Grandfather. Will Elise be okay? April asked nervously. She really liked the little girl. And didn't like this role play Victor was making at all. It was a little humiliating. Yes. Yes. Harvey said absent-mindedly as he watched with a frown. What's wrong, grandfather? Gary asked. His grandfather would only make that expression if he found something interesting. I don't understand it. This doesn't add up. Why is he doing this? Harvey said. Doing what? This ceremony. It is as if he is trying to fool someone. No wonder the spies' report said it was the Back Dragon Mountain ceremony and not the 8 kingdoms. But still. Something is hidden. Harvey suddenly squinted his eyes and began to look around inspecting the attendees for the second time. What do you mean? Gary asked. Can't you appraise everything with your glasses? No, that fox is using an appraisal blocking talisman, about 1,000 of them, the paper flowers all over the hall and in the middle of the tables are talismans. He must have paid a fortune to hide his tail. Oh, then is Victor using some kind of an illusion and doesn't want anyone to discover it? Gary said, carefully inspecting the carefully folded paper flower hidden between the real ones on the table. He really didn't notice it. That's impossible. He is attempting to do a system-binding wedding, any sort of illusions on stage would render it void, Harvey explained. System-binding wedding? Yes. Look at the symbols around the stage, the signs, the orientations, he hid it well, but he can't fool my old eyes. What does a system-binding wedding do? April asked. Well, we don't fully know, it is an old tradition. As its name indicates, it's a marriage that will give you a system status. Oh, and it is very hard to annul. And? We don't know. Some players used to do it in the past, and some claimed it has something to do with the ceremony. Others said that it made them feel connected all the time. But other than that, it didn't seem to have any benefits. So it went out of fashion. Who would like to feel connected to his wife while cheating on her or murdering her mother? Oh. So why is Victor doing this? I can't tell yet. But I will definitely be able to figure it out before this fiasco is over. Gary frowned, not understanding his grandfather's point. He just looked back at the stage and carefully watched Elise. Why was she smiling as if she was having fun? Was she into bondage cosplay? Did she even understand what this meant? On the other side of the hall, Master Amon was silently cursing. With all of those talismans around the hall, he couldn't see a thing. He was curious about what Victor was hiding. No, he quickly focused on the stage. He almost gasped. I see. No wonder, no wonder. He was just a pervert after all. Amon relaxed, believing he uncovered Victor's secret. Victor, who was carefully inspecting everyone's eyes, didn't care about Amon or Harvey at this time. He was focused on Mirage, the Fate Sex Elder who seemingly began to read the fates of everyone not caring for the high cost. He could tell as he could see that her order points were dwindling fast. Earlier, he kept delaying the wedding until she finished reading the priest's fate. As Harvey said, he couldn't use his disguise skill after the ceremony officially began. He was not afraid of Mirage reading his fate again during the ceremony, as she already knew that he had the fate of the harem king. And would not waste her points reading someone twice. As for her reading the girl's fates, it was a risk he was willing to take. It was very hard for him to disguise others' fate unless they were his blood slaves after all. He just sighed and gave a signal to Ruby to continue. Sorry about that. The young master was worried that one of the brides might escape again, so he had to chain them. According to him, he didn't have that many spares. The priestess said awkwardly. The attendees looked at each other but said nothing as the girls who wore colorful masks that didn't really disguise their identities slowly stood next to each other feeling a little shy. Especially Arya. Elise, who was wondering how she ended up here, was being pushed by Margaret, who grilled her earlier. Now. Here comes the hero. The priestess announced, as a more dramatic song began to play from the back. Few could tell that it was being played by the Wyron Principality's National Orchestra, which was hiding in the back of the stage. The musicians didn't complain though, they were paid handsomely. The stage went dark again as the groom walked into the spotlight. He was wearing a different hero mask this time. This one covered his face and had one long horn to its side. He looked at the brides and then bowed to them. They bowed back. Stupid, you bow too. You are in the frame. One of the girls who was taking photos to the side scolded the bald man who was still holding the chain. The man nodded awkwardly and then bowed. The hero quickly stood up elegantly, turned to the dragon, and bowed. The dragon priest snored. The priestess quickly ran to his side and poked him a few times, making him wake up. Who? What? He asked in a rough voice. The ceremony continues, she said as she threw a paper in his hand. Read. Oh. Well. Can I have some light here? A light suddenly shone on top of the priest's head. My dearly beloved. We are gathered here today to bind those brides by the draconian marriage bond. Let this wedding be an eternal connection. Let the world be a witness as you give yourself to your new master. The priest read in a monotone voice. The girls bowed. If any of you object, then retreat now. This is really your last chance. No one retreated. Are you sure? No one objected. One of them was tempted to curse, but she kept her silence. Another wanted to laugh, she let out a giggle, but no one cared. The priest had seemingly fallen asleep. The priestess had to kick his leg and point at the next line. Oh, right. If any of you object, then retreat now. We already finished that, the next line. Then this shall be your eternal choice. To love and be loved by your master for all eternity. The girls bowed again, and the hero bowed back. If any of the witnesses object to this marriage, speak now. Or hold your silence forever. The priest said. Anyone at all? The priest asked again. You might not get another chance. Stop this madness. A young man suddenly appeared from under one of the tables as if he was waiting for this moment. Mira is mine, he didn't continue as 10 bald burly men appeared next to him in seconds, sacking him in a plastic bag, and then they began striking him with their steel batons before dragging his lifeless corpse out. No one objects, you may continue, the priestess said. But that guy just now. He will hold his silence forever. Oh, good. The priest nodded, then went silent too. The priestess kicked the priest's dragon chair again. The wine was really a little too strong for someone his age. Oh. What? Where? Who? He woke up. Continue. There were no objections. She pointed to the next line. Since no one objects. Then what? The priest asked the girl. She frowned and then quickly flipped the paper. Oh. As of this blessed day, your life is your master's, and his life is yours, bow. The brides bowed to the hero. The hero bowed to them, then back to the priest, who was asleep again by this point. For this dragon bow. The hero and the brides bowed to the dragon. Then this marriage is valid and the eternal contract shall be forged. He said as the entirety of the stage was lit and an old ceremonial table was brought in by 2 girls, one of which was Lily. On the table, a golden contract was placed. The priestess held the contract high, showing it to the audience. There were some strange symbols all over it that no one understood. The hero! Shouted the priestess, making the valiant hero approach the table, then take out the ceremonial dagger on it and prick his delicate finger with it. Hold his hand and slide it over the contact, the priestess told the priest. Oh, the priest nodded, then took the hero's hand and slid it over the contract, forming a diagonal curve. The brides! The priestess shouted as the hero stepped to the side. The girls were quickly dragged by the bald man who got them to the table where the priest followed the commands of the bossy priestess and used the ceremonial dagger to one by one prick the finger of each of the girls, then stamp it on the contract, crossing it over the diagonal line. They did it in turns: Lynn, Manna, Mina, Arya, Margaret, Mira, Monica, and finally Elise, who was to be helped by the bald man, making the priest mistakenly prick the man's finger instead of Elise's, then slide it over the contract before the priestess caught and corrected him. He quickly kicked the man away in disgust and took Elise's hand instead, finishing the ritual. The brides quickly retreated to the center of the hall after that and bowed again as the golden chain binding broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The priestess helped the priest stand as she whispered the words he had to say next in his ears. "Let the world bear witness to this draconian marriage," he shouted, raising the contract up high for everyone to witness. A light shone from the contract for a second, but subdued later. For ordinary people, they thought this was some special effects, but for players, they realized what it was as a notification appeared in front of their eyes. Wedding ceremony witnessed. Wedding completed. Theodore frowned. He only realized it now, but his scheming son was doing a system marriage. Amon, James, Martha, George, Olaf, and Mirage were amazed too. As old players, they knew what it meant. They didn't see this coming at all. James quickly looked around the hall, then breathed in relief when he saw Lily walk from a side door and look at the stage with an envious look as if she wished she could be there too. "Please don't do that," he wanted to tell her but couldn't. "The wedding is complete," the priest announced. "You may kiss the groom," he said as the stage grew dark. Then, 3 seconds later, a spotlight revealed Victor, who slowly removed his mask, walked toward the girls, who slowly removed their masks one by one as Victor held them one by one and gave them a deep kiss under the envious eyes of the attendees. For many of them, this was the first time they witnessed the real beauty of those brides. They were in shock. Elena sighed as she watched her son kiss the girls. Her little boy had grown up. Finishing with the kissing, the spotlight moved to the priestess again. Thank you for attending this ceremony. The story goes that after the ritual, the hero and the brides lived happily ever after, living under the care of the magnificent dragon," she said awkwardly. Now, she wanted to continue but was interrupted. "Shit, get out of here, you idiot. I almost mistook you for a girl and kissed you." Blah, there was the voice of Victor scolding someone seconds later. The priestess cleared her throat. "Now that the wedding is over, as we give the brides a chance to change their outfits before the dance, we will take the opportunity to let the witnesses examine and sign the contract," the priestess said as the stage grew dim and the lights in the hall flickered on again, illuminating the entire place once more. Everyone gasped. The roses on the walls were no longer colorful, but now they were all gold, giving the hall a majestic look that was matched by the fragrant flowery incense smell that filled it, giving it a refreshing atmosphere. As the attendees began to look around, they quickly noticed the golden petals that began to fall from the ceiling like snow, slowly drifting. The music changed into a slow swing, but no one noticed that. "We realized that everyone was looking forward to the bouquet, but due to the tradition's restraints we couldn't, so after consulting a historian, we chose to sprinkle those golden leaves. According to an old tale, whoever collects most of them would be able to marry the prince in her dreams," the priestess said, setting the hall on fire. "Those are real gold?" Willow, Victor's maternal grandmother, asked as one of the petals fell on her head. She quickly took it and bit it. "Don't put that thing in your mouth," her husband scolded his cheap wife, but she didn't listen. "It is real gold," she explained loudly, almost screaming. "What?" her children and grandchildren asked as they quickly began to grab the petals near them, making their father look around nervously, but then sigh in relief when he noticed that everyone was doing the same. "Are these made of real gold?" April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds. "Yes. I wonder how much it cost," Gary said. "They must have been made one by one," he added as he inspected one. Ho! Ho! So that's it," Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. "I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox." "Did what?" Gary asked. You will see. Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject. Oh, what? Those trinkets? You were the one who sold them to Victor. You should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals. What? How? Gary asked. You can tell from their texture. They are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively. Golden eggs? Gary frowned. When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before. From the goose. The ones that didn't vibrate. Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh ha. Gary finally remembered. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on so, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting poor Elise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract. Starting with the groom's family, she added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later, many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor who just reached the table said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the brides' names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon, Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked, she heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Julian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter. It is just for the authenticity, Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the brides' names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married. Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day, he said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. You too, brother-in-law, Victor said to Julian, as Lily presented the quill to her brother. We are one family now, Victor added with a smile that he reserved for those whom he was going to f*ck their sisters. Julian nodded, then quickly took the quill from Lily's delicate hand and signed his name. He was feeling that Victor was not that bad. Wait. Why did that blood streak in the center make him feel strange? The feeling disappeared moments later as Lily put her hand on the contract to take it back. It must be an illusion. Can I sign too? Lara asked as she jumped on her chair. Of course, Victor said, and watched as the little girl took the quill and then began to sign with bright purplish red. Did you change the ink bottle? Elena asked as she noticed the color difference. No, the bottle had some old leftover ink, Victor lied as he looked at his sister's signature, then quickly withdrew the contract. He really needed to investigate his sister's bloodline. Its color was so strong that even less than a drop was enough to dye this especially made ink. Now, if you excuse me, Victor said as he gestured to Ruby and the girls holding the tray and began to move around the tables, making all the attendees, especially the VIP ones, sign the contract. Aunt, what do you think? Amelia asked her aunt after finishing the signing and watched as Victor moved away to scam someone else. It is an old marriage contract. The kid is no fool, Martha said. What do you mean? Amelia asked. He wants to use this to ask for help once his family ends. He made a contract with both us and von Geldstadt to secure an escape route for himself. Oh. You mean he knows about our plan? Probably not. But he is an elite of his family, and I am sure he is aware of the recent problem they encountered. What problem? Amelia asked. It is too early for you to know, Martha didn't answer. The matter of the destroyed awakening artifact was still hidden. Will we help him if he asks? Amelia asked. Are you a fool? Of course, we would. Then we will make sure to take everything, she said. Master Harvey. You can sign here, Victor said as soon as he reached Harvey's table. Harvey glared at Victor and then inspected the contract, making sure it didn't have any problems. It was an ancient marriage contract. He could also easily spot Elisa's name, which was hastily written next to the last blood stroke. Draconic language? Harvey asked. Supposedly. I had to use an old dictionary to write your granddaughter's name. Thankfully I managed to get it written in time. Oh, a dictionary? Family secrets, Victor said as Harvey carefully inspected the quill, then nodded and signed the contract as a witness. Gary and April quickly followed. Young Master Victor. Could you introduce me to your wedding contractor? April suddenly asked as she held Gary's hand under the table. We want to hold a wedding soon too, Gary added. Oh. Congratulations, Victor said with a bright smile. Who is the other bride? What other bride? Gary and April asked at the same time. My wedding contractor specializes in mass weddings. I thought that's what you wanted, Victor said innocently. No. Sorry. We didn't mean that. April would be my only bride, Gary said nervously, feeling April's high heels penetrating his shoe. It gave him a strange feeling of fulfillment. Oh. Well, I will send you his number in case you change your mind, Victor nodded to himself. No thanks, Gary said. He was a really faithful guy. Victor, Harvey suddenly as he pointed to a specific strike of blood on the contract. The one before the last. This one belonged to that bald guard, right? I don't know what you mean, Victor sweated as Gary and April looked at Harvey and then at the blonde stroke that seemed a little abrupt. You made all of this show to marry another guy, didn't you? I knew you had some peculiar fetishes the moment I saw you. I am sorry. Although I don't discriminate, I only like girls, Victor told the truth. Then why did you fake Alex Donner's death and then marry him in front of everyone? Harvey said, making Victor look to the side to make sure no one was listening. No one was. Harvey was using an isolation artifact. Master Harvey, please keep it a secret. Alex saved my life and we just happened to make a bond on a cold prison night. I couldn't stop thinking about him ever since, Victor whispered in fright, making Gary and April look at each other. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. Harvey said, I will not tell anyone, but when you plan to scam that poor lass to take you inside the Thunder sect to get their vault, make sure to let me know, Harvey said, making Gary gasp. So that's it. Victor was plotting some scheme. So Master Harvey already knows. I understand, Victor said as he quickly took the contract and then ran to another table to scam them. As if he was afraid Harvey would ask something else from him. Alex bit her lip, then tried to twirl her hair and failed after remembering that it was shaved clean earlier. She was looking at the new field in her status window. Married to Victor von Weises. Marriage type, dragon concubine. Effects. 2 ways experience share. Order points share. Unconditional obedience. Soul connection. Soul defense. Dual cultivation. Alex couldn't believe this happened. First, that stupid priest made her sign the contract by mistake, then when the stage went dark, Victor also kissed her by mistake. When the system displayed the message, "Do you approve of this marriage contract?" she pressed yes, totally unaware that it meant her marriage. Was Victor aware of this? Probably. What would he say? She didn't know. What would he do? Hopefully, he would sleep with her. No. What was she thinking? Would he find out the truth about her? Would he hate her? Would he send her away to work at a brothel? She didn't know. Can this marriage be annulled? She remembered hearing Victor that it would require a king's ransom and a great sacrifice to annul it. So probably not. What should she do? She had no idea. Stop spacing out. Did your brain shrink after the girl shaved your hair? Alpha, who was sitting next to Alex, asked coldly. She never liked Alex since the moment she saw her. Sorry, Alex replied nervously. Just focus on the screens. The dance party will start shortly, and we must make sure that nothing bad happens. Alpha said, then looked at Ian, and you need to stop sulking too. I am not sulking. I am just not happy that Victor went easy on that demon. I know I could have killed him. Ian said. This was her first time seeing another demon after her parents' accident and she was full of hate. That's impossible. He had many protection treasures. And even if you did, that would put us all in grave danger. Alpha sighed, I am sure Victor has some plan for that Caspian, so just relax and focus on your job, we have a long day in front of us, she added as she looked at the screen displaying the hall. Victor was slowly making a beeline between the tables, getting all the VIPs to sign his stupid contract. At the front of the hall, the stage was almost finished being dismantled by the chicks. A dancing stage was slowly taking shape with the previously hidden grand orchestra fully revealed. Did the burning of the offerings finish? Yes. Thanks to the incense the young master gave us, no one noticed a thing about the smell in the hall. Camellia, who was responsible for managing the background operations, said. That's good, Alpha sighed as she looked at the screens, then squinted her eyes and focused on one particular woman who slowly and silently withdrew from the hall without being noticed. Tell Victor to hurry up with his stupid dance. The target is already on the move. Victor slowly made his way toward James Trove's table with the contract. Principal James. Can you bear witness to my wedding too? Victor asked meekly. Yes, of course. Let me get a look at this contract first, James said as Lily placed the contract in front of him while making sure to stand close by to cloak her blood and smell on the contract. James Trove just gave the golden paper a casual look when suddenly he felt his blood boil. Shit. Could Lily be one of the brides too? No. He quickly found the reason. It was a purple little signature with the name Lara von Weiss. Just the look of it made him shiver. What the F***CK? Is everything alright? Victor asked. Yes, James said as he quickly signed his name. Excellent, Victor said, then quickly headed to another table. James sighed as he saw Victor go with Lily, then frowned. Wait, weren't there 9 signatures on the contract? He was not sure. He counted them again in his head. No. There were only 8. Lily sighed in relief after Victor successfully got Julian's and James Trove's signatures. Finishing with the contract, she was signaled by Victor to take it away as he headed to the front of the hall where the dancing stage was finished and 8 brides walked out wearing colorful gowns. Even Elise, who was a little nervous about being pushed by Margaret, was wearing a pink gown that made her look very pretty. Lily really wanted to dance with Victor too, but she knew that it was impossible for now. Victor did promise her and the girls a better wedding later though, and there would be a special dance tonight at the mansion. He. Behind the veil she wore, Lily blushed and smiled like a pervert as she looked at her status window. Married to Victor von Wees. Marriage type, dragon main wife. Effects. 2 ways experience share. Attributes share. Order points share. Unbreakable connection. Soul connection. Dragon soul defense. Dual cultivation. Dragon command. At last, Victor was hers. She couldn't believe it was true. She was Victor's main wife. She was no longer afraid of her family or that *tch Margaret. And on top of all this, they managed to pull it in front of everyone's eyes by changing their costumes and using Alex and the girls around the stage as a scapegoat to direct the attendees' attention. No one noticed it, but this was a Black Dragon marriage ceremony, not the 8 Kingdoms one they started in the other hall. This was not a marriage between the hero and the 8 princesses, but between the evil dragon and the defeated female hero with her companions. The sacrifices before the wedding signified the battles before the defeat. It was an entirely different ceremony altogether from the gesture to the wordings. So when everyone supposed that the bride was marrying the hero, it was in fact the hero and his colleagues getting married to the dragon. Bowing to him. She also got the girls to bow to her once as she was the main wife. Yes, she was the hero under the mask that covered her entire face. The stupid priest that wore the dragon mask was played by none other than Victor. Everyone made the wrong assumption because of the previous ceremony in the first hall. When Victor pricked her finger with the dagger, he also pricked his. The blood mark in the center of the contract was a combination of both of their bloods as they moved their fingers together. That's why she had to stand next to the contract, in order for Julian and James not to feel her blood. The Lily that they saw outside disguised as her was none other than Theta, who only appeared after the main ceremony was finished. Now she was Victor's wife, and no one would ever be able to split them apart. Victor quickly reached the center of the freshly built dance stage and turned to face the anticipated attendees. Ladies and gentlemen. If you may allow me a first dance with the ladies, then I will give you the stage, he said as if he was in a hurry. His medication is about to kick in. Elle, who was at the moment sitting with Lara and her 2 maternal cousins Bob and Miley at a side table, said. Elena wanted Lara to get to know them better as she grilled Alice and Julian about some details that young girls shouldn't hear. Yeah. I heard that priestess mentioned it before. Bob Jr. said, then looked at Lara. Does your brother do drugs? Drugs are bad, you know, he said, acting righteously. Yes, Miley nodded. Her mother told her to make Lara like her, but she didn't know how. She wanted to ask Marley, but her sister was still going around like headless chicken, searching for her lost fiancé. Drugs? Lara frowned. What did they mean by drugs? She wondered. Her brother did usually take a lot of pills. Do those count? Drugs are not that effective on those with bloodlines, so now one taught Lara about them. As I said before, I was rudely interrupted. Hiccup, Elle, who was completely drunk after secretly sipping 3 bottles of wine, said. It is definitely medication for his electrical dysfunction. All men take those on their wedding days. Hiccup, she said with a nod. My Uncle Black used to buy those from abroad to sell for tourists. Electrical dysfunction? What's that? What does it do? Bob asked. Make him as strong as a bull. Elle nodded as she banged the table, remembering what her Uncle Black said with a dirty smile. Oh. Can we take those too? Bob asked. He wanted to be strong too. Probably, hiccup. I will ask Mother when we return home. Miley said. Lara nodded. If they made her strong, they would be perfect for her training, so she also intended to give her poor mother a heart attack by asking her later tonight. Victor smiled as he looked at his shy brides, who sat neatly to the side in their fluffy dance gowns on gilded chairs. This time they were not wearing masks, allowing the crowd to be amazed by their beauty. Mommy, I want a bride like those two, one guy said to his snobbish mother. Father. I want to marry 8 wives too, another said. Dear, please beat some sense into your son. Father. Why aren't you responding? Dear. Nothing. I was distracted for a second, the father said, totally not showing that he was having the same thoughts as his son. Many men had the same thoughts. After this wedding, they would never be the same, not after they realized what they were missing all these years. They were blissfully living in their ignorance, but not anymore. Now they know that every man should have a harem. Ooch, Julian yelped as Alice pinched his thigh. Gaze at them again and I will gouge your eyes out. Alice threatened. She had no idea why she was feeling jealous. Julian was a fake boyfriend after all. Yelena nodded. Why did he do that? He doesn't need to listen to her. She looked cute when she was angry. Why the hell was she angry? Victor chuckled to himself as he watched them, then cleared his throat. Since I didn't get to introduce the girls earlier, because of the ceremony's tradition, I will do it now as I take them for a small dance, one by one. He said, then turned to face the musicians to the side. First act. Music! He shouted. The orchestra quickly stopped playing the song they were at, adjusted their instruments, and then began to play a strange yet serene melody that touched the hearts of everyone and made them feel happy. What kind of music is this? Elena asked. She had never heard anything like this. This is a sample from the soundtrack of the new movie, A New World, The Dragon Princess Saga, which my company is currently producing. It will be released in the cinemas next year, starring Mira. Victor shouted, extending his hand to Mira, who slowly approached him and threw herself in his embrace. She was wearing a white gown and had a golden flower on her chest. Her silky hair was tied into a braid around her head, making her look like a noble young lady. Like a character from some movie to be exact. Now, although all of you guys know her, let me take the pleasure of introducing her as my wife. Mira, my first love. Victor said as he took the blushing Smira's hand and then guided her to start a dance. I fell in love with Mira when I saw her in the movie Very Dangerous Young Lady. I was 11 years old back then, and that night I couldn't sleep all night thinking about her. She looked super cute as a child assassin back then, and she grew up to become a very beautiful lady as I expected she would be. Victor slowly explained as they danced, allowing Mira to twirl around in her dress while blushing. She wished her father would be here to see her, but as one of the family's agents, he had a lot of responsibilities and couldn't come. Victor slapped her butt as she collapsed in his hands. She changed her mind. Thankfully her father didn't come. When I met Mira for the first time 2 months ago, I knew that I wanted to marry her. I proposed, and she accepted. She also fell in love with me at first sight. He lied, looking her in the eyes, making her look away while blushing. He was not lying. She did fall for him and his handsome face, but she couldn't just let him know. The attendees watched the dance for the next 5 minutes, fully mesmerized until the dance slowly ended with a deep kiss. Victor reluctantly let Mira go after that. She slowly returned to her seat with a blush as Victor turned to face someone else. Next is, Victor paused and extended both of his hands. Mina and Mana slowly stood up and walked to his side, taking both of his hands. They were wearing 2 matching black gowns, with blue and yellow roses. He drew back his hands, pulling the 2 girls into his chest under the envious looks of the viewers. Mana and Mina, as you see, are twins. I fell in love with them as soon as I met them that day when I first arrived at my mansion in Vane City. They work as maids there, you see, Victor said. They accompanied me for an entire night. And managed to steal my poor heart. He said mysteriously, then began to dance with the 2 girls at once, twirling one as he hugged another. Harvey, who was an expert womanizer, had to confess that Victor was doing this 2 girls juggling perfectly. He was even tempted to go find some twins and play with them. Theodore was feeling the same. Was this really his shy son? He sighed and looked at Elena by his side. She was mesmerized by the dance. Theodore pondered if he should take her with Luna to a dance after Victor finished. He couldn't lose to his son after all. The twins' dance lasted double the duration of Myra's and ended with Victor kissing both of them, then slapping their little butts so that they would let go of him and return to their seats with a blush. Now, for the girl who stole my heart. How many girls stole your heart exactly? One rude guy asked. All of them did. It is my fault for leaving it unguarded. he said with a smile as he hugged Arya, causing many of the unmarried girls in the audience to start having nefarious thoughts. Now this is someone you all know. Arya, the current CEO of Horizons Media. When Arya stole my heart. Unlike others, I couldn't take it back or ask for hers in return, as I thought she was my sister back then. Victor said as Arya slowly reached his side and took his hand. She was wearing a blue maroon shoulder-cut gown, and putting on a diamond necklace. She looked like a noble lady. HSSS, some gasped. There was such a thing? Willow, his maternal grandmother, asked as many other attendees who didn't know the story began to gossip. Yes, apparently, some guy nodded, he heard such rumors. Iris, who was watching, sighed, wondering about some very random things. Arya was her replacement after all. Now, when I found out that Arya was not my sister due to an unfortunate accident, I was both sad and relieved. Now I could marry her at last. He said, that was my first thought. He added, looking her deep in the eyes. She couldn't look at him anymore, so she just buried her face in his chest as they began their slow dance. I think they look nice together, Theodore nodded. He really likes Arya. Unlike most of his sons, and despite having no bloodline, she was talented, humble, and polite. This is perfect for her, she was his daughter-in-law now after all. I think so too. Elena said with a sigh. The third dance ended with a deep kiss too. The next one is a girl I fell in love with at first sight. Monica. Victor said as Monica, who was dressed in a frilled golden dress, shyly held his hand. Do you fall a lot at first sight? Some rude girl called Mia asked. Yes. I always fall at first sight. Victor replied, for Monica, it was a very nice summer day when I kidnapped her from the street. What? Elena asked among others. Yes. It was clearly a mistake. A case of mistaken identity. Victor clarified as if kidnapping people was alright if you got the right person. Ever since then she has suffered from Stockholm Syndrome and couldn't stop following me. So I took advantage of that and proposed to her to marry me. And she accepted, Victor said as the dance started. Monica was not listening, she just breathed heavily as she kept up with him. She was a really good dancer. This wedding is taking a dark turn, Gary said. I agree. His grandfather nodded. Don't worry, he is kidding. Theodore told the nervous Elena and made sure that others heard him. They go to the same school, he met her there. Oh. I almost had a heart attack. Elena sighed in relief. Her son is really evil. Monica's dance ended quickly as she was no longer able to dance anymore. She had to retreat quickly to her seat after pecking her new husband on the mouth. Victor chuckled as he turned to the next girl who moved confidently to his side with her sparkly one-piece turquoise-colored dress. She just extended her hand and he took it. For Lynn it was different. As you may know, I was the fiancé of her bitch sister Linda, whom I didn't like. That slut escaped the day I was forced there to go propose by my family, and this was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me, as it allowed me to meet my love, the girl who offered herself as my fiancé instead. The girl I fell in love with at first sight, Lynn. He said. Again? April asked. Yeah, he falls in love a lot apparently. This is getting boring though. I agree. I don't. I think he is romantic. Shut up. You are just jealous. True. Let's dance. Victor told Lynn, who took his hand elegantly and stepped forward as the music sound flowed. She made sure to shoot Lily, who was standing to the side, a triumphant look that Victor pretended he didn't notice. It was a really nice dance, one had to say. Lynn was very strong after all, so she managed to force Victor to do some stressful moves that the other girl couldn't. Like extending to the side while supporting herself with her legs around Victor's waist, forcing him to resist falling while keeping with the dance. In the end, she raised her slender leg and placed it on his shoulder as he held her waist, then she used it as leverage to climb onto his shoulders where she hugged his neck with his legs and then dived into his lips, giving him a deep kiss while he carried her. That dance ended abruptly with that. She secretly practiced for this for 2 weeks, using poor gargoyles that she summoned as partners. She broke the necks of 124 of them before she got it right. Lynn tried hard to make the kiss last as long as possible, but the sound of her mother clearing her throat 3 minutes later made her reluctantly do a backflip to the ground where she let go of her husband. We will continue this tonight, she said arrogantly, making her mother frown. Was this her feeble daughter? Victor smiled, catching his breath, then turned to his own slut, who didn't wait for him. Now, let me introduce you to the one and only Margaret. Victor said as Margaret took his hand and then stuck her body onto his. She was wearing a crimson slim dress that had a long cut to the side that reached her thigh. It perfectly matched her braided hair color, making her look hot. Did you also fall in love with her at first sight? Some guy asked. For Margaret, that a no. When I first saw her, I had one idea in mind, Victor said as he began his dance with Margaret. This girl is definitely a slut, he said loudly, making her step on his white leather shoe with her high heels. His shoes were already metal-plated, so ignored her. Really? She is slut? Someone asked as Margaret's friends nodded, remembering that day at Tom's birthday party. She was really acting like a slut. Right, Tom. Where was he? Still, in the ladies' room banging some girl? No. Victor said, I learned the truth about her 3 days later when we were exploring the ruins near the filming set of the movie Dragon Hero 4. I saw it when she selflessly sacrificed herself to save her friends from a group of perverts. They chased her for a while before I could save her. Victor said as his mother and everyone else listened closely. There was such a thing? Maybe this girl was not that rotten after all. That's when she threw herself on my chest and began to cry. Victor said. No. She was rotten to the core. Everyone thought. This was the oldest trick in the book after all. Victor ignored them and continued, I thought she was a pitiful girl. But I didn't expect her to take the opportunity and grab my unguarded heart at that moment, leaving only a damp shirt in its place. My heart has been hers ever since, and she is still refusing to let it go, so I chose to marry her in order to get it back from her, he said, making many looks at him and at Margaret, who was perfectly dancing with him with some complex eyes. He just confessed to being taken advantage of. Would you give me my heart back now? He asked as he held Margaret and moved around while she clung to him. No. That's impossible, I already traded it with some cash at a pawn shop, she giggled with a smile as she twirled around him. Then turned and stopped behind him, hugging his chest from behind and resting her head on his back. Too bad then. I will have to make you work for me until I get something of equal value, he said, turning her around and slapping her butt. It was a part of the dance. She just hugged his leg with hers and hugged his neck with her elegant eyes, looking him in the eyes as the dance finished. How long would that take? She asked. According to your work qualifications and considering your age. Let's see. That would take you about, he didn't continue as her mouth covered his. Elena cleared her throat 21.3 seconds later, forcing them to let go of each other. Margaret slowly retreated to her seat after pinching Victor's butt, making sure everyone saw that. Now, the last girl on today's menu, Victor said as he slowly walked to Elisa's side and then carried her from her wheelchair, making her yelp in embarrassment as she hugged him, afraid of falling. Don't worry. I have got you. Victor said as he began the dance with Elise immediately. He professionally swayed her to a piece of joyful slow music. I was not expecting to marry Elise. I wanted her cousin, but her family thought Elise made a good match for me, he said to everyone. And now I agree, as I fell in love with her at first sight too, he said, then paused a little as he gave Alpha some secret instructions. Isn't she too young for you? Someone had to ask. How old are you? Victor asked Elise as he twirled her around and caught her again, making her gasp. I am 25, she said with a cheeky smile. You heard the girl, Victor said as Harvey frowned. Wasn't Elise crying earlier? What the fuck just happened? Was Victor's skills with women real? Wasn't he acting all the time? Gary and April were feeling a little shocked too, though they were a little relieved as they saw Elise's smile. The girl deserved to be loved. The dance with Elise was not long, as Victor was technically doing all the dancing. It ended with a quick kiss. Elise's first. So after Victor carefully put Elise back in her wheelchair, he turned to the attendees and bowed as all the brides stood up and walked to his side, bowing beside him. Everyone clapped, including Master Amon, who was affirming the next step of his plan with his bosses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the dance stage is yours. Enjoy your evening, Victor said. This young master has a husband duty to attend to, he added as he quickly withdrew with the girls. Ladies and gentlemen. Theodore's voice sounded in the hall moments after Victor left. Now that the groom has departed, let us enjoy the rest of this party this evening. We have a program full of pretty singers and handsome models, he said. Just wanted to comment on something through. Did you notice the bride's shiny and youthful skins? He asked. Many nodded. Many girls wished to be as pretty, and many men wanted wives this pretty. Perfect, right? This is all due to our new beauty cream product. Skimp your ex. Theodore added in a salesman tone, taking a white pearly gilded package from his pocket and displaying it to the attendees. You all saw the commercials on TV lately. They are all true. Theodore said, just look at my wives. He pointed to Elena and Luna, who blushed a little under the eyes of the attendees. Their skin was really smooth and pretty. Hell. Even look at my mother and sister-in-law, he added, pointing to Willow and her daughter, whom he pretty much forgot her name. They had been using the cream that Victor gave them when he came to Golden Waterfall Town a month ago, and now their skins were as smooth as a baby's. The attendees were a little intrigued as they carefully inspected Elena and her family. Maybe this cream was effective, but wasn't Theodore a little too shameless for marketing his products at his son's wedding? Now for every one of our guests who attended this wedding, I will present a gift basket that not only includes this beauty cream, but also many of our new things like the yet unreleased beauty shampoo, bath salts, and exclusive diet biscuit. Although it tastes a little bad, you will not feel hungry for 24 hours after eating one. Theodore said as many servants poured into carrying the gift baskets for everyone. The attendees looked at each other and then ran to grab their baskets. How much does this thing cost? Julian asked as he inspected the cream bottle that a polite maid put beside he got. Alice was interested too. She heard her father talk about this thing, but never got the chance to inspect it. About $20,000 per package, that's the official price, Luna said. She was helping Theodore with his business lately. Is it more on the black market? Yes, due to the limited supply, its price can reach $100,000. Luna said. Why are you asking? Are you intending to sell this? Elena asked, feeling strange from the way Julian looked at the cream bottle as if it was a treasure. No. Julian is our sales manager. He is just analyzing this product. Alice interjected as she stepped on Julian's toes. He was truly going to sell this thing outside. Don't taste it, this thing tastes like sh*t, the drunken Elle warned the kids at her table who were looking with interest at the energy bar. Even my Aunt Paula who ate everything would not dare to taste it, she added as she leaned on the table, feeling a little sleepy. Really? Lara frowned. The last time Victor gave her one of those it didn't taste bad at all. So she took one from a nearby servant and gave it a bite. The next moment she was running out of the hall to the ladies' room. Her taste buds were crying for help, but as a lady, she couldn't spit her food in front of others. Theodore chuckled as he saw his daughter leave. This was never meant for humans, but for those players among the guests. This thing would make the perfect rations for dungeon explorers, and after testing it for the last month, it was ready for the mass market with the only problem being the taste that no amount of sugar could fix. Now, let the dance begin, he said, but no one listened as they examined their baskets. Well, he didn't mind. He will get the dance stage for himself and his wives for a while at the very least. That's how things should be done. Harvey said as Gary and April got their baskets and began to check them out. Are these things real? Gary asked, a little not believing. Many beauty products are just scams. Yes. According to a recent report, Theodore had just struck gold. Harvey explained. A few months ago Victor, that lucky bastard, was messing around and happened to discover an F-ranked dungeon and clear it. It just so happened to be on a mountain that belonged entirely to Theodore. Not to the von Weiss family, but to Theodore himself. Oh, he can exploit it himself. Yes, he would have to silence his family with some scabs, but he got most of it. Harvey said, feeling a little jealous. In it, they found this strange algae. It seems to have the effect of rejuvenating skin. He made that cream out of it. He also seemed to have found some mushrooms that made people less hungry, but it didn't pass the testing stage yet. They are using dungeon plants for consumer products? Wouldn't it hurt normal people? April asked. Exactly, otherworldly products are super effective on normal people. So many tests are needed and the doses need to be adjusted, but every once in a while, some things just work, he said. He really likes April, she was both smart and considerate. A good wife for a merchant. Especially with her class of a doom negotiator. She can make some very compelling arguments and find faults in others' reasoning and weaknesses in their actions. April. Earlier when I spoke to Victor. Did you feel anything wrong? Harvey asked April, who was checking the new cream she got. She couldn't wait to try it. No, not really. He seemed pretty sincere, other than avoiding talking a lot. I felt nothing strange. But. What? Harvey squinted his eyes. That maid who held the contract. She was really nervous. Oh. The veiled one? Harvey said as he looked around. That maid was not in the hall. She must have left with Victor. Yes. Interesting. It was sunset when Mirage, who left the wedding right after the ceremony, watched as the drunk priest walked out of the hotel with the help of one girl who bowed respectfully to him after she threw him like a garbage bag into a taxi. Follow him. Mirage told her driver. The black SUV stealthily followed the taxi as it left Midtown and headed to the suburbs. When she was reading everyone's fate earlier during the ceremony, she saw it. His fate was not the one she was looking for, but it was a clue. The only clue she found. Defined fate, reach glory as one of the world's supreme ruler's servants. This guy was sure to guide her to her target. According to her sex conclusions, the disturbance started about 3 months ago in Vane City. And the target is in his or her teens. At first, they suspected Victor as he was a major newcomer to the city around that time. But after she scanned him, she was sure it was not him. He was just your old pervert. His fate as a harem king was interesting as it was rare, but that's it. At the wedding, she scanned the girls one by one, and none of them had a defined fate. They were just minor characters. Destined to be breeding material for that pervert, Victor. She never suspected once that their fates had just changed recently. Only the Fate Lord can change fates after all. She scanned the attendees too. There was nothing major. Sure, some had very bad fates, others had nice ones, but nothing earth-shattering. No, there was a scion sitting to the side, but her fate had nothing to do with the Lord's plan. And then there was a dark scion who was married against his will. Reading his defined fate was a waste. Cuckold your husband and die at his hands. She read it 2 times. At first when he acted as Nova when the wedding began, and then the second time when he was dressed like a guard and loitered around the stage for a while. What did his fate mean? Mirage also was curious how he managed to survive Caspian's attack. Her first question was answered after seeing what happened on stage later. She figured it out. Victor was his husband. This was not important for now. The taxi stopped next to the main temple. A grand building that was built with the donations of thousands of worshippers. The priest wobbled out of the taxi and fell down, forcing the guard at the door to quickly ask for help to send him to his room. Mirage quickly out on her SSS-ranked hiding hood, gifted to her by her boss, then silently followed the priest in until she quietly stepped into his room. The moment the door shut, she intended to kidnap him, but what she didn't expect was that he sat right up. He was not drunk at all, and his eyes were angry. He stood up from his bed with difficulty, then sat at a nearby table, taking a red orb from his ring and placing it in front of him. Looking at it, he began to slowly manipulate his expression to appear hurt. Then he took a green pill that immediately made him look sick. He coughed some blood, then took a deep breath, then touched the orb in front of him. Moments later, the orb flickered, then a hologram of a young man appeared. Mirage knew that guy, it was Levi Von Zvi. A snake in human flesh. Jack. What's wrong? Did the plan succeed? Master, the priest coughed up blood. They are dead. All dead. That bastard Theodore, he was waiting for us. It was all a trap. The men were taken to another room, and all of them were killed there. It was as if we had a spy among us. The priest coughed up blood. I know, my other agent at the wedding had already told me what happened on stage. When I arrived, I didn't even get to attack. I was subdued immediately. They drugged me, then made me perform that ritual. How did you escape then? They gave me poison, then sent me away. They didn't want the priest to die on their hands, the priest explained, but they didn't expect that I tricked them. My corpse warrior class made me immune to their medicine. I was always awake all the time, but couldn't do anything. Victor had 4 high-level players around him all the time on the backstage, and one of them was from the von Geldstadt family. I really wanted to make a move and subdue Victor, then make him kill that bride Lynn, but what? It was impossible, I was already poisoned and those guys were watching me like hawks. He began to cough up blood. I see. It was as if Victor was a honeypot set by them to catch all enemies. That pervert was never really an elite. It was all a scam. We already know that, but if von Geldstad is on it too, this complicates things. What's wrong with you? I told you I was poisoned. Although I won't die, I am not good at all, the priest said and coughed some blood. I already took an antidote pill, I just need to rest and heal up now, and maybe use their strange poison to strengthen my corpse power. I just wanted to make this report before that. They expect me to be dead in 2 days. I see, Levi said. Rest for now, and I will contact you with instructions later tonight. Understood. The connection went off. Mirage watched as the priest smirked and stood up after putting the orb back in his storage ring. He was no longer looking sick as he flexed his muscles. Slowly blood returned to his face, making him look healthy again. He was clearly acting. He quickly took out 3 isolation talismans and activated them, making sure that his room was secure, then took out a mirror from his ring. He placed it on the table where the orb was, then bowed to it. A picture of a shadow soon appeared on it. Supreme Ruler, the priest saluted. How did it go? The shadow that resembled a young man asked with a cold voice. Perfect. There were some complications as Victor made me a little drunk so he would be able to marry Alex, which we didn't expect, but other than that, it went according to plan. A pervert is a pervert, the shadowy young man said. Did you fool the von Zwei family? Yes. When I disappear tonight, they will surely suspect the von Weiss or the von Geldstadt family, the priest said. Perfect. This would be perfect for our plan, as the chaos would get us the chance to set our piece to its place, the man said. But what if von Zwei didn't act as planned? Possible. That Fox Martin might realize something was wrong. But it doesn't matter, the families would fight it out sooner or later, so adding some fuel to the fire is never a bad thing, the young man said. Did the Fate sect send anyone? He asked, making Mirage squint her eyes and nearly gasp. I couldn't really tell, thanks to Victor's shenanigans everyone was looking around all the time. I suspect a woman who is next to Luinana, but I am not sure. Too bad photography was not allowed, the entire hall was jammed with anti-photography tools and talismans. Only specially calibrated cameras would work. Draw a photo and send it to me. Maybe we can kill her and blame Victor for it. Mirage squinted her eyes angrily as she bit her lip. I understand. Would they really be drawn away from you with all the noise we were creating around here lately? I can't tell yet. But my fate is a damn hot potato. And with such a good honey pot as Victor, it would be a shame if I were not to use it, the man in the dark said. I believe in Master, the priest said with an unwavering belief. Did Caspian appear? Yes. Thankfully Alex was able to fend him off. And he also did as I told him and accused Caspian of being a demon. What a good boy. Alex is the perfect agent. Victor thinks he is manipulating him, but on the contrary, he is the one being led by the nose. Is that Alex really trustworthy? Of course not. But he wants to rebuild his sect and preserve his father's legacy. And the greedy Victor would never really give him that. Neither would we, the priest chuckled. We can't tell him that just yet, the young master said in a sarcastic tone. I understand, the priest said, making Mirage nod to herself. Alex was really a dark scion. Probably the darkest of them all, everyone was manipulating him. Now, you know what to do, right? Yes. I just need to disappear and stay low for a while, the priest said. Exactly. Your turn in Vane City is over anyway. Just get rid of the Fate Sex agent before you contact me again, the young master said. We'll be done, the priest said as the mirror went dark. He slowly stood up and stored the mirror in his ring, then turned to face Mirage, who was supposedly hiding. Welcome, Lady Fate Sect agent. Did you enjoy eavesdropping on me? He asked arrogantly. Hearing the priest talk to her, Mirage didn't even flinch. That guy was facing the wall opposing her. She was not sure if he really knew that she was there. Her hiding cloak was a top-tier artifact after all. So you want to play hard, huh? Well, I noticed you since the moment you stepped into the temple. Do you know why I let you see all of that? He asked with a dirty smile. Because I will enjoy you later. It should be about time, he said as Mirage began to feel dizzy. *T. She was poisoned. Slowly she felt her strength disappear, having no more power to activate the cloak that she was wearing, which stopped working seconds later. She needed to act. But she couldn't move. It was as if she was frozen in place. Mirage could just silently curse as the priest turned around to face her. Oh. Sorry, you were here, he chuckled, showing a mouth that had more than one decaying tooth. What kind of poison is this? She asked with difficulty as she felt her mouth grow stiff. She tried to move again, but failed. Something new, he said, not explaining any further as he grabbed her cloak, looked at it, then put it in his ring. You have some nice treasure here. Let me see what else you got. He took a dagger from his ring and then professionally began to peel Mirage's clothes layer by layer until she was totally naked. He must have done this hundreds of times before. The dagger was so slow and steady that the protection talisman she had on her body failed to register it as an attack before they were cut. She had no energy to activate them forcibly. Damn you, she cursed. She couldn't believe it as the perverted priest began to check her perfect body. She quickly tried to activate her skills, all of them, but none worked. Don't try. This poison is a newly developed one that disabled someone's powers. Its only drawback is that it is very slow to activate, he said. I will make sure to fully enjoy you, then I will pin it on that pervert, Victor. By the time your master realized that it was all a ploy, it would have already been too late. He added as he took her ring from her finger, took a look at it, and then stacked it in his robes. She glared at him as his eyes darted around her body. Calm down, she told herself. The Fate Lord's protection would save you. She believed in her lord. You are pretty, he said as he began to touch himself indecently. Your lord should have sent someone more normal instead. I was only able to discover you because I kept checking you out at the ceremony. You are my type, he said in a depraved tone as he began to unbutton his pants. Especially that ass, he said groping her butt with his other hand. Mirage's face turned white as she closed her eyes and silently cursed, not wanting to see that man's things as she felt his dirty hand touch her pure body that was dedicated to her lord. He began to chuckle lewdly, then paused. He began to scream, making her open her eyes to see that he was holding his crotch with his hands as blood seeped out. He quickly took a pill from his ring and ate it desperately. But from the look on his face when he fell to the ground it was clearly not working. Damn it. It must be Theodore. He poisoned me back then. He screamed. I am going to find him and fuck him up. Damn him. Damn his family. Aha. Damn. No. Please. Help. The priest's voice slowly disappeared as a river of black blood exploded from all his orifices above and below. No one came to his rescue as the room was fully soundproof to hide the old man's perverted hobbies. It was not a pretty sight at all. No matter how many pills he took, they were not effective. Mirage was terrified, not knowing what poison was this. She could only watch as the old man died and slowly began to decompose after that for the next 3 hours with a very stinky smell. Only his old bones and 2 storage rings were left of him. Slowly she began to feel that her body was no longer stiff. The moment the poison affecting her was weak enough and she could move, she quickly took herring from the floor with some difficulty, and then took a general antidote pill from it and ate it. It was super effective. She could move freely 30 seconds later. She quickly took a silk scarf and wrapped it around her face covering her nose, and then put on some cloth before she began to search around the old man's room. Finding nothing interesting, she just took a sample of the priest's black blood and a storage ring before escaping. Victor, who was sitting to the side of the room, smiled coldly as he watched Mirage leave with the hot potato. Lily's fate. It was all him before she closed her eyes, and the real priest after. Yes, it was all a ploy by him to make the Fate sect forget about him and start focusing on some imaginary enemy that he didn't name on purpose. He was not sure what powers worked for the Fate sect after all. He hoped that they would make a connection between the mirror and the dark chamber, but this was not that important. Just a side detail. Mirage was poisoned initially at the party. And the poison was activated later with an additional substance that he released when he entered the room. The ring Mirage took was not the priest's ring, but a fake one he prepared. No one would be able to open it the normal way, not even the Fate Lord, as it needs a lot of authority to remove Victor's imprint. It would take them a while. And if they did ever manage to open it using some other underhanded means. He. What happened in Troy's mansion would be an example of what would happen. Victor chuckled as carefully he left the temple and began heading home while whistling to himself. This was destined to be a long night. Alice collapsed on her chair after returning to her seat from the ladies' room. She had to go wipe and adjust her skirt after 2 rounds of dancing with Julian and 1 with her father. She couldn't believe it, but she was having fun. Julian was a good dancer. At first, she was reluctant but had to do it to please her mother, who also danced with her father for an entire hour. What's wrong? She looked at Julian, who was sitting at her side, and asked. I may have drunk too much, he said, feeling strange. He never got drunk before. It was a strange fuzzy feeling. Oh, she said as she watched him lean on the table. Shall I prepare a room for the young master? A thoughtful maid suddenly approached and asked. Many guests had already collapsed, she noted. Many attendees had never drunk this much in their entire life, but the party was wild and the drinks here were of the best types. Yes. Please do. Alice said with a sigh. As 2 other maids came and helped Julian, who was clearly drunk, stand up. Alice. Go with them. He is your boyfriend. Elena, who was also resting after a wild dance with her husband, scolded. Ah. Yes, Alice nodded as she also helped support Julian as they dragged him out of the hall. They quickly found a presidential suite on the top floor and slowly put Julian on a big bed. Do you need anything else, my lady? One maid asked Alice. No. You can leave, she said with a frown, then watched the maids walk out and close the door behind them, leaving her alone with Julian. Damn it, she cursed. She couldn't just leave. It was not appropriate to leave her boyfriend and continue to party. She sighed as she sat on a side couch and looked at Julian. She had to confess, he was handsome. His features were those of a prince somehow. He was destined not to be ordinary. Too bad he grew up in a poor family. No. He was the lucky one, he didn't have to marry against his will like she did. Looking at him for the next few minutes, she began to feel strange, wanting to touch his face. Not knowing why, she slowly stood and approached him, touching his face, his hair, then his lips. A strange feeling rushed through her body. She slowly knelt beside him on the bed and kissed him. She wanted just a taste, but she couldn't let go. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She looked stunning up close. He couldn't help himself but touch her. She yelped and wanted to step back in fright, but he caught her. She could have easily gotten rid of him and kicked his ass, but couldn't. She didn't want to. See, I told you he is a bastard. Isn't that a little overboard? I mean, Victor fixing his sister with that hobo using the wine and libido effect? Alpha cursed as she watched from the cameras in the control center. He must have some plan. You saw how he scammed everyone earlier. Camellia said. And using the relaxing and the libido effects of the shard was really amazing. Just look at how wild the party is downstairs. Fun my ass. Many women will get pregnant tonight, Alpha sighed. Ian, you don't have to look. Sorry, but. They are both pretty like sculptures and. Ian screamed as she put her hands on her face, covering her eyes. The scene on the monitor displaying Julian and Alice had just turned into something that someone in her age group should not watch. Mission accomplished. Alpha said as she turned off the monitor, disappointing the few girls who gathered to watch. They even brought some popcorn. He never technically forced them, one girl said. Beta. You have been corrupted by him. Alpha retorted. Putting 2 drunk horny teenagers in the same room is the same as forcing them. But. Just look at the other 2. Leah and Archie, they have been at it since the morning. We stopped all effects on them hours ago, wanting them to go down and attend the ceremony, but it is to no avail. Alpha yelled angrily. You got a point there. But they are very compatible. Nora, one of the assassin girls said, now, can you turn on the monitor again? No. Don't you have no shame? Alpha cursed, why don't you go watch your big sister Lily get F***cat instead, she asked the assassin girls who finished their mission earlier and were now relaxing. Do you want us to die a gruesome death? Another one of the assassin girls exclaimed. Ian nodded. From the time she spent with Lily, she realized how ruthless she could be. Why does the young master like Lily anyway? Alpha asked, turning to Beta. He has many better girls. Personally, I like that slut Margaret better. I think, because she is completely loyal to him. Beta said. She would literally die for him. The twins would too. Alpha interjected. I think it is because she is the prettiest. Camellia proposed. Prettier than me? Alpha asked. She didn't know why. By a bit, Camellia answered nervously as she looked away. I think because she was his first one, Beta said. You heard him. He said that Mira was his first love. Then what? Love is a strange thing, another said. I guess we would never truly know, Alpha sighed. Reaching his mansion at long last, Victor was welcomed by some very frustrated brides and a nervous bald cross-dressing one. They had been waiting for hours in their wedding dresses. Even Lily, who knew that he went to kill someone earlier, was a little nervous. Oops, he forgot to tell them that there would not be any action tonight. Welcome, young master. Hilda quickly welcomed him with a slight bow. Congratulations on your wedding, she said. Yeah, whatever. Where is Hannah? He asked. She already moved her stuff to the staff building as you instructed her to do. She said she was going to sleep for 3 straight days before she takes care of that stupid egg for yours. Hilda said, taking a box from her storage ring. She left this for you. Victor quickly grabbed it and looked at it, confirming that this was the blood pill he asked for. Perfect. Good. Tell the girls when they return from the party to stay inside the walls for 3 days after they return from the party at the hotel. Now go out and close the door. This building will be out of bounds for next week. Victor said as he pushed the surprised Hilda out. And no matter what screams you hear, you are forbidden from entering. This young master wants to enjoy his wedding night, week, whatever, he said as he closed the mansion's door and then activated a talisman. The entire mansion shone with golden light for a moment before it returned to normal. Now you can't escape, he turned to the amused girls and said. Hee hee. The entire mansion is ours too, he paused as he looked at Alex. What are you doing here? Victor gasped and asked in shock as he pointed at her. I will leave, Alex said, feeling a little angry but didn't know why. She attempted to go out but couldn't open the door. It was as if it was frozen in place. You can't leave. Victor said angrily. This entire place is entirely locked for 3 days. I already activated the space isolation talismans. Victor said angrily. Don't me. Damn it. You were definitely planning to peep on me and my girls. Victor threw some baseless accusations. Not at all. Alex said defensively. They are not my type anyway. That's the point. You want to peep on me, not them. Victor yelled. Alex hesitated. No, I wouldn't do that, she said. Whatever. Don't even try anything funny and keep to your room for this week, or I would make sure to castrate you. This day keeps getting stranger, first a ghost bride, then a hot potato, and now this. A ghost bride? Margaret, who was watching the show, couldn't help but ask. She had no idea what Victor left them to do earlier. Yes. After the wedding, I checked my status and I had 10 brides. As far as I know, I only married the 9 of you. Where did the 10th come from? He said. Could it be a ghost from the wedding hall? He pondered, making the 10th bride look to the ground nervously, not daring to say a thing. Status? Monica asked. I will explain to you about this later. Victor quickly replied. Doesn't the system list the brides' names? Mira, who like the others only knew about Lily being the secret bride, asked. It does, but for the additional one, it is question marks. Like the system itself can't decide, Victor lied, making Alex look away as she secretly touched the gender-changing ring on her finger. She didn't know that it had that feature. Can't you use the system to connect to her? Lynn asked. It is not working. Strange, Victor lied. There must have been some glitch in the wedding. Probably it was that priest. Maybe he was a female in secret. Or he could be gay, Margaret said with a smug smile. She totally knew. That stupid priest is already dead. So it is not him, he said, giving Lily a nod. Dead? Monica asked, a little horrified. Yes, alcohol poisoning, he lied. No matter what, I will investigate the strange things later. I will get my hands on that 10th bride and then fuck her out. Ghost or not? Victor said, licking his lips and sending a shiver down Alex's spine. What if she was a male? Margaret asked. Regardless. Victor yelled angrily. Then she better watches that sorry ass of hers. Margaret said. Definitely, Victor nodded. Now. Why are you girls still awake anyway? Isn't it way past your bedtime? He asked the girls some bizarre questions. Are you really asking that? Don't you have some big job tonight? Margaret asked. We were waiting for you to finish it, she said, making the girls blush. True. Victor said as he slowly walked toward Elise, who was sitting nervously to the side totally unsuspecting and carried her in his arms. She yelped in surprise. I will take Elise to heal her now. I am sure she already told you her story, Victor said. Lynn and Lily will come with me too. A threesome? No, a foursome. Margaret asked, a little excited for no apparent reason. You will know in the morning. Now go get some dinner and go to sleep. Victor said to the disappointed girls. And no matter what you hear from below, ignore it, he added mysteriously again, making Elise and his hand shrink a little. Young master. What should I do? Alex suddenly said nervously. Oh. I almost forgot about you. We will talk in the morning, this young master has a young master's work to do for tonight. Victor said as he carried Elise downstairs to the basement, ignoring the girls' questioning gazes. He paused. Margaret. Take Alex and stay on the upper floor for tonight, he said apologetically. Why? She asked. She planned to eavesdrop on him. Your presence might disturb the ritual, he didn't elaborate as he left. Lynn and Lily quickly followed with a smirk, making the girls sigh in frustration. Especially Monica, who had been breathing heavily all night in anticipation. Don't look at him like that. Arya scolded. This was what we expected would happen. And Elise deserves to be the priority. You heard her story. Mira nodded. What a poor girl. How about we find something to eat then? Mina said, trying to liven the atmosphere a little. Mana nodded, let's go. Aunt Hilda already prepared a lot of things in the kitchen. Then that only leaves the two of us, Margaret said, looking at Alex. And I am going to have my fun tonight no matter what, she added, dragging the poor newly married dark scion upstairs. Victor. I need to talk to you privately too, Lynn said as soon as they reached a simple soundproofed office in the basement, where Victor carefully placed the nervous Elise on a couch. Is it about the parasite? He asked. Yes. Lynn nodded. She knew that Victor already knew everything about it. In fact, he had been watching the ritual she underwent through her eyes while calming her down. Did you learn something new? He asked. Before the wedding. Aunt Martha gave me another mission and told me to hide it from my mother. Oh. What? Victor looked at Lynn with a frown. The parasite eggs they gave me were not for the zombie parasite as my mother and I were informed. What are they? Victor turned serious as he looked her in the eyes. I don't know. But that Aunt Martha told me to perform a ritual when we. Lynn blushed. You know. What ritual? Victor asked. It is a strange incantation, Lynn said as she took out a piece of paper and gave it to him. It contained a summoning spell. Victor only needed to look at it for a second before his face changed. What is it? Lily asked, giving Lynn some very hostile looks. This is a demon summoning ritual. They want to replace me with a demon, he said, squinting his eyes. The von Rosen patriarch must not be aware of this. They were infiltrated too. That woman Martha was a von Spy agent. What? What should I do? She asked nervously. Don't worry. Now that you told me, we can prepare some nice surprise for them, he said, squinting his eyes as he patted her hair. Lynn nodded as she enjoyed his touch. Now. Are you ready to do some summoning for me? He asked. Yes, she already knew that he wanted to make her summon something on their wedding night, but she had no idea what. Then go to the other room with Lily and follow this. Victor said, taking out a small booklet and giving it to Lynn. Lynn nodded as she quickly leafed through it. A summoning? Yes. It is important to upgrade our bloodlines before we lose our virginity, he said. Oh. She nodded. But this summoning is not for a servant. It is just an invitation to come to our world. That thing doesn't need to follow my order. We only have the power to send it back to its world. Yes. You don't have the power to make that thing your servant. We are just inviting a guest to help us. It might need some convincing though. Oh. Is that why you want me to summon it in the cage? Yes. Victor nodded. Lily is coming with me? Lynn finally asked, a little annoyed. Yes, she will make things way easier, Victor said as he took out a jade box containing the red feather he got from the auction. Use this as a catalyst. And make Lily stand by your side at all times without her veil, he added, looking at Lily. She was not convinced. What is this thing called Davidothak? I have never heard of such a creature before. Lynn asked with a frown. It is a very rare creature from a higher realm. Very tricky to summon, but if you follow the instructions and the contract I provided it should succeed on the first try. Victor said. This is vital for our next plan. You must succeed. Can't you be with us? Lynn asked nervously. Summoning powerful otherworldly creatures is a very hard thing to do, especially if it is a smart one. No way. I will monitor you, but that's the only thing I can do. Don't even mention my name inside that room. That thing hates men and sluts. Victor said. I will have to use my disguise skill around this room to avoid any problems. Oh. So that's why you sent Margaret and Alex away. Exactly, he said. He sent Alex away for another reason. Now go. The faster you finish with this, the faster we would be able to consummate our marriage, Victor said with a dirty smile. Lynn blushed a little then quickly left with Lily who gave Elise then Victor one last glare before closing the room's door behind her. Elise shrank a little as she heard the door close. She was alone with him. It was the moment of truth. Was he scamming her all day or was he telling the truth? Now. Victor said as he sat beside her on the couch. What's wrong with you? He asked Elise. Aren't you the one who is supposed to tell me that? She asked. Not really. I only know 3 things. Victor said mysteriously. The first is that your ritual is not over yet, he said. Oh. Really? She seemed to have not been aware of that. Yes. I can tell from reading your status, with my appraisal skill. This leads us to my second point. Your condition is definitely caused by the ritual. It is some kind of a test. She also figured this out the moment he told her that her ritual was not over. The third thing is that you smell nice, he said. Do you wear perfume? He asked as he took a deep breath. No, she stuttered as she blushed. Can we return to curing me? You said you would be able to do that. Yes. Yes. You have to tell me exactly what happened at your ritual though, he asked. Well. I was really nervous back then, Elise nodded her cute eyebrows, trying hard to remember. I was brought to the ceremony room by my uncle. A cube-shaped stone was placed in the center. The awakening artifact. Victor nodded. My uncle explained to me that the stone would ask me a question and that I should answer it the best I can. He ordered me to touch it after that. The stone? Yes. What else was there? She frowned, not getting his joke. Nothing, just a random thought. You were left alone after that? Yes. It is the tradition, as I must solve the question alone by myself. That makes sense. The idea behind the von Geldstadt family's artifact is that it would ask a question, then monitor the way the candidate thinks about it. The answer was not important, but the thought process is what determined the results. The more mental energy someone spends, the better. The candidate only needed to reach the answer in his mind, he didn't even need to say it. If the thought process was completely wrong or the candidate took too much time, the test would fail. This was a strange thing, as Elise didn't fail. Why was that? What happened after that at the ritual? A strange question appeared in front of me. It was totally incomprehensible no matter how I thought about it. I gave up and tried some random answers, but nothing happened. After an hour it disappeared and I was blasted away from the stone. Did your grandfather investigate what happened after that? Victor frowned. This was not what he expected. Yes. Other than that, my uncle didn't explain things more clearly. He found nothing, no foul play. Oh, Victor frowned. At first he presumed that it was someone from her family, like what happened with him. But if someone was good enough able to fool Harvey, the von Geldstadt family wouldn't have disintegrated a few years after his death. Oh. What was the question? I can't tell you. What if I failed the test, she asked. After knowing the test was not over, she had been feeling a little edgy. You already told your grandfather. And telling others will not make you fail as long as they didn't solve it for you. Oh. Elise frowned, then took out a piece of paper she was keeping in her pocket and gave it to Victor. She must have written it before with the twins' help. Opening it, Victor frowned as he looked at it. Despite being blind, Elise's strokes were clear and beautiful. She must have studied calligraphy. Other than that, Victor had no idea what the hell those symbols meant. What the fuck, he had never seen those before, despite them looking familiar. No wonder she didn't fail her ceremony or pass it. The girl couldn't simply answer a question she didn't get. So no matter what she tried, the system was still waiting for her to read the F*** question. Victor just sat there looking at the piece of paper for the next 30 minutes. Flipping it around and looking at it from a different angle. Elise, who was sitting beside him, said nothing. Damn, they looked very familiar. But where did he see them? It was a feeling similar to looking at your own glasses. You always look through them that you forget they are on your eyes, something like that. What could those mean? If this was not a trick played by her family, then what? And how was the blind Elise able to solve this after the reckoning? If Elise was able to solve it, he should be able to do it too. Victor refused to think that she was smarter than him. What could have changed after the reckoning? It could be just a time thing. The question simply timed out after so long. Very possible. Elise would automatically be turned into a player by the world after the reckoning after all. It was also possible that the scion who met her helped her in some way. Scions were good at fixing little girls' troubles. Victor sighed. He had a complex look in his eyes. Elise would definitely lose faith in him if he failed to solve her problem. The scam he prepared to steal her lowly heart would fail. No, he refused to give up. He must start from the beginning. He took a deep breath. And began to ponder. If Elise could see what he looked like now, she would be shocked, as he no longer looked like a perverted young master, but like a scheming fox deep in thoughts. A very charming fox. He was considering all possibilities. Why would the system ask Elise an impossible question? It never did that before. Even the symbols it usually used were something everyone could read regardless of their race or language. Wait. Victor quickly remembered what happened earlier at the wedding. Something that he ignored and intended to investigate later. Holy sh**t. Victor suddenly shouted as he stood up, looking at the symbols on the paper. He got it. What? Elise asked nervously, feeling it as Victor jumped from the couch and began to laugh like a maniac. He was scaring her. He. I might know what's wrong with you. We need to make sure of one little thing first though, he said. I will take a sample of your blood. Don't flinch, he said as he surprised the girl and pricked her finger. He always kept some needles in his ring, just in case he needed to turn someone into a green goo. Why? She asked as he let go of her hand. Nothing, just a little test to make sure of your bloodline, he said as he smeared her blood in his bloodline book. Bloodline, she asked, but he didn't answer as he looked at the book in his hand. In it 2 pages lit up. Yes, he said as he checked the 2 bloodlines that appeared. Just as his appraisal of her told him before. Originator species, Cyclops 50%. Rank, S. Special blood effects. True sight. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced lifespan. Super enhanced strength. Enhanced intuition. Enhanced charm resistance. Enhanced water resistance. Super enhanced fire resistance. Enhanced petrifying resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Metals affinity. Bloodline skills. True appraisal, S. Remnant memory, S. Calculative minds, S. Petrifying eye, A. Berserk, A. Illusion, A. Regeneration, B. Swift flash, C. Weakness. Dark metals. The first one was the one belonging to the von Geldstadt family. To her mother. The next one belonged to her mysterious father. Originator species, 3i silver ermine, 50%. Rank, S. Special blood effects. Immortality. Enhanced healing. Illusion resistance. Enhanced magic power. Super enhanced agility. Super enhanced intelligence. Enhanced cold resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Super enhanced memory. Super enhanced charm. Weak presence. Bloodline skills. Ethereal sight, SSS. Disguise, S. Hiding, A. Armored skin, A. Fireball, A. Thunderstrike, A. Charm, A. Thunderstep, A. Regeneration, B. Leer, B. Shock, C. Weakness. Ringstone. Hell water. Wow. This girl sure has some noble bloodline. Victor pondered. Now he was sure of his conclusion. Sometimes, people get certain bloodline skills and powers before awakening. Like his father, who has some crazy libido, and Lara, who gained amazing regeneration after he upgraded her bloodline last night. These things are completely random and differ from one person to another. What is the problem? Elise asked. Your bloodline has this power, true sight. And something called ethereal sight. You also have some illusion resistance, which seems to have affected this too. The irony, she said. She was blind now after all. It is not that. Back then when you looked at the system message, you must have been very agitated, right? Well. My uncle was, being a little rough, so. I was crying, she said in a low voice after some hesitation. This might be the catalyst. Anyway, if my guess is right, when you looked at the system message, you saw the true letters. A part of them. True what? Those are magical letters that would appear as a language that anyone can read. They are called base runes. The problem with those is that you need to see their illusion to understand them, their real shape, or they will appear like random symbols to the untrained eye. You mean this? Blood power made me see their true look and not their intended one, she asked, not really sure. Kinda. You only saw a part of them, but it was enough to ruin the effect they should have had. So. Anyone can read those? She asked worriedly. I can. To a certain extent, he said, not really sure. Then. I will need some time. They are multidimensional symbols you see. What you saw was a projection of just one side, not the real ones, he said as he pondered on the paper in his hand. It will take me a few minutes to figure the entire thing out. Oh, she said as she pondered on what he said earlier. Victor ignored her and began to work on the symbols. So my blood power makes me immune to illusions, she asked after a few minutes in which Victor had already scribbled a ton of additions to the symbols on the paper she gave him. Kinda, he answered absent-mindedly, focusing on the symbols. They were like a puzzle, and he had to make some guesses. Weren't you using an illusion to show me the wedding earlier? Why did it work then? She asked. Oh, he paused and looked at her, not expecting her to ask that. You already knew that it was an illusion, and if you searched for mistakes you could have found some, or. Maybe because you are blind now, you unconsciously chose to selectively see certain things. I am not really sure, he lied. The real reason she was affected by his illusion was his authority, which overrides any innate resistance she had. In truth, Elise was never supposed to see through Tom's disguise. The only reason she did was that it was the effect of a pill and not Victor's skill. But he couldn't tell her that, so he acted as if he revealed the truth to her on purpose. Finished, he finally said 30 minutes later. Then now what? She asked nervously. I can't help you solve this quiz or tell you anything about it. But I already decoded these symbols, I will make them appear in front of you as they should have. Make sure to answer it in your mind. Victor said. Oh. Don't be nervous. Even if you fail, I have a way to make you a player, he said, rubbing her hair to calm her down. Ready? Elise nodded nervously as in front of her eyes a series of letters began to appear, the real question. Answer. 3 dragons, a thunder dragon, a fire dragon, and water dragon. They found 3 chamber pots. One was gold, one was stone, and the last was wood. What chamber pot each dragon used? Victor smiled as he showed the question and looked at Elise, who was in deep thought. This question was a classic. But he couldn't help her. Her thought process is what was getting tested. Elise frowned as she pondered for a few minutes and then decided on an answer. This was a trick question. A dragon does not use a chamber pot to pee in it but to keep it. Dragons collected treasures. The 3 dragons will fight on the golden one and totally ignore the other 2. The water dragon would destroy the fire dragon who will not be able to attack freely, fearing damaging the pot. The thunder dragon will act as if it was heavily injured. Then when the slippery water dragon touches the pot he would electrify it and kill the water dragon. The thunder dragon will take it and use it in whatever manner he desires. Elise answered, then in the next moment a ray of light shone around her as a menu screen appeared in front of her. It was gibberish at first, but remembering what Victor said, she quickly tried to adjust her eyesight, and the next moment, some readable text appeared. Congratulations player, perfect answer. Calculating time and effort. Error. Correcting. Result issued. Class rewarded, Master Strategist, SSS. Skills. Prediction, SSS. Wide Vision, SS. Appraisal, S. Focus, A. Array Building, D. Hide Presence, F. Victor, who was using his appraisal skill to watch her, smiled and nodded as Elise slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with a smile. She could see perfectly now. Thank you, she said with tears in her eyes. It is my duty. You are my wife after all. She said as she jumped in his embrace, then began to cry. The last few years were tough on the little girl. And now finally she no longer needed to live in despair. Victor slowly patted her hair as she hugged him harder. Would he finally get that fabled skill? Nope, he had to wait for the next girl. Now that I took care of you. It's your turn to watch out for me, he said after the girl calmed down a little and awkwardly let go of him. How, she said with a heavy blush. Was he going to? She couldn't even look at him imagining what would happen next. I want you to keep watch over me as I take this, Victor said, taking a pill from his ring. The blood-restoring pill Hannah prepared for him with the baby blood she got. Oh. Just that? She asked, pouting a little. Don't be so disappointed. You will be able to watch a good show, he said, making her blush as she looked away. This bastard was playing with her on purpose. What a good show, she asked finally, but was interrupted as he suddenly hugged and carried her like a princess. I can walk now, she protested with a blush as she looked at him and then looked away. He was too handsome for her lowly heart. I know, I just like carrying you, he said as he left the room and headed to the one beside her where the big bathtub was. It was time for him to upgrade his bloodline. From the darkness, we call you. Davitothak. Lynn shouted as she held the celestial fire chicken feather that Victor gave her high. She was very tired as it took her 4 hours to fully prepare the summoning circle Victor gave her, and now she was attempting the summoning even though she had no idea what it was for. She just trusted Victor completely. She was standing with Lily in the cage room with a wooden table in front of them. On the table, there was a golden parchment and a few lit incense sticks. We call you. Lynn screamed again as in front of her a strange circle of shining symbols of light began to appear in midair as if it was a portal to another world. A summoning circle. We call you. We summon you. She shouted and repeated. Moments later, 2 dark eyes appeared looking from the circle and peering at Lynn as if questioning her. We contract by blood. The offering is yours. She yelled. This feather is the token of our seal. Lynn said, raising the feather high and then leaving it. It magically stuck in midair, suspended by the magical circle. The ancient promise is to be kept, and the blood of the virgins shall be yours, she said, not really sure what this meant. The 2 eyes pondered looking at Lynn. It was hesitant. That was until it noticed Lily who was standing behind her. The eyes opened wide in shock, then the magical circle collapsed, turning into a strange symbol that drilled into the feather that started to burn. Then, quickly, in one smooth movement, Lynn placed the feather onto the parchment, then rolled and threw it inside the grand cage, then stepped back with Lily according to Victor's instructions. The parchment burned in azure flames that began to take shape. From the darkness, it appeared. A giant cock. Literally. It was a huge bright white rooster with rainbow-colored feathers on its head, carefully combed from the left to the right. It was disoriented at first, looking around with wise human-like eerie eyes. Then a moment later, it jumped at Lily. Then hit the cage's iron bar, which stopped it in its tracks. It reached out its head trying to peck the girls, but they were at a safe distance so it could only crow angrily at them. Now what? Lynn asked nervously. I have no idea, Lily said as that thing attacked the cage again angrily. Will this cage hold? Lynn asked nervously. Yes. The young master. No. Our husband said that it would suffice, Lily corrected herself. Oh. But, Lynn wanted to say something but the rooster attacked again, shaking the entire cage, and making something stuffed above it fall down on its stupid head. It paused and looked at what hit it. It was a magazine. On its cover, there were some scantily dressed girls riding a horse in some very lewd way. The rooster began to crow as it pecked at them, shredding the page and causing more photos to appear. The pages scattered everywhere around the cage showed the rooster some things that it had never imagined possible. The poor thing almost lost its mind as it began to peck randomly everywhere at the pages and lost itself as it engrossed itself in these educational materials. Is that thing a pervert? Lynn asked nervously with a blushed face as she calmed down a little. She didn't dare to look at the magazine after seeing the first page. Definitely, Lily nodded and said. Now she knew why Victor bought those. Thankfully he was telling the truth back then, they were not for his personal consumption. Why is it pecking at the girls? Lynn asked. Does it hate them? It is not. It is pecking the eyes and the balls of the males in the photo, Lily, who had sharp eyesight, said. Even the animal ones. Oh, Lynn, who didn't dare to look, nodded just when the room's doors were pushed open, making the rooster turn around and look with threatening eyes at the door and then at the newcomer. It was a very beautiful teenage girl, who wore revealing clothes and walked slowly, making sure to show her perfectly sculpted body. Lynn and Lily frowned and looked at the girl, not knowing who this was. That was until she spoke in her melodic voice. Wow. That's one handsome big cock you have got here, she said looking at the celestial rooster. Vivi really wants to touch it, she added with a bright smile. Victor, disguised as Vivi, slowly approached the distressed rooster, who warily eyed him. What is this creature, you? Vivi, Lily asked. Why did the young masters? No, her husband's smell changed? She almost didn't recognize him. His smell was stronger and spicier. It almost caused her to get intoxicated. A celestial rooster. Victor said as he approached the cage while disguised as Vivi. The rooster, who calmed down, didn't attack. It just squinted its eyes inspecting Victor. It felt something was wrong, but it couldn't put its talon on it. What is it good for? Lynn asked after affirming that it was really Victor. Vivi didn't respond, he just bowed to the rooster elegantly, making sure to show his breasts. The rooster bowed back, making sure to have a deep look off those breasts. Elise. Come see this magnificent big cock. Victor yelled at the door, making everyone look back as a pretty petite girl slowly walked into the room. It was Elise, who was fully healed. She was blushing heavily, finally realizing why everyone called Victor a pervert. She had never known that someone could be this shameless. No wonder her cousin Charlotte hated his guts. Earlier, he made her watch as he undressed and took that pill inside the strange wooden bathtub. His clearly defined slim muscular body looked super hot as he sweated with steam all around him. She had no idea a man could be this attractive. She wanted to look away, but Victor entrusted her with a healing pill to give him in case something went wrong, so she had to keep watching, carefully engraving every crease off his perfect body in her memory. The pill ended up being used on her after that. She bled for 5 straight minutes from her nose without realizing it. Look. Victor said, waking her up from her fantasies and pointing at the colorful rooster. This is a noble celestial rooster. It only likes pretty girls. So come say hi, he said. The rooster nodded. It somehow understood what Victor meant. Elise approached slowly and nervously, looking at the monstrous rooster. She had never been to a dungeon, so the sight of this thing was really sticking. Cut your finger and let a drop of your blood into the metal dish stuck to the cage, Victor said. Elise looked at him nervously, not knowing what to do. He sighed, then gently held her hand, and using a sharp dagger, he pricked her delicate finger. The rooster didn't move, he just watched as the blood drop fell in front of it. It slowly approached it, then sniffed at it. The next moment it slurped with its beak and then began to crow, causing Elise to step back in fear and into Vivi's embrace. "What happened?" she asked. "Don't worry. Look." Victor said as on the head of the celestial rooster, a blue and silver-colored feather began to grow joining his other carefully arranged feathers. It crowed for a few more minutes then bent down to the metal dish and spit out a red marble that Victor quickly took and inspected. "What is this?" "You can call it a bloodline enhancement pill," Victor said, giving it to Elise. "Take this as soon as you are in your room later. This thing has a very short shelf life." "Oh, this will improve your bloodline by 1 degree," Victor said. The celestial rooster, in order to mate, needs to prove to the potential female that he is a real stud, so he goes around the world collecting bloodlines from other races' virgins. "It is a pervert," Elise said, sucking her injured finger and inspecting the pill. "The feathers that grew on its head are proof of his success?" "Right. That's also why only one from every bloodline can make a certain rooster drink his blood," Victor explained. This rooster had 5 feathers before, so it was not really that successful in his life. That's why he answered the summoning. "Oh. And the pill?" Lynn asked. "It is the leftovers. The rooster you see is a cheater. It enhances the bloodlines it takes to make it appear as if it was stronger than what it really is," Victor explained. The leftovers contain some of the enzymes secreted to enhance the bloodline by awakening some ancient genes in it. "Taking it will cause your bloodline to enhance," he said. "Oh," the 3 girls nodded, finally understanding why Victor summoned this damn thing. It was really to enhance their bloodlines. They slowly inspected the rooster, who proudly lifted its head. Yup, it was a pervert. Lynn finally realized what the ancient promise she made in the ceremony was. It was to give this pervert many blood drops of premium blood in exchange for the pills. "Go, Lynn. It is your turn," Victor said. She said, extending her hand to Victor. She wanted him to do it like with Elise. Victor sighed, then quickly cut her finger and presented the blood drop to the rooster who was waiting in anticipation. The moment the drop of blood fell into the dish, the rooster licked it, and from its head, a bright emerald feather began to grow. It was less impressive than the other one, as Lynn only had the von Rosen family's B-ranked horned serpent bloodline. The rooster slowly spit the red pill, then stood and looked at Lily. It was as if it were saying, "It is your turn, honey." She was the reason it accepted the summoning in the first place. It preferred bloodlines from noble and bird-like mythical creatures like Lily's SS-ranked, crowned crow. Victor sighed as he grabbed the pill and gave it to Lynn. "Take Elise and go to your rooms," he ordered. "You need to take this pill fast," he added. "Oh." Lynn frowned looking at Lily and then at Victor. "Fine," she said, grabbing the pill and then walking out. Elise, who didn't know which room was hers, quickly followed after giving Victor and then Lily one last look. Damn, this girl was pretty, she thought. After the room's door closed, Victor slowly approached the cage, then cut his own finger and let a drop of blood fall while crossing his fingers. For this, he had kept his virginity for the last few months. This thing's enzyme only works on virgin, undisturbed and unawakened blood. And it only likes females, that's why he was pausing as Vivi. The rooster looked at Vivi and then at the blood drop. It smelled it and then crowded angrily, kicking at the cage as it jumped back, then began to shoot hostile glares at Victor, who stepped back to make sure he was out of range. "What's wrong?" Lily asked. "I don't know," Vivi said in a sluttery voice. "Don't you like me?" she asked the rooster as she began to unbutton her shirt, showing her body. The rooster crowed again, then frowned. Looking at the blood, then at Vivi. This was definitely a female. The blood felt weird though. It was tempting. It slowly approached the blood and looked at it. It smelled it again. This thing had something very special in it, but no. Something was wrong. The smell was wrong. It was tempting. But no. It heard stories. Better safe than sorry. It stepped back and looked away. Victor chuckled drily. He expected as much. He might disguise the smell and looks, but this thing had some nasty intuition. "Lily, give me your hand," Victor said. Lily quickly obeyed and watched as Victor pricked her finger and made a drop of her blood fall into his. He merged the 2 blood drops. The rooster, who was acting angrily, looked at what happened and then ran to the dish. It looked at it then at Vivi and Lily. It was a dilemma. What should it do? It stepped back. Then returned to the dish. It shook its head, then stepped back. And looked to the side. Damn. This room was full of nasty images, not giving it the chance to clear its head. Then it looked at Lily and walked again towards the dish and gave the blood drop a smell. It was like a candy bar that fell in the mud. A very delicious candy bar. It hesitated. It wondered what to do, then noticed something and looked up. Lily slowly began to undress under Victor's command. It took her a moment to stand there naked in front of the cage, modestly covering her chest with her hand as she gave the rooster a wink. Blood began to flow from the poor creature's nostrils. And from Victor's too, but nobody saw that. The rooster didn't care anymore as it slurped the blood drops in relish. This was the only way. It raised its head and began to crow after that. 2 feathers began to grow from its head, one of them was golden and was from the left side like the others, while a unique purple one appeared from the right. It was a lone feather, the evidence that this rooster liked men. The crow spat up one big red pill and then opened its eyes wide as it noticed the feather dangling from the right side of its head. It looked with shock at it, then at Victor, who quickly scooped the pill and stood back. The rooster had finally figured it out. Ka-ah-ya. The rooster began to crow and wail angrily, scratching at the cage as if it wanted nothing more than to get to Victor and cut him into pieces. Its image as a repeatable rooster was ruined forever. Finding it futile to assault Victor, it began to try to pull the stupid purple feather from its head, but no matter how much it tried, the damn thing was as shameless as Victor as it refused to budge. Calm down. In the next few days, I will get you a few more girls. All of them have good bloodlines, Victor said. He wanted his blood slave skill to activate, but apparently, that cock didn't really drink the blood, but directly dissolved it. What a wasted opportunity. The rooster didn't listen to Victor as it began to crow hysterically. It was ruined. Its friends will start to make fun of it and no chick would accept it. The celestial chicken society was very transphobic. Everyone makes mistakes in their youth. Victor added. All you can do now is to focus on collecting more feathers so that no one would look at the purple ones. The rooster responded by cursing at Victor and at his entire family in some incomprehensible bird language that if Victor understood, he would have killed that shameless thing. What now? Lily asked, totally ignoring the rooster and looking at the pill in Victor's hand. It was one for the 2 of them, so it was hers or Victor's. She didn't mind it if Victor took it. Let's go upgrade our bloodline, Victor said after a sigh. He just gestured to Lily and left the room with her. The cock needs some time to calm down before it is ready for action again with the other girls, he said as he closed the door. Why did that sound so dirty? Julian opened his eyes as he felt the sharp dagger touch his throat, drawing a red line of blood on it. You want to kill your husband after taking advantage of him? He calmly asked Alice, who was biting her lip as she held her dagger against him. She was hiding her body by the bed sheet that she wrapped around her. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you, she said coldly, hiding her feelings. She couldn't believe she surrendered to her desires and slept with this guy. You were the one who started it, he said as he looked her back in the eyes. Yesterday, he learned a lot about her weaknesses. She couldn't keep eye contact with him. He was right. She looked away as she puffed her rosy cheeks. Not knowing what to do, she stood up. Forget what happened, she said, throwing a piece of paper at him. It was the check she promised before. I might try, but I will never be able to. You were my first, he said, ignoring the check as he looked at her. She was pretty. Shut up. Do you know what we just did? She asked. We made love. He said softly. He was good at this. And although I have no experience, I have to say, we were very compatible. Shut up, she blushed, remembering the wild things they did under the effect of alcohol. He was right, they were compatible. You don't understand. We can't be together. Our backgrounds are, she began to make excuses. I have a background. It is equal, if not better than yours. Yeah. Whatever. Alice didn't believe him, she already ordered her butler to look up his background earlier, and it quickly came out that Julian was just a poor orphan. I am telling the truth, he said. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see that man who broke into the wedding today? Caspian? What does it have to do with him? Julian asked. Although I rejected him, he is supposedly my fiancé. If he knew what we did, he would come after you and kill you. His background is something that even my family can't resist. So for your own safety, keep this a secret and forget about me, she said as she threw the bed sheet that was around her body on Yulian, who was conflicted about telling her that James Trove had already removed the curse Caspian placed on him. By the time he removed the bed sheet from the top of his head, Alice was already dressed. Live a long life. We will never meet again, she said as she walked out without looking back. But Yulian could spot the shake in her hand. We will see about that, he replied as he noticed the blood drops on the bed sheet. He was also her first. Although he had no way to convince her now, everything would change in a few months. Yes, he has set his mind. This chick was his. Suddenly there was a scream outside. Bitch! Man-stealer! Thinking that it was Alice, Yulian jumped out of bed and ran to the door, and opened it slightly. Outside, one woman was screaming at another who was leading a naked handcuffed guy. Let my fiancé go, the hysterical girl screamed. Marley, take it easy, the guy who was only wearing a towel said awkwardly. And Officer Leah. You were the one who assaulted me, why am I getting arrested? Shut up. You think I don't know that you slipped something into my drink, she yelled. My blood sample is already in the labs. The results will be out in an hour. I didn't do anything. You were the one who drugged me, the wimpy guy exclaimed. Like hell I would do that. We will see what you will say when I confront you with the evidence at the station. Leah said as she dragged the poor guy away. It was 1 hour before dawn when Theodore's ultra-luxurious car reached his newly built ultra-luxurious lake mansion. After the wedding, he went to say hi to a certain acquaintance, and they ended up spending the night together with her. Although this was a little unfair to Elena and Luna, he was a man of many responsibilities. He would make it up for them later. His phone suddenly rang. It was her. Hi. Did you miss me already? He answered with a perverted smile that no one in his family was allowed to see. Oh, and, he frowned as he listened. She did what? Theodore yelled at the phone and then listened for a few more minutes as the other side explained. I understand. Don't worry, I will fix it. And I will also let my men search for Harold, he added as he hung up and then looked at George who parked the car near the mansion. George. I will have to trouble you, that stupid girl of mine, Leah, got in trouble again, Theodore sighed. I understand. Was she arrested for assaulting Prince Archie? Yes. How did you know? Theodore asked in surprise. At the wedding. Victor fixed those two together, then made one of his maids slip something in Archie's drink. What? Theodore asked. He was so preoccupied with the wedding that he noticed nothing. His stupid son was juggling too many balls that he lost track of things. He intended to ask Victor about what exactly happened a week later when he planned to go give him the family gifts. Yes. Lady Leah had been after young Master Victor lately, so he must have wanted to dump her on someone else. Oh. Could it be that Victor knows the truth? I wouldn't exclude that possibility. Indeed. That kid hides too deep. He's your son after all. George said, turning his eyes. True. Theodore nodded and smiled to himself. Well, Leah sent samples of hers and Arca's blood to the lab accusing him of drugging her, but the results came back that only Archie was drugged. Did Archie file the complaint? George asked with a frown as he stepped down and then went to open the door for his master. No. It was his fiancée, some random bitch. Some new aspiring lieutenant at the station decided to take this seriously because of Archie's position as the crown prince. Theodore explained. Master. If I may say so. That's why I told you not to drug Harold. If he was not in a deep sleep right now, he would have fixed this by himself easily. George said as he carefully helped his master step down from the car. Whatever. Theodore said as he adjusted his suit. He was not comfortable discussing his fetishes with George, who had the habit of ruining his fun ever since they were young. I will see to it that Leah is released. Is there anything else, Master? George asked. No. You go fix Lee's problem, then get some sleep. It has been a tough week. What about Harold? Didn't Nicole ask you to find him for her? He will wake up and find his way home on his own. Theodore said with annoyance. If Nicole didn't care for that guy, he would have slit his throat ages ago. That woman was as stubborn and unreasonable as her daughter. I understand, George said, shaking his head as he got into the car and then drove it away, heading toward the police station. Theodore sighed, then headed toward the mansion's door while thinking about how to lie to his wives. Suddenly he stopped and looked toward the lake. There on its side, two little girls were practicing martial arts. Lara and her lowly maid Elle. Theodore, not wanting to disturb his daughter, carefully hid behind a tree and watched for a few minutes as Lara performed the family art's ninth maneuver and as the lowly beside her failed to cope and collapsed to the ground. It was perfect. No more than perfect. When did she get this good? Theodore wondered. It seemed like Victor not only helped Lara upgrade her bloodline but also fixed her martial arts. Sending her to live with him was not a bad decision. That kid must have been training secretly all these years. Not bad at all. Wait. Why was she still continuing? Wasn't the maneuver supposed to end after the 12th movement? 13. 14, 24, 36. It ended with a bang as Lara used her delicate palm to hit a nearby tree. The tree shook, then split in half moments later. WTF? Theodore was shocked. So was Lara, who quickly looked to the sides, making sure that no one was watching her before she dragged the exhausted Elle away. Did Lara become a player? How else can a little girl break a tree just like that? If not, could it be that Victor found something in the ancestor's diary and taught it to her? Yes. That's probably it. Theodore really wanted to run to his daughter and asked her what the hell was that, but thinking of his image, he decided to summon her to his office and question her thoroughly after breakfast. What is this? Lily asked as they entered the adjacent room in the basement, then she watched as Victor began sealing the room with all kinds of talismans. A bathtub clearly, Victor said as he finished, then headed toward the already water-filled wooden bathtub. He took some strange herbs from his ring and began to dump them inside of it. What is it for? Weren't you going to eat that pill? Lily asked as she watched Victor work. The pill contains both mine and your bloodline unlocking enzymes. If I ate it alone, it would be a waste. I did promise to unlock your bloodline that day after all, he said, not even looking at her. She smiled. I will use another method. We will take a herbal bath and use it to absorb the pill together, he said as he finished by dropping a few drops of soul wine. This will also give us the added benefit of strengthening our bodies, as the bloodline awakening is a chance to make our bodies forcibly absorb some materials that would take ages otherwise. Oh. You already planned this, didn't you? She asked. No wonder this tub was this big, it was meant for two. He probably planned this weeks ago. Yes. I knew that the stupid cock would not fall for my girl act. That thing has some amazing instincts for stupid things, Victor said. In his past life, the celestial rooster was summoned by mistake by a sect that got the celestial chicken feather and attempted to summon a phoenix as a last try to revive their sect. They got a perverted cock instead. They were in a dilemma, as the cock started attacking their disciples. Especially the males who got their nuts crushed by its beak. The rooster might appear weak, but it had some crazy defense. This was evident by its trying to pull the purple feather from its head and failing. This defense capability was probably the result of ages of evolution, as competing cocks would always try to remove each other's feathers. Anyway, the sect started trying to get rid of it to no avail. It was fast and cunning. That's when they found out that one of their assaulted female disciples got enhanced bloodlines after mistakenly eating the pill the cock spat at her. They quickly investigated his powers and after confirming them, they devised a plan. They began secretly collecting virgin female disciples with unique blood and presenting them to the cock, who calmed down and began to live a life of debauchery. The Firebird sect was on its way to the top. Then, as always, someone leaked the news about the cock, and the sect was eliminated by a greater power. This is a common occurrence after the reckoning. Find treasure, use it, get destroyed, and the treasure stolen. Too bad that by that time, the cock's summoning time was over. And the assailants couldn't get their hands on it. In the next few years, there were some rumors that some powers secretly summoning the rooster to enhance their offspring's bloodlines, but no one affirmed this, as any news about the super-rare celestial chicken feather that was required to summon the cock would be considered top-secret information after its use was discovered. Even the summoning ceremony itself was considered a secret, and Victor would have not found out about it if he didn't work at the Royal Library and was searching for a way to fix his bloodline. Will this really work? Lily asked. Victor seemed hesitant a little. Theoretically, yes. No one tried this before, he confessed. In fact, the method he is using to separate the bloodlines from the pill is a forbidden method that usually gets used to take away someone's bloodline, but Victor reversed it. It was the same method used on him and his children in his past life. This method should enhance the pill's effect by 50% by incorporating other bloodline-enhancing herbs. Finishing with the bath preparation and drawing the array on the bottom of the tub, Victor took off his clothes and then entered the bathtub before looking at Lily, who blushed a little. She slowly began to take off her clothes, giving her young husband a stripping show to watch. Do it quickly. We don't have all day. This young master has a fake diary to write afterward. Victor scolded with blood dripping from his nose. If he looked at her anymore, his blood would awaken, damn it. She chuckled as she stepped into the big wooden bathtub and relaxed, sitting with crossed legs facing Victor. She knew better than to disturb him at such a delicate time. The two of them were surrounded by many colorful golden and silver herbs floating. They looked like two chickens in a big pot getting ready to be boiled. What are you doing? You are sitting in the wrong direction. Do you want your bloodline to be destroyed? Victor scolded as he pulled the surprised girl into his embrace, making her sit in front of him with a deep blush. Now what? She asked bashfully, feeling his body touch her. It felt hot. Now we upgrade our bloodlines. This might be painful, he warned. Just relax, the parts of this pill related to your own bloodline would gravitate toward you by itself, he said. She nodded and watched as Victor took the pill and then threw it in the water on the opposing side of the tub. The red pill quickly dissolved, turning the water into a red thick liquid that slowly began to heat up. Slowly the bath water's color began to clear as two colorful streams separated. One purple headed toward Victor and another gold headed toward Lily. Then slowly the water began to boil and everything was cozy. That was until a moment later when what happened could be described with only one word. Painful. It was like thousands of knives penetrated Victor's and Lily's bodies. Victor expected it to be manageable, as he already experienced similar pain twice before. One was an hour ago when he used the pill he got from Hannah, and the other time was when that scion extracted his blood in his previous life. He couldn't have been more wrong. He wanted to use his skills to disguise the pain as he did with Lara, but to his surprise, his powers were completely useless. He could feel it as his skin began to break down and bleed, as every drop of blood in his body and every bone got broken down and the old ancestral genes that lay dormant for ages woke and began to fix. It was an endless cycle of building and destruction. And oh! Suddenly the destruction outpaced the rebuilding. Something was wrong. The absorption of the combination of the two bloodlines might have been a mistake. This thing is too strong. He had miscalculated. Victor quickly reached for his ring to take a healing pill. It didn't work. The ring stopped responding as Victor realized that all his mana was exhausted. Shit. He could feel it as life left him. Lily, who curled in his embrace, was suffering the same. She almost lost consciousness as she closed her eyes and bit her cherry lip. In the end, she could only turn and hug Victor tightly, burying her head in his chest. Victor's mind was quickly turning. What should he do? The bathtub had an exit mechanism, but if he stopped the ritual now, both he and Lily might get their bloodlines totally destroyed, as they are in a very fragile state. He hesitated as the pain became unmanageable. He was literally about to die. No. He can't let Lily die. Shit. Even if he lost his bloodline now, he can't let Lily die. He reached for the secret lever to the side of the tub and then stopped. From the depth of his heart, he felt some great vitality energy suddenly appear. It spread all over his body, repairing the damage in seconds. Not only that, it crossed him and entered Lily's body. It was the energy he got when Alpha merged that vitality bead. It was so bountiful that a portion was sealed in his body using a drop of Sebastian's blood back then. He avoided using it, fearing that he would awaken his bloodline. That was until now. He could feel Lily, who was biting his shoulder while hugging him, relax. She was getting healed too. Was this because of their dragon marriage? Probably. Both Victor and Lily could feel it as the unimaginable pain began to subside. It was still painful though. In the tub, the water and the blood that seeped out of Victor's and Lily's exposed now damaged skin was literally boiling. No, it was beyond boiling at the moment as a strange reaction seemed to have occurred, turning everything in the tub into a blob of lava. Victor and Lily didn't notice that, they just closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the liquid that was drilling into their bodies through every pore in their bodies. The only thing that kept them sober was the feeling of each other's embrace. And that filled them both with the power to go on. The process took forever, which in standard time meant 2 hours, during which both Victor and Lily felt as if they died 1,000 times. If it were not for their amazing bloodlines and the life energy that Victor got, they might have died for real. In the end, when the pain receded, they were no longer sitting, but laying and embracing each other in the bottom of the now empty tub in a room that was covered with soot. It was like the insides of an oven. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lily, who also opened her pretty eyes at the same moment and looked at him. They gazed at each other. Lily's hair was no longer entirely black, but it had a few golden locks that looked messy around her pretty face that seemed to have become more charming. Victor was the same. His deep purple hair now had a golden sheen to it. And he had grown more handsome. "We did it," he said as he slowly sat up with Lily. Both of them had deep smiles on their faces as they could feel a strange strength go through their bodies. Victor quickly grabbed a certain book from his ring, he bit his finger and dropped some of his blood on it, then smiled. Bloodlines. Emperor Dragon, SSS 100%. 15. His bloodline had been upgraded first from an elder dragon to a noble dragon and now, it was an emperor dragon. Victor had no idea whether this was a 1 or 2 steps upgrade. As Emperor Dragon was an SSS rank while a noble dragon was just an S-ranked one. He also got that mysterious bloodline Lara got, it was at 15% now, but the book didn't get it. This huge upgrade may have had something to do with Lily's bloodline that complemented his. That's why this shit was painful. It was a close call. He might have miscalculated a little, but he was not going to tell Lily that. All that was left now was to awaken his bloodline, and this was very easy with Lily around him. He just needed to be aroused enough. He smiled pervertedly as he looked at Lily, who was watching him closely. He grabbed her hand, putting a drop of blood from her in the book. Like what he did with Lara, he had to use a wooden splinter to make a cut. Bloodlines. Royal Crow, SSS 100%. Sea Dragon, AAA 60%. She was able to upgrade from a Crowned Crow to a Royal Crow, an SSS-ranked bloodline. Maybe also a 2-step upgrade because as far as he knew, the step after Crowned Crow was a Crystal Feather Crow. She also had a new Sea Dragon AAA bloodline at 60%. This probably came from her stupid mother. It was probably sealed by some ancient method and was awakened after absorbing some of his noble dragon blood in the pill. Is it nice? Lily asked curiously as Victor looked at the incomprehensible symbols in the book with so much intensity that she began feeling a little jealous. Was this book prettier than her? One had to note that they were both sitting naked in the tub. Victor, who was looking super hot with his now muscular perfect body and purple flowing hair, was reading his book like a nerd instead of looking at her. This made her feel a little frustrated. "It's amazing," he said as he turned to Lily wanting to tell her about what he found out, but he didn't get a chance as she threw herself at him and kissed his lip. "Let's wait until we go up to our room," he said after a few minutes when she let go of his lips. "This place is not suitable." "No. The other girls will definitely be waiting there," she said. She was right. Lynn, who finished with her bloodline awakening, was waiting in his bed while wrapping herself in red tape like a gift. "At least let me take a shower," he said as he looked at her, then froze as he watched her staring at him. Earlier, he didn't observe her closely out of habit as he usually ignored her to keep his sanity, but now, with her whole body riding his, he couldn't ignore it anymore. "When did she become so beautiful?" "No," she said again as she pushed him down and sat on top of him. "I've waited for this long enough." She finally snapped as she dived into her helpless husband's lips, her body embracing him with everything she got. He could only embrace her back. He was waiting for this too long too. It was time for them to consummate their marriage.